Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 7 Legacy. Chapter 52 A Fated Meeting. Amegakure Amegakure no Sato, otherwise known as the Hidden Rain Village. This is a small, yet highly industrialized hidden village. Its architecture is composed of several metallic skyscrapers with road ducts connected to them and many power lines surrounding. As its name suggests, it rains almost constantly due to a storm above the village. All the water seemingly ends in a large lake that surrounds the village. History has always been grim for this village. Located in the middle of the 5 great nations didn't exactly help much either. While this location was excellent as it provided good trade routes that boosted the village's economy, it also had problems, and the main one was war. The Rain Village, and many other small villages, would always get caught in the battles of the Great 5 Nations. Even if they chose to remain neutral, they were dragged into endless conflict until one side admit defeat. This was what had happened during the last Great Ninja Wars. The Second Great Shinobi War had crippled the village as she stood between 3 of the great nations. Konoha led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, Iwa led of Unoki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage, and Suna, led by their Sandaime Kazekage and wielder of the Iron Sand bloodline. Aim and their leader Salamander Hanzo was forced to participate in this battle, and during it, the Sannin were born. And then came the third and last Great Ninja War. A war that managed to involve all of the 5 great nations. Out of those 5, the Fire and the Earth country clashed with unprecedented fierceness, and Aim paid the price by being the battlefield. By the end of it, the Hidden Rain Village was in total chaos. Thousands dead and even more injured. The surviving became nothing more than war refugees, surviving as the years passed by. Eventually Hanzo was removed from power by none other than Uzumaki Nagato, or as he is known, Pain. He defeated and killed Hanzo and every one of his followers, becoming the new leader of the Rain Village. Pain, the self-entitled god of peace, rules the Rain Village with by an iron fist, and anyone who disobeys him, gets killed. The Diva Path, or Yahiko's body being controlled by Nagato, stood in the tallest building in the village. Pain's Tower as the building was called, from there Nagato could see to the far ends of his village, right to the gates. It made him a higher power to anyone below as he stood watching over his village, untiring and unyielding. Good job. Pain turned around from his balcony on the tower to gaze at the owner of the voice. Tobi was standing in the room wearing the usual black cloak with red clouds and, as expected, his orange mask in place, with the right Sharingan glowing behind it. Tobi, Pain said as he watched the man slowly approach him. With the Sanbi captured, we now have 5 of the 9 Bijus. Nibi from Kumo, Sanbi and Rokubi from Kiri, and the Yonbi and Gobi from Iwa, Tobi said, and Pain nodded. The Akatsuki had already captured 5 of the 9 Biju. They had targeted these Jinchurikis since they had no backing from their village. Utakata, Roshi and Han traveled alone through the elemental nations, making them easy targets for the Akatsuki members. The Sanbi was released, so Pain took him down and captured him. And Yugito had simply been ambushed in a mission and thus giving Akatsuki the Nibi. What will we do about the rest? Pain asked. The Hachibi will be harder to get since we will most likely have to go through the Raikage as well. Then we will need the Ikibi, Nanabi, and finally, the Kyubi, Pain said, and Tobi nodded. Neither of those 4s will be easy to take. The Raikage will be a problem and the Kyubi brat has grown strong, Tobi said, sighing. We already have the Kyubi's chakra from that fire temple Kid Sora sealed in the statue, Pain neutrally said, but Tobi chuckled. And you think Naruto will just stand by and watch us take the other Biju? For reasons I don't understand, he made it his personal mission to stop us. You heard what he said at the meeting, he's going to hunt us down, Tobi chuckled, but Pain remained unchanged. No one will stop my quest. Anyone that becomes an obstacle will simply be removed with extreme prejudice, Pain replied in his monotone voice until his Rinnegan began glowing as he focused on Tobi. Even you, Tobi. I know that you are not Uchiha Madara like you claimed, and, frankly, I don't care as long you stay out of my way, Pain said, and Tobi chuckled. You forget your place, Nagato, Tobi warned. I was the one that taught how to properly control the Rinnegan. You should be more respectful to your betters, Tobi said with his Sharingan glowing a menacing red. It doesn't matter since our interests are aligned, Tobi replied, not wishing to push Pain too far from his control. For now, Tobi added in thought, as he could always kill him should it be necessary and take the Rinnegan for himself. How are you planning on getting the remaining 4 bijus? Pain asked, curious about Tobi's plans. Tobi began but was interrupted when he felt Zetsu approaching. Strange, Tobi thought, as he hadn't requested anything of Zetsu as of late. What is it? Tobi asked, annoyed as he was interrupted. I should tell you that Sasuke is dead, Zetsu replied, and Tobi's eyes widened. What? Tobi yelled in outrage. What happened? Tobi asked, completely bewildered. He couldn't fathom how could Sasuke had died. Explain now. Tobi yelled, glaring at Zetsu, who seemed to remain calm and unaffected. He died in his battle with Itachi, Zetsu simply replied, and Tobi's jaw dropped. Take it from the beginning, Tobi ordered as he calmed himself down. I cannot explain any further, Zetsu said, and Tobi raised an eyebrow. And why not? Tobi asked, irritated. Because Naruto-sama ordered me not to, Zetsu replied, and Tobi scowled. The blonde had yet again interfered with his plans. Looks like things are coming to bite you on the ass, Pain said as he bit back a chuckle. The whole persona of Tobi being Madara had begun crumbling down the moment Naruto revealed his grandfather back in the Chunin exams, 3 years ago. Tisk. Tobi sighed in annoyance. That blonde brat is always where he shouldn't be. Where is Itachi now? Tobi asked, wanting to get some answer from him. He returned to Konoha, Zetsu replied, and Tobi sat down as he began to nurse his temples. This isn't going well, Tobi sighed. He had everything planned out until Naruto started making a mess of everything. Even now, almost 17 years of planning to get Sasuke just washed away with him getting killed. I could bring him back if you wish, Pain offered, and Tobi sat up at the realization that Nagato could bring him back, although at the cost of becoming even more fragile. Where is Sasuke's body? Tobi asked towards the white plant on the ground. Reduced to ashes, Zetsu simply replied. I guess it can't be helped, Tobi said as he walked into the balcony and overlooked the city. In the end he was just another pawn, Tobi thought to himself. You were saying about the other biju, Pain said as Tobi refocused on their current objective. Since Itachi has betrayed us, that leaves one man shorter. I'll be heading to my hideout and I will begin preparing the Zetsu army. We will need all the numbers we can, Tobi explained. Are you heading towards the mountain's graveyard? Pain asked, but Tobi shook his head in denial. No, I will be at my main hideout. The one that no one besides me and Zetsu know about, Tobi said, and Pain didn't seem pleased, not knowing where to find Tobi. Until then, Tobi said, and warped away. Few days later. Tobi watched as the Geto Mazo statue slowly funneled chakra into the white Zetsu. Several white Zetsu were being produced from the chakra generated from the bijus. It seemed like a factory, and a highly efficient one at that. Biju had a limitless supply of chakra since, once empty, they would just refill given an appropriate waiting time. How many? Tobi asked towards the original Zetsu. Tobi was simply watching the events unfold with a smirk. He was literally watching the birth of his army, one that, in time, would be big enough to topple the elemental countries if need be. We have 3,000 as of now, and I estimate we can achieve 5,000 by the end of the week, Zetsu replied, and, although he couldn't see it, he knew that Tobi was smiling behind that mask. Excellent, Tobi happily replied. I trust they will obey only me, correct? Tobi asked, and Zetsu nodded. Tobi really didn't want for his army to march into the battlefield only to be told to return home by Naruto. I will be at other hideout in the meantime, Tobi said, and swirled away. Mountain's graveyard. Tobi arrived at the base of his hideout and simply began walking towards the entrance. He was deep in thought and giddy at the prospect of having his new army that he wasn't really paying attention to his surroundings. Tobi kept walking until his foot hit something. He looked down to see that he had kicked an arm, and a bloody one at that. What the hell? Tobi said out loud as he took in his surroundings, only for his eyes to widen in shock, disbelief and anger. All at the same time. This hideout was the place where the Uchiha clan was living, and the very same reason why Tobi chose his other hideout to build his army. All around the entrance into the hideout were bodies. Some of them were turned into stone, with shock clearly written into their faces, like they were petrified in an instant. Arms, legs, Pieces that he didn't knew they belonged to human body to begin with were sprayed across the grounds. Pools of blood everywhere and the stink of decomposing bodies filled his nostrils. Swords, kunai and shurikens filled the grounds and the massive walls that surrounded the entrance. Even those old bones that were there, even before Madara had showed him this hideout, were now nothing more than ash. And that was until he noticed just the amount of pieces there were. Tobi estimated at least 100 bodies, and that was just counting the petrified ones. Tobi approached one of them and gasped when he saw a three-tomoed pattern in the rock. Tobi quickly approached the entrance but noticed that it was blocked. When he approached it, he saw some message still imprinted in the wall, burning in black flames. Compliments of the Kyuubi brat, Tobi read in absolute anger and hate. The brat had somehow found about his hideout. Oh, Naruto would pay very dearly for this. Years of planning, all gone in the blink of an eye. The Uchiha clan, years of training, supplies, 1 decade to prepare to their plan, and everything just washed away. Arghhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. This wasn't a battle to begin with, it had been a massacre. One day earlier, Konoha. It was a beautiful and sunny day all over Konoha. The Hidden Leaf village basked with sunlight. Merchants opened their stores and various shinobi could be seen jumping from rooftops to rooftops. Up in the walls, several shinobi stood guard, watching the horizon for any sign of trouble. This is boring, some Chunin replied as he stretched his arms and popped his back. I hate surveillance gigs, he said. You complain too much, soldier. Eyes front, Ibiki ordered, and the Chunin immediately assumed a correct position. Heads up, Ibiki said, and the Chunin turned to him confused. Swoosh. Woo-ah, the Chunin cried as he stumbled due to some blonde shinobi blurring in front of him. Who was that? The Chunin asked as he already lost vision of him. The Chunin hadn't even sensed him approach and only caught a glimpse of yellow hair. Senju Naruto, Ibiki replied, making the Chunin's jaw drop. What is he doing here? The Chunin asked. Everyone had heard about the Senju clan heir. Morning workout, Ibiki said, and the Chunin gulped. At that speed? The Chunin asked, stupefied, and Ibiki chuckled. You don't get S-rank status by being lazy, Ibiki explained, chuckling, and made a head motion towards the Chunin, who took a step back as Naruto blurred by them again. That is insane, the Chunin cried in disbelief, and Ibiki chuckled again. Heads up, Ibiki said, but this time the Chunin caught glimpse of a purple blur. The Chunin spinned around until he dropped on the floor with his head spinning. And that? The Chunin asked. Senju Hanata, Ibiki replied. Senju. The Chunin asked, confused. I'm surprised you don't know. The whole village already knows those two are engaged, Ibiki replied, only to smirk at the Chunin's shocked face. The brat is only 17, the Chunin pouted. With Naruto and Hanata #. How come you didn't wake me up? Hanata asked as she caught up with Naruto. Both of them were running on the walls around Konoha in their warm-up routine for the day. You looked peaceful on your sleep, Naruto replied, looking back. How many laps you have left? Hanata asked. Just the one, Naruto replied, and raised an eyebrow when he saw Hanata smile. Race you home, Hanata said as she blurred away from Naruto and quickly disappeared from view. That's cheating, Naruto yelled as he also picked up speed. At the Senju compound #. I won, Hanata said, smirking as she watched Naruto arrive. You cheated, Naruto pouted. You want to say that to my face? Both Naruto and Hanata heard yelling coming from inside the compound. Both of them opened the door and walked inside to see a strange situation that, funnily enough, everyone saw coming. Both Tobirama and Now were staring at each other with sparks flying across their eyes. Itachi was at the table and could only sigh at their antics. Senju. Uchiha. Both of them yelled as the sparks intensified and their chakra spiked. Can't you keep her in control? Naruto asked towards Itachi, who gave him an "Are you serious" face. I just got my life and I want to keep it, Itachi simply replied. Alright, knock it off, Kushina said, but both Tobirama and Now didn't even move. Don't make me go get my sword, Kushina replied sweetly, making everyone pale. Tobirama and Now quickly stopped their antics and split apart. Just another day at the Senju compound. Poof. There was a cloud smoke right in the middle of the room, gathering the attention towards it. When the smoke cleared, a single toad was standing in the middle of the room with a scroll in his mouth. A message from Ero Sennin, Naruto said as Tsunade walked towards the toad and collected the scroll. Jiraiya has found the Uchiha clan hideout. It seems now's information was right, Tsunade said as she destroyed the message and placed on the table the hideout's location. Of course it was, now said crossing her arms. Jiraiya is waiting on us. Now what? Tsunade asked towards the dragons. We strike, Tobirama simply said as he got up. According to Jiraiya, the hideout has a single entrance that is located in the crater. We will have higher ground and we will be able to ambush them, Tobirama explained. Don't we think we might be rushing this? Tsunade pondered. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt, Tobirama said as Tsunade had to agree. For those who were born and lived during the clan wars, they knew war better than anyone. So we will attack at night and Naruto will use his Kirin Jutsu. Makes sense, Minato said nodding, making everyone blink and turn to him. What? Minato asked confused and Kushina just slapped her forehead. Sometimes I wonder why Hiruzen made you Hokage, Tobirama said and pretty much summed everyone's thoughts. And once we ambush them, we will do what? Hashirama said getting suspicious. We will kill them all, Tobirama coldly said making Hashirama flinch at his tone. You are insane, Hashirama said with a shocked face. They were just following their clan head. Some of them might be good people like those two, Hashirama said pointing towards Itachi and Nao. Both of them remained silent as they watched both Senju brothers bicker. We might not have other choice, Naruto softly said and everyone turned to him. You too, Hashirama said shaking his head. You would slaughter nearly 300 Uchihas just like that, Hashirama asked in disbelief. Damn it Hashirama, Naruto said slamming his hand on the table, making everyone flinch. Don't take me for some naive kid. You know very well what Nao said about their plans. They have above 50 Mangekyous Hashirama, 50, Naruto stated. They can conquer any village with the right plan and their numbers alone, Naruto explained. They can. It doesn't mean they will, Hashirama firmly said and Naruto shook his head. And would you be willing to wait and find out? Naruto asked and Hashirama remained silent. Itachi, what's your take on this? Naruto asked towards the silent Uchiha. I made peace with my clan a long time ago. Their fate is not mine to choose, Itachi simply said and Naruto sighed. Ba-chan, Naruto said turning towards Tsunade who smiled in understanding. I'm the Hokage Naruto. My primary concern is the welfare of the village. You are the leader of the dragons, so it's your choice to make, Tsunade replied and Naruto nodded and watched as everyone looked at him, waiting for his answer. Kurama, your opinion, Naruto said in thought as he wanted one last opinion before making his choice. I don't know what the fuss is about. You have already killed more than 300, Kurama simply replied but Naruto remained silent. But those kills were never premeditated. The Uchiha clan hasn't done anything yet, they may be arrogant or vicious but that isn't cause for termination, it was all Fugaku. How would you justify killing 300 people which most might be innocent, Naruto thought sighing. That is war Naruto. Most of the times neither side is right or wrong. They simply fight for what they think is right. They fight for revenge, power, land, money and even love. It doesn't matter and that is why my father and your predecessor tried so hard to bring peace but, in the end, he failed, Kurama replied and Naruto slowly nodded, his mind clouded by Kurama's words. Perspective is a funny thing wouldn't you say? Naruto rhetorically asked chuckling. Kurama just raised an eyebrow. Look at Nagato. I don't know what made him that way, but for him to chase peace so vehemently. He holds nothing back to reach his goal and I can easily tell that Fugaku is simply manipulating him. To Nagato peace is achieved by pain. When mankind know each other's pain, then they will understand each other and cease this pointless bloodshed. Then we have Fugaku's point of view, a man who simply wishes to rule the world. And finally me, Naruto said smiling as he looked up to see Kurama. I will bring peace to this world on my own. I will carry this world's hate and lead it to a brighter tomorrow. I will bear the burden of my choices and I will bring peace to the world in my own way. This world is but an orphan child and I will unite it under one banner, not through force or an illusion, but through love and understanding, Naruto said as he made up his mind. He would bear the burden and he alone would suffer with the pain and consequences his choices may bring. There will be no Konoha, no Kumo, no Iwa, no Kiri and no Suna. There will only be one people, on a lonely planet. There will only be one shinobi, Naruto finished as he looked towards Kurama whose jaw was on the ground. Why you? Kurama stuttered as he tried to come with the right words. Kurama chuckled as he looked towards the grinning face of Naruto. Then I will help on your quest, as will all of my siblings, Kurama said as he brought his fist down for Naruto to bump it. You have your answer, I see, Kurama said, and Naruto tilted his head on confusion. You are ready to meet him, Kurama said. Me. Naruto was about to ask who he was meeting when he simply toppled to the floor unconscious. Naruto. Everyone on the outside world yelled as Naruto fell to the ground. Hanata was already upon him running a diagnosed jutsu, but everything seemed fine with him. His heart rate was stable and his chakra network seemed to be running normally as well. Although everything was fine with his body, his conscious mind wandered off into the beyond and into unknown places. I see you decided to bring him before me, some old man said as he watched the Kyuubi approach him with Naruto unconscious on his head. Kurama-kun, the old man added, lifting his head and displaying two silvery Rinnegan eyes. The old man floating in front of Kurama had deep wrinkles, a long beard and short light grayish-colored shaggy hair that spiked up in the front with two distinctive parts of his hair resembling horns and a chin-length braid hanging in front of his left ear. He had pronounced eyebrow ridges with small horn protrusions above them. He also had a Rinnegan-like marking on his forehead. He wore a white full-length cloak, haori, with a high collar, revealing his necklace with 6 red magatama. On the back of his cloak was a reflection of a seal which had the Rinnegan with 9 magatama in 3 rows beneath it. Just like you said, old man, Kurama said, giving the old man a toothy grin. That I did, the old man replied, chuckling as he watched Kurama lower Naruto into the ground. Naruto squirmed on the ground as he seemed too deep into some dream. First memory Ka-san, Ka-san, a little kid yelled in glee as he ran through the halls of the palace where he lived. The little boy had short and spiky brown hair, but the most interesting fact about him would be his silver eyes, with several concentric circles around them. Slow down, Hagoromo-kun, some woman replied with a gentle smile. Hagoromo just grinned as he looked at the smiling face of his mother. She had very delicate facial feature. She had long, sweeping light-colored hair that touched the ground. Most noticeably were 2 horn-like protrusions which stuck out from her head, a trait shared with her son. Her eyebrows were cut very short, an outward symbol of royalty, and she wore a dark shade of lipstick on her lips and a dark shade of nail polish on her long fingernails. She wore the transitional high-collared hime kimono which was adored with intricate lines and tomo running down the center and edges of the gown. Look, Hagoromo hurriedly said as he sat on the ground in lotus position. Kagaya, the woman in front of him and his mother, just smiled at the bubbly actions of her son. Hagoromo took a deep breath as he concentrated. A small gust of wind was felt and Kagaya raised an eyebrow as she watched her son start to levitate from the ground. It was nothing more than a simple inch at first, but he kept going higher into the air as the time passed. 1 minute later and Hagoromo was already 3 feet of the ground. Careful now, Kagaya warned, concerned that her son might hurt himself. I can go higher, Hagoromo said, desperate to prove himself. In a burst of air, Hagoromo rose nearly 10 feet into the air in the fraction of a second. See, Hagoromo said, smiling triumphantly. Hagoromo shouted as he lost his concentration in the midst of his own celebration. Hagoromo started falling, but instead of hitting the hard and cold floor of the palace, he found himself on his mother's arms. My bad, Hagoromo said, chuckling while Kagaya just smiled. Second memory This is as far as you will go, a now older version of Hagoromo shouted. He looked like he had just passed his teens and became a young adult. Hagoromo was standing in the way of a colossal beast. The beast was titanic in size, with each limb being just big if not bigger than Bijus themselves. The beast possessed visible legs, which it used along with its right arm to stand, as its left arm was missing at the elbow. Its facial appearance was possessed of a single ear on the right side of its head, while its mouth, which contained straight teeth and a nostril, moved to the left side and several horns formed on various parts on its head with 2 underneath its chin. All in all, it was monster in every way of the word. It had no conscience and knew no end. Its only goal was to reclaim what was stolen from him, chakra. With a single swipe of his tentacles, entire continents were split in half. With a mighty roar, oceans were vaporized. Hagoromo was fighting the Shinju, or as most now know it, the Jubi. Rinbo. Hengoku, Hagoromo shouted as he slammed his staff on the ground and gigantic pulse of gravity was unleashed. The beast, that could easily destroy the lands, was flung back, tumbling through the ground, crashing and destroying mountains until it came to an end, and yet, it seemed unhurt. To think you were unhurt against such attack, Hagoromo said as he took a deep breath. Sweat was pouring down his face as he stood his ground against the strongest beast alive. Senpo Myayanman, Sage Arts. Gate of the Great God, Hagoromo said as dozens of red torii fell from above, pinning the Jubi to the ground. Large red gates pinned his tails, arms and legs as the beast was momentarily trapped. This should buy me enough time, Hagoromo said as he felt the beast struggle as his gates start to crack. Hagoromo sat on the ground in lotus position as he began to concentrate. Small rocks around him started levitating and a small gust of wind swayed by. Hagoromo slammed his hands together and slowly began to drive them apart. A pitch-black sphere started forming between his hands. A buzzing sound was heard as this black sphere started growing in size, reaching the size of a football until it stopped. Cho Chibaku Tensai, big planetary devastation, Hagoromo said as he released the black ball and watched it sail through the air and high into the sky. The sphere started glowing and the whole planet started shaking. Chunks of earth, big as mountains themselves, were ripped from the ground, giving birth to gigantic craters. The Jubi broke his restraints and pinned his tails to the ground, in a desperate move to secure himself to earth. Ni-san now, Hagoromo yelled towards his brother who was in the ground in meditative position. Sealing style, Hagoromo's brother said as he slammed his hands on the ground. 16 trigrams divine seal, the brother said as hundreds of purplish chains, almost transparent, rose from his location. These chains quickly made their way towards the Jubi like snakes, they slithered towards their target. The chains wrapped themselves around the Jubi and started siphoning their chakra into Hagoromo, who gritted his teeth, feeling the heavy chakra enter his body. Arghhhhh. The Jubi yelled to the skies as the beast started shrinking. The beast's form started wavering and the skin itself started withering away until it remained nothing more than a brown husk, depleted of life. Hagoromo absorbed all the chakra of the Jubi and tumbled forward, using his arms to steady himself and taking deep breaths. Hagoromo looked up at the sky to see the new addiction. A new planetary form had just been created and inside it, the depleted husk of Jubi, sealed away for all eternity. We won, Ni-san, Hagoromo said as his brother held him by the shoulder. Yes, we did, his brother replied smiling as both left the battlefield. Third memory ##. We see Hagoromo again, but this time he was already at an old age. He stood in the middle of a circle with several kanji in it. Around him stood all the 9 Biju, still young as they had just been born from being split from the Jubi. Shukaku, Matabi, Isobu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Seiken, Shumei, Gyuki and Kurama, Hagoromo started as all the Biju listened in. You will always be together, even when you are separated. And one day, you will all become one. With different names, in different forms than you exist now. And unlike when you were within me, you will be led down the right path. When the time comes, you will know what true power is. Hagoromo said as he released his last breath. All the Bijus bowed their heads to their father. You will seek someone worthy, and when you find him, bring him before me. Kurama remembered his father's request as he let out a lone tear. End of memories ##. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes, still a bit hazy from the rush of memories, and caught his surroundings. He looked around and spotted Kurama behind him grinning like a madman. Naruto got onto his feet and noticed a floating old man in front of him. Hagoromo. Naruto started. He took in the appearance of the man in front of him. Otsutsuki. Naruto breathed out in shock, looking at the Sage of Six Paths, standing right there in front of him. Is this some joke? Naruto asked, annoyed towards Kurama, who chuckled in return. I assure you I'm very real, Hagoromo replied as he stopped floating and stood on the ground. It's very nice to finally meet you face to face, Senju Naruto, Hagoromo said smiling as Naruto's jaw dropped. He had very good reasons for it. After all, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, father to all ninjutsu and to all shinobi, was standing right in front of Naruto. It's an honor to meet you in person, Naruto chuckled nervously, bowing to the sage in respect. How are you here if I'm not so bold to ask? Naruto carefully asked as he didn't want to anger him. When I created all of my sons and daughters, I sealed my last chakra into Kurama, Hagoromo replied and Naruto's jaw dropped. And I gave Kurama the task to find a worthy heir, one that shared my beliefs. I guess you could say it was poetic justice for you to bear the Rinnegan as well, Hagoromo chuckled while Naruto just nodded dumbly. You knew all along? Naruto asked towards Kurama. Of course, Kurama replied, puffing his chest in pride. I kept this fact hidden and searched through the ages for the man my father said that would unite the world and bring peace. I thought that man was Senju Hashirama, but I was wrong and moved on. Then I thought that man would be Namikaze Minato, but he failed as well. But the moment I first met you, I could see it through your eyes that you would be the one. Hashirama is a good man but is too soft and forgiving. Minato is exactly like him, strong, caring and forgiving to a fault. Tobirama is the opposite of his brother and Minato. He cares only for the protection of his own people and he would do anything for them, regarding what damage we would cause to the others. You bear the best attributes from each of them. You do whatever it takes to protect the people you care for, but you still feel bad for any pain you cause to the other side. Even though you are pondering if you should kill the Uchiha clan. It's true they may be innocent, but killing them would a crucial strike against the Akatsuki and Tobi. For some reason you are able to see beyond that and make choices for the greater good no matter the consequences. A true leader, Naruto, that is what you are. It is a curious thing, Naruto, but perhaps those who are best suited to power are those who have never sought it. Those who, like you, have leadership thrust upon them, and take up the mantle because they must, and find to their own surprise that they wear it well. You speak as if I am a leader. Would a good leader be willing to simply lay waste to innocent men for the greater good? Naruto asked and Hagoromo smiled. He reminded himself so much in that boy. All the struggles he had endured because of his eyes and powers. We're all human, aren't we? Every human life is worth the same, and worth saving, Hagoromo said as Naruto turned to him. So should I just ignore the fact they betrayed the village and went to work towards a man that killed thousands of innocent people? How do you know when it's right to kill, most likely, innocent people? Naruto asked and Hagoromo smiled. That is your choice to make, Hagoromo said and Naruto groaned. Give me some answers, old man, Naruto complained. You are older, wiser and more powerful than me, Naruto said, but Hagoromo only chuckled. You are right on 2 counts. I am older, Hagoromo said, flicking a string of his gray hair. And I am wiser since you are nothing but a knucklehead, Hagoromo said, chuckling as Naruto's eyes twitched. But I am not more powerful than you, Hagoromo said and Naruto's jaw dropped. But, Naruto stuttered at Hagoromo's outrageous claim. You created the moon. While I am strong myself, I could never achieve something like that, Naruto said, refuting the old man's claims. It always seems impossible until it's done, Hagoromo said and Naruto pondered if he would be able to do such feat. He was broken from his thoughts when Hagoromo started walking towards him. Hagoromo arrived near him and placed a hand above his chest. I can feel it and you can as well. You are stronger than me, Hagoromo said smiling as he watched Naruto slowly nod and agreed with him. You still didn't answer my question, old man, Naruto said knowingly as the sage chuckled. My life ended many centuries ago, Naruto. It's your turn to watch over the world. I can show you the path but only you can walk on it, the sage replied and Naruto groaned. It looked like no one was going to give him straight answers. So should I just kill them and be done with it? Naruto pondered. Is it the possibility of regret you fear? Hagoromo asked and Naruto slowly nodded. Real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the happiness of their people, Hagoromo said and Naruto chuckled. You are right. I would do everything for the happiness of my people, but what about the others' happiness? Naruto countered. We could stay here all day long arguing about philosophical points of view and never reach the right answer. Every choice you make will have its consequences. It's how you deal with them that defines who and what you are, Hagoromo explained, and Naruto nodded. I will stick by my choices and I will finish what you started. I will unite the world under a single banner and the world will know peace, Naruto said, grinning, making Hagoromo nod his head. It's time for me to leave, Hagoromo said, smiling as he lifted his hand onto the air. Specks of light could be seen emanating from his hand, who by now was almost see-through. I have nothing else to give other than these two things, Hagoromo said as he took out his six-tomoed cape and placed it around Naruto. When he was finished, he picked up his staff and placed it on Naruto's hands. The staff is my greatest weapon and the one that I wielded in my fight against the Jubi, Hagoromo said as Naruto grasped the staff tightly. Naruto hit the staff on the ground and watched as the ground shook and several ripples appeared on the water. Did you never found it strange that Bojutsu was the first art you learned and yet you mastered it so quickly and at such young age? Hagoromo questioned as he watched Naruto do some experimental swings with his new weapon. With a single swing, powerful gusts of wind erupted from it, another swing and a cloud of fire rose from it. And the cape? Naruto asked, curious, while Hagoromo just grinned. It makes you look badass, Hagoromo said while Naruto and Kurama's sweat dropped. I'm leaving, Hagoromo said as his whole body started becoming transparent. The world is in your hands now, it's my legacy to you, Hagoromo said as he exploded into shining particles of light. Let's go change the world into a better place, Kurama, Naruto said, and Kurama nodded, taking Naruto from this plane and back to his own world. Back in the real world. Only a few seconds had passed since Naruto had fallen unconscious on the ground, and the whole compound was a riot. Hanata and Tsunade were all over Naruto trying to diagnose just what happened. Minato and Tobirama were scanning Naruto's seal for any possible malfunction or possible overload of him having the whole Kyuubi. And that was when it happened. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes to reveal his Rinnegan glowing in a silver color. As his eyes opened, a small shockwave was released, sending everyone tumbling backwards. Naruto smiled as he started getting up. Everyone watched in shock as a white cape started manifesting itself all around Naruto. He now wore a white full-length cloak with a high collar, with several black magatamas. On the back of his cloak was a reflection of a seal which had the Rinnegan with 9 magatama in 3 rows beneath it. As if things couldn't get any weirder, a metal staff started forming in his right hand. To some it would seem like some piece of metal, but it was so much more. It was lighter but stronger than steel. Naruto ran chakra through his staff and everyone watched as a broken circle appeared at one end while he rested the other on the ground. While moments ago Naruto seemed too confused in what to do or what to choose. This Naruto seemed to radiate peace and understanding, his eyes seemed to betray wisdom beyond ages. It was as if Naruto had been reconnected to a lost piece of himself. It looked like Naruto had found inner peace. So, Naruto said, breaking everyone from their trance, "You won't believe who I just met," Naruto said, grinning. Naruto," Minato stuttered as he looked towards his son. "Where did you get that staff?" Minato asked in shock. There wasn't much information regarding the Sage of the Six Paths, but anyone shinobi worth his salt would at least know the legend that created chakra. "I met him, Hagoromo Otsutsuki," Naruto said while everyone looked at Naruto in confusion. "You know him as the Sage of the Six Paths," Naruto said, and everyone's jaw dropped. "I know that feeling," Naruto said as his new staff disappeared into his storage seals and he sat down. "I thought it was a prank from Kurama when I saw him in front of me," Naruto chuckled while everyone just listened in. Apparently the sage sealed some of his chakra into Kurama to be released when Kurama had found a worthy heir. "I met him and talked to him. He advised and gave me his staff as a gift," Naruto said, and everyone slowly nodded like some robots in sync. "We will strike at night. No survivors," Naruto simply said, and Hashirama had eyes widened at Naruto's choice. "I won't be a part of this, sorry," Hashirama said as he walked out of the room, making everyone sigh. "Let's gear up and prepare," Tobirama said, and the remaining dragons nodded. "Don't get caught and come out clean," Tsunade warned. "I don't want the daimyo of the Fang country breathing down on my neck for attacking his land," Tsunade said, and everyone nodded. "What about Miko-chan?" Kushina said sadly. "She was like a sister to me and I know that she would never go along with this," Kushina said, and now chuckled sadly. "Makoto is a submissive and broken woman," now began and Kushina focused on her. Did you know she has the Mangekyo because she betrayed you? Now said and Kushina was shocked. Betrayed me? Kushina asked confused. But she never did anything to hurt me in any way whatsoever, Kushina explained. I know how. Minato replied sighing. Now that I know that Tobi is Fugaku, everything is clear to me. Makoto told Fugaku where you would be delivering Naruto, Minato said and Kushina was shocked but she knew that it was true. Kushina had only told Makoto, her sister and most trusted friend. Makoto was responsible for the attack on Konoha. Only I, Hiruzen and his wife, and a select few of Anbu knew of your location at that time, Minato said and Kushina sighed wondering how Makoto could betray her like that. I guess I will find out what happened tonight, Kushina said and Minato nodded. Send word to Jiraiya about our plans, Tsunade said and Minato nodded, placing a scroll on the toad and watched him dispel in smoke. At night. Mountain's graveyard. It was a surprisingly clear night. There were no clouds making a perfect starry sky in the Fang country. It was also a full moon, shining brightly high in the sky, illuminating the grounds. Outside of the Uchiha's hideout was complete silence. There was no wind or any type of animals. It was the quiet before the storm. Naruto was sitting on the edge of the walls that led down into the crater where the hideout stood. Behind stood all the dragons with the exception of Hashirama who chose not to participate in this. Naruto's hair swayed in the wind as the moon shone in the sky. To anyone else it would look like a terrifying picture, Naruto sitting down with masked shinobi behind him. About time you arrived, Ero Sennin, Naruto said as Jiraiya arrived near them in a shushin. I was far away already. I didn't want to stick around while I waited for decision on what to do, Jiraiya explained and Naruto nodded, rising up. Byakugan, Hanata shouted as her eyes flared to life and several bulges appear around her eyes. Hanata sat down as she concentrated slowly on expanding her range so she could gaze inside the hideout. This hideout is massive. There are hundreds of chambers, hallways extending for miles, Hanata explained. But there is only one exit, right? Naruto asked and Hanata nodded confirming. What about their numbers? Naruto asked, wanting to know if the Uchihas were all present. 342, Hanata answered and Naruto nodded. It's slightly below their numbers when the clan was supposedly slaughtered a decade ago. According to Nao's intel they have at least 5 members capable of using Susanoo. She didn't know anything about the others' powers because they kept to themselves, Naruto mused to himself. I'm going in, Naruto said and everyone nodded and went to do their part of the plan. Naruto's part was to infiltrate the hideout. Naruto took a deep breath as he restrained his chakra levels to their lowest level and with his level of control, only a skilled sensor would be able to pick him up. Naruto jumped down and quickly approached the main entrance. It was blocked by some gates but Naruto could easily pass them with his Kamui. All clear, Hanata said through his intercom. Hanata would guide Naruto's movement through the base and warn him against possible enemies. Naruto nodded and phased through the door and into the hideout. Like Jiraiya had said many times, enemies never look up, so Naruto kept to the ceilings as he made his way through the hallways. The first junction is 20 meters upon your next left, Hanata said and Naruto nodded making his way towards the first strategic point in the hideout. Naruto focused and noticed that no one was around. He placed a hand on the ceiling and watched as kanji flowed from his hand, embedding itself on the wall, until disappearing completely from view. Naruto made a tiger seal and noticed as the seal slightly glowed before vanishing again. First seal in place, Naruto replied in a low voice, through the intercom. Naruto continued on his path, avoiding potential cluster sites and easily sneaking around any Uchihas that came around. It wasn't like they were expecting anyone sneaking in. Naruto phased through the ground beneath him and he came into another room. Naruto clung to the ceiling as he looked down to see some Uchiha resting on a couch. Naruto could feel that the Uchiha was still awake, although he was near the place where Naruto would need the next seal. Wah! The Uchiha was about to yell when his screams were muffled by a swirling sound. Naruto had used his Kamui and, in a blink of an eye, had sent the Uchiha into his dimension. On the outside, a clone of Naruto had taken the Uchiha out of his dimension and promptly dealt with him. Fifth seal in ready, Naruto said as the seal glowed and disappeared as well. Naruto nodded to himself on a job well done and quickly sank into the walls as a couple of Uchihas stepped into the room. Where the hell is Ryu? Some Uchiha groaned. Maybe he's in the hall, the other replied as both Uchihas went searching for him. Naruto sighed in relief as he didn't want to set off any alarms, yet. Naruto made his way towards the last place and cursed his luck as the last place was crawling with Uchihas. Naruto counted at least 20 since the last place seemed like some living room or social room. How the hell am I going to plant the seal? I can't warp them all at once, Naruto cursed to himself. The plan wouldn't work without every seal being placed in the right place. Henge, Naruto muttered to himself as he transformed himself into the Uchiha he had just killed a few moments ago. Naruto sank to the outside of the room and simply walked through the doors like some ordinary member. Naruto approached the wall and very discreetly applied the seal without anyone noticing. There you are, Ryu. Naruto heard someone calling and turned to see two Uchihas approaching. Are we still on for tonight? The Uchihas asked and Naruto cursed his luck. He had to run just into the people that were looking for him. Hanata-chan, tell my clone to read the Uchiha's mind I just sent, Naruto silently said through the intercom. Tonight. Ryu, Naruto, said as he tilted his head to the side in confusion. Don't tell me you forgot. The Uchiha asked in disbelief. Naruto was wondering what else to say when he felt a rush of information. Oh right, the poker game, Ryu said, making both Uchihas chuckle. I hope you are ready to lose, Ryu smirked. All right then. We will see you tonight at midnight, one Uchiha said as both of them walked off and Naruto sighed in relief. Naruto walked out of the room and once he was outside of everyone's view he simply swirled away of the hideout and arrived near Hanata and the others. Close call. Naruto said out loud. All the seals are in place, let's get the rest of plan going, Naruto said. Hanata-chan, you're up, Naruto said and Hanata nodded as she took a deep breath and she sat down. Not even 5 minutes later Hanata had entered Sage mode with purple markings on her face. Senpo. Seka no aim, Sage Arts. Petrifying rain, Hanata said as heavy rain started to fall. 1. Mito. Place a barrier around Hanata-chan since she's vulnerable when using this jutsu, Naruto said towards Mito as he looked towards Hanata who sat on the ground completely still. Naruto channeled chakra into his right hand and sent a beam into the sky. From the dark clouds of rain, several thunders roared as they lit up the night sky. Everyone turned to Naruto in confusion as his Kirin jutsu wasn't part of the plan. Just in case, Naruto said and everyone did their part. We are ready, Tobirama said and Naruto nodded as he brought his right hand and made the tiger seal. Activate, Naruto said. Deep inside the hideout, the seals started glowing and the ground started vibrating slowly. Only a few seconds later, the whole cave started shaking. This place is caving, some Uchiha said as specks of dust fell from the ceiling. Everybody out, the Uchiha yelled and everyone started running outside so that they didn't get crushed to death. Little did they know that inside was still safer. We made it, some Uchiha said as he jumped outside, taking deep breaths. Rain. The Uchiha muttered as he looked up to see heavy rain and thunders. Some luck, the Uchiha thought to himself as the hideout decided to cave when it was raining. Are they all out? Naruto asked towards Hanata who nodded. Naruto made another tiger hand seal and activated an explosive tag he left at the entrance of the cave. With a loud explosion, the only entrance to the cave had been completely sealed off. Arghhhh, some Uchiha yelled making everyone look towards him. Sabaku Taiso, giant sand burial, Gaara said as several Uchihas were enveloped by sand that rested beneath their feet. With the confusion on the hideout caving, they didn't notice that the whole earth beneath their feet was actually sand. The Uchihas were simply crushed to death. We are under attack, some Uchiha yelled placing everyone on high alert. Every single Uchiha had their Sharingan blazing and were looking for their enemies. Arghhhhh, another Uchiha yelled as he fell to the ground, trying to scratch something of his arms. Get it out! Get it out! The Uchiha yelled in despair as he watched his right arm begin to turn gray and unresponsive. Everyone watched in shock as their friend squirmed in the ground until he remained completely immobile and gray, turned into stone. Arghhhh, another one yelled as his arm began to turn gray as well. The Uchiha fell to his knees as he tried to ignore the pain. Another Uchiha decided to take matters onto his own hands and took out his blade. In a burst of speed, he sliced the dying Uchiha's arm off. The arm fell to the ground as it turned completely into stone. Arghh, the Uchiha whose arm just got cut off continued screaming as he started turning gray. It appeared cutting off his arm didn't even slow it down. It's the rain, another Uchiha said as he noticed that the rain had chakra in it. Take cover, the Uchiha yelled and no one questioned him. Some summoned their Susanoo shield, others took cover behind some rocks or the bones that were on the grounds and the others rose some kind of mud walls to shield them from the rain. We managed to take out almost half, Tobirama said. They were still watching from above the walls. Hanata's rain and Gaara's sand took out almost half of the members since they were all caught off guard. Let's finish the rest. Me, Tobirama and Minato will go in first, Naruto said as both blondes and Tobirama jumped down, landing in the crater. The whole ground was riddled with Hiroshin seals and, as such, the remaining Uchihas never knew what hit them. Hiraishingiri, flying thunder god / Tobirama said as he appeared next to an Uchiha with his Raijin no Ken, thunder god sword, extended. The Uchiha's head simply slid down his neck and hit the ground with a thumb sound. The head hit the ground but Tobirama was already gone. Rasengan, Minato said as an Uchiha was blasted back. Another Uchiha took the opportunity to attack Minato but only sliced air as Minato appeared behind him and slit his throat. Naruto flashed into the middle of 5 Uchihas who felt in a pier. The Uchihas raised their swords and kunais. As the Uchihas were preparing their strike, Naruto flexed both wrists as long black metal blades erupted from both his palms. Naruto extended both blades forward as he spun around quickly killing all 5 Uchihas at once. Before the blood could even touch him, he was already gone. I know that you are there. Come down, Makoto said with her Mangekyo glowing and a red rib cage around her. Makoto watched as one shinobi jumped down from the roof and landed in front of her. The shinobi bore blood-red samurai-styled armor with a dragon symbol emblazed in the chest plate. The shinobi had long red hair and had an equal-colored mask covering his face. You can take your mask off. I know who you are, Kushina, Makoto sadly said and watched as the shinobi's mask fell to the ground revealing Kushina who had a sad expression at seeing the person she considered a sister. I don't know how you are alive but it's good to see you again, Makoto said smiling. Did you really tell Fugaku where I was giving birth? Kushina said with a neutral face. Makoto only nodded. Why did you do it? Kushina asked frowning. I thought we were like sisters, Kushina said. What would you choose, Kushina? Makoto asked but Kushina was confused. Minato or Konoha? Makoto added and Kushina remained silent. I chose to stay by my family's side but now I regret it, Makoto sadly said. You can put all of this behind and come with us. It's not too late, Miko-chan, Kushina desperately said and Makoto gave a hollow chuckle. Always the forgiving heart, Makoto said smiling as her eyes glowed and her Susanoo increased, an arm sprouted from her Susanoo and a red saber appeared in its hand. Futon no Yoroi, wind armor, Kushina said as her body became surrounded by a ghostly white aura. Makoto swinged her sword but caught only air as Kushina was long gone. Her wind armor drastically reduced wind resistance, allowing Kushina a large boost in physical speed. Wind slash, Kushina said as she channeled Charka through her katana giving it a blue hue. Kushina flicked her blade and released a blue wave. Makoto brought her saber and simply broke it like nothing. Makoto's Susanoo raised her saber and was about to swing it down when several golden chains sprouted from the ground, wrapping itself around her arm and pinning her Susanoo to the ground. Miko-chan, stop this, Kushina pleaded but Makoto just smiled sadly as she blurred through hand seals. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Makoto said taking a deep breath and unleashing a torrent of flames. The flames washed into the ground but only hit Kushina's after image. Kushina's sword glowed a brighter blue as she reappeared next to Makoto's Susanoo and sliced its arm off. The Susanoo's arm fell to the ground and simply faded from view as another one was born. Makoto dropped her Susanoo as the chains fell to the ground and retracted back into Kushina. Kushina flexed her blade forward and channeled a large amount of chakra through her body. Dragon dive, Kushina said as she exploded from her location, flying forward at blinding speeds towards Makoto. Makoto smiled sadly as her Mangekyo pattern seemed to change. Kuranasu, god of time, Makoto thought to herself as her eyes pulsed. She saw Kushina begin to slow down until she stopped. Makoto looked around and even the rain seemed to stop and over in the air. All around her, everything had come to a halt. I'm sorry, old friend. I hope you can forgive me, Makoto sadly said as she placed herself right in front Kushina's sword. Why do you wish to die? Naruto asked as he suddenly appeared next to both women. Makoto's eyes widened when she saw Naruto. How can you move? My ability can slow down time to the point that everything stops, Makoto said surprised. I can do something similar, so I easily felt what you were doing. Naruto chuckled and Makoto was surprised to see another time-related ability. You didn't answer my question though, Naruto said and Makoto lowered her head. I deserve it. After everything I did, all the lives that were lost because of me. I just want to lay it behind me and rest, Makoto said sadly and Naruto nodded allowing Makoto to make her own choices. Thank you, Makoto said as she stopped her jutsu and Kushina pierced Makoto's chest with her sword. And no, Kushina said in shock as she delivered a fatal blow to Makoto. She didn't understand what happened. One moment Makoto was far away from her, the other she was right at the tip of her blade. Why? Kushina asked sobbing as her friend laid at the death's gates. It was my choice Kushina-chan, Makoto said smiling as a trail of blood ran down from her mouth. Do you forgive me? Makoto barely managed to get out. She could feel her life slipping away. Of course I do Miko-chan, Kushina said and Makoto let out her last breath. Kushina lowered her body's friend to the ground and looked at Makoto, who had a gentle smile in her face. Naruto! Kushina screamed and in a flash Naruto was by her side. What happened? Naruto asked fainting confusion. Bring her back, Kushina said as tears ran down her face. No. Naruto simply replied, closing his eyes. As much as it hurt him to see his mother in tears, he wouldn't change Makoto's choices. What? Kushina roared getting up and standing at Naruto's level. Bring her back, Kushina ordered but Naruto remained still. Kushina jumped towards Naruto in rage who simply held her as she weakly punched his chest. Please bring her back, Kushina pleaded and Naruto shut his eyes to stop tears from coming out. I know it's hard but she chose this fate. Accept it and honor her memory, Naruto said and simply held Kushina as she cried openly. A few minutes later Kushina had calmed down and both son and mother split. Feeling better? Naruto asked with a small smile while Kushina just stared at Makoto's dead form. It's done, Tobirama said as he arrived near Naruto. He looked around to see that the Uchiha clan had been decimated. What about the bodies? Tobirama asked. If your opponent is of a choleric temper, seek to irritate him, Naruto said and Tobirama raised an eyebrow. Leave them behind as a message to Fugaku, Naruto said and Tobirama shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't care less. No, Kushina softly said. I want to bring Miko-chan with me and give her a proper burial, Kushina said and Naruto nodded smiling as he tossed Kushina a sealing scroll. The Uchiha clan, one of the strongest clans in the whole elemental nations, one of the founding clans of Konoha, possessing of hundreds of members and bearer of the Sharingan bloodline, had been massacred in a few minutes. Junan exams arc. Chapter 53 into Kumo. Hokage's office What a beautiful day, Tsunade murmured to herself as she began her daily work in the office. She had Jiraiya back in town for the next foreseeable weeks, the Uchiha clan strike had no repercussions whatsoever and it was a sunny day to end it all. If not for the amount of paperwork already standing in front of her, it would have been one perfect day. Tsunade-sama, Shizune said, making Tsunade raise her head. You have a message from Kumo, Shizune said and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Interesting, Tsunade thought to herself chuckling as she read the letter. I shouldn't be surprised in the end, it's been almost 20 years since the Third Great War ended. Crumble. Tsunade hummed in confusion as she saw small specks of dust fall from the ceiling. She started feeling some vibrations and looked at her cup to see some ripples in her morning sake. Suddenly, her office started shaking to the point she had to secure herself with chakra to avoid falling from the chair. What the hell? Tsunade asked to no one in her confusion. Konoha wasn't in any active fault line so why would an earthquake appear all of a sudden? Tsunade quickly ran to her window and was met with shock when she gazed at the horizon. A swirling black sphere appeared on the horizon, drawing everything to it. The wind, trees and even clouds seemed to shift and spiral around it. Hokage Saaaamaaa. Some Chunin burst through the door yelling at his leader, but she was already gone. Are they going all out? Tsunade thought to herself as he ran towards the training ground. She had to put an end to it and fast. Moments earlier. Training ground 0 #. Clang. Clang. Sounds of metal clashing with other metal rang through the battlegrounds. In the middle of the training ground 0, two shinobi were clashing with unprecedented fierceness. Neither one willing to forfeit or back down. The training ground 0, one of the most recluses of the training grounds, reserved only for high-level training and clashes, whose access was granted only by the Hokage's direct order. Senpo, Sage Arts, Hashirama started and green marks started appearing on his face. The marks formed a loop around his eyes going into his cheeks and they had two concentric circles on his forehead. Hashirama's eyes turned to golden ones and felt like they were radiating power. Mokuden Haijutsu, Hashirama said as he did the snake hand seal and the ground started shaking. Hashirama looked towards Naruto, who was also building up chakra for his own jutsu. Jukai Koden, Nativity of World Trees, Hashirama shouted and flexed his arms forward, making trees burst from the ground. Hundreds upon hundreds of trees suddenly popped from the ground and started heading towards Naruto, destroying everything in their path. Enten Inferno style, Naruto said as he pumped his lungs with air and his Mangekyo started glowing. Goka Mekyaku, Great Fire Annihilation, Naruto said, unleashing a gigantic-sized wave of black flames upon the incoming wooden barrage. Naruto unleashed fire so hot that it scorched the ground and the trees were instantly vaporized upon contact. Naruto's eyes glowed as his Susanoo formed itself around him. A silver scythe appeared from the ribcage as it sliced off a wood branch that tried to flank Naruto from the side. Naruto dropped his Susanoo and cancelled his fire jutsu and watched as Hashirama's jutsu was reduced to nothing more than black ashes on the ground. Mokuden. Keijikai Korin, Advent of a World of Flowering Trees, Hashirama said as more trees were born from the ground. The trees grew into huge heights until they started blooming into beautiful pink flowers. They were exactly like roses, beautiful and yet deadly. As the flowers bloomed, a thick yellowish mist enveloped the whole field. The flowers had released their pollen that spread through that battlefield. Anyone that inhaled even the smallest amount of it would be rendered unconscious. Kaden. Goen Rasengan, Great Flame Rasengan, Naruto said as he unleashed his attack in the middle of the forest. Hashirama was forced to jump into safety as the ground around him erupted in a maelstrom of fire. A tornado of fire raged in the training grounds, unleashing scorching winds and vaporizing everything around it. Hashirama had sweat rolling down his face due to the heat being unleashed, but Naruto didn't seem to be affected by his own creations as he stood in the middle of it, enjoying the inferno he had unleashed. Aren't they going a bit too far? Now asked, gulping as she watched a friendly spar between Senju Naruto and Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, Minato, Kushina, Mito, Hanata, Itachi and now were all watching the clash of both powerhouses safely behind a barrier. Although if the battle were to escalate, not even the barrier could stand in their way. Well, Tobirama started, bringing his hand to his chin. Hashirama is pissed about Naruto's choice to eliminate the Uchiha clan, Tobirama said, and Itachi sighed. Yasaka no Magatama. Naruto said as his Susanoo evolved from the base rib cage and into a more built form, a form worthy of a warrior. Several ethereal beads formed between the Susanoo's arms and were hurled towards Hashirama and high speeds. Mokuden. Hobi no Jutsu, Wood Expulsion, Hashirama said as a dragon-faced dome rose from the ground around him. Hashirama's wooden dome creaked as the beads dug themselves within the wood. Even thought they were thrown with impressive speed, Hashirama's jutsu managed to block them. Senpo. Mokuden. Shinsasenju, true several thousand hands, Hashirama shouted, clasping his hands together as a titanic, many-handed statue appeared. The whole training grounds quaked as the statue burst from the ground and stood in front of Naruto. The statue had such magnitude that it put the Biju to shame, it easily toppled mountains in terms of height. I think you might be right, Tobirama said, looking at the monstrous wooden statue in front of him. Tobirama felt like an ant before the statue in front of him. This was Hashirama's most powerful jutsu, one that could cripple even Biju and the very one that destroyed Madara's Susanoo back during their last battle. We should leave, now hurriedly said as she couldn't even see the top of the statue from her position on the ground. To think Hashirama could have this level of power. I agree, Tobirama said, and no one needed to be told twice. Damn, he's going all out, Naruto thought to himself. He chuckled at the good time he was having. It wasn't every day he was forced to use his most powerful jutsus. Kurama was simply watching the show from his host's body. The last time he saw that wooden thing, the statue picked him up like some rag doll. Juryoten, gravity release, Naruto said, pointing his right hand into the air. Purple chakra started swirling in his hand. Moments later a pitch black sphere formed on his palm, the size of a football. Around the sphere, series of white rings started appearing, orbiting the black sphere. The rings started aligning themselves into a one disc-like shape around the orb. It seemed that Naruto had a black planet in his hand with planetary rings around it, either that or a black hole. Dai Rasenringu, great spiraling ring, Naruto said. He released his jutsu, who simply levitated, heading straight for the statue. The moment the black sphere touched the wooden statue, all hell broke loose. The training ground exploded in a maelstrom of blackness. Fierce winds raged on, pulling everything towards the black sphere. Piece by piece, Hashirama's wooden statue started disintegrating and was simply absorbed into the black hole. Any strike that the statue might do was simply redirected and pulled into the sphere's gravitation pull. Mito had her eyes widened at the magnitude of the jutsu. She gawked as the barrier in front of her seemed to stretch towards the black hole. Not even 1 second later, the barrier fell as the black tornado raged on in the battlegrounds. Trees were uprooted and huge chunks of earth were simply turned to dust to the gravity pull of the jutsu. Even the clouds swirled towards the epicenter of the jutsu. Every single spectator was hanging for dear life. They bolted away the moment they saw Naruto started their jutsu and, even thought they were almost a mile away, they could still feel the pull. The jutsu started expanding and quickly growing in size, eating away the terrain. Suddenly, just like it had begun, the black vortex imploded and disappeared completely. Every spectator breathed down in relief as they regained their bearings and started approaching the battlefield. Someone had to tell those two to stop the battle or they might accidentally level Konoha. If not for the barrier, a good chunk of Konoha might already be gone. You unbelievable, now stuttered in shock at the devastation lying in front of her. The wooden statue was nowhere to be seen and the once green battleground was now nothing more than a crater, 100 meters deep. They spotted Naruto at the edge of the crater and made their way towards him. And I thought I was strong, these two are on a whole different level, now thought to herself in shock. Hashirama's skill with the wood element dwarfed even Fugaku's mastery. Mito started wearily, where is Hashirama? Mito asked, worried as she didn't see or felt her husband anywhere on the battlegrounds. Naruto used his Kamui and simply dropped Hashirama on the ground, unconscious. I had to warp him into my dimension, otherwise he wouldn't survive, Naruto said, and Mito thanked him, bending down to check up on Hashirama. He really must have been pissed to fight you to the point he passed out, Minato chuckled while Naruto just shook his head. It was better this way. Let him release his hate on me, Naruto said as he watched Tsunade arrived at the training field with an expression that promised pain. What? Tsunade had eyes bulging out at the state of the training ground, if it could be called that at this point. What the hell were you thinking taking things to this level? Tsunade roared while everyone cringed at the sound spike. It had to be done, Naruto simply replied and gulped as Tsunade approached him. You could have destroyed Konoha with your Spar, Tsunade said, putting an emphasis of the word Spar. We know what we were doing, Ba-chan. You worry too much, Naruto said, waving Tsunade's concern off. I will even sweeten the deal, Naruto said, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow in surprise. On Myoten, yin-yang release, Naruto said as his eyes turned silver and started glowing. Jiken no Suna, sands of time, Naruto said, flexing his right arm towards the destroyed training ground. Everyone's jaw dropped as the training ground seemed to be reverting back to its initial state. The crater started feeling itself with rock, trees were born out of nowhere and were rooted to the ground. As the crater closed, a vast sea of grass filled the grounds. The training grounds were back as if nothing had happened to begin with. Amazing. now breathed out as she watched everything revert back. Such mastery of yin and yang release, Itachi thought to himself, analyzing Naruto to the detail. He had just used the rawest form of chakra manipulation, and yet, he seemed normal, like said jutsu was just another one. To him, perhaps it is, Itachi mused in thought. There you go. All back to normal, Naruto said, and Tsunade only nodded dumbly as she heard the birds chirping in the trees. Maybe I had too much sake already, Tsunade thought to herself as she turned around and simply walked towards her office. That must be it, Tsunade thought, confirming her beliefs. What about him? Tobirama asked, pointing towards his passed-out brother, lying on the floor. He's just unconscious. I will take him home and let him cool off, Mito said, holstering her husband and disappearing in a shunshin. Later that day every Konoha civilian was running like wild chickens when they saw that huge black tornado rise on the horizon, but still close to the village. They thought another Biju was about to attack their home once again. Everyone breathed in relief when the black thing disappeared and everything returned to normal. Say, can we talk? Now asked as she approached Hanata. Everyone was gathered around in the Senju compound. Hanata rose an eyebrow in interest when she saw Uchiha now approaching. Things had been a little rocky between the two ever since now started living there as well. Sure. Hanata replied, not really sure what else to say. Hanata watched as now nervously approached and sat beside her. Now fidgeted with her fingers, not sure where to begin. Both of them just sat down in awkward silence. Sorry, now said just above a whisper. Now didn't know why she couldn't apologize to Hanata. It's not like she did anything wrong, well, except for trying to kill her. Come again? Hanata asked as she didn't understand what now had said. Sorry for trying to kill you, now said, looking down and avoiding Hanata's eyes. Hanata just smiled and turned towards now. Okay, Hanata replied and now did a double back. What? Now asked, surprised by her reaction. Just like that. You said you were sorry and you already helped us, so no harm done. Besides, everyone deserves a second chance, Hanata replied, smiling. Now was suddenly so overjoyed that she jumped forward and hugged Hanata with all her might. This is awkward, Hanata thought to herself when she heard sniffling sounds coming from now. Are you all right? Hanata asked with concern in her voice. She never expected now of all people to cry on her shoulder, now always seemed like nothing ever affected her. Why yes, thank you, now said, breaking the hug and cleaning her red and puffy eyes. It's just, my life was a nightmare ever since I was born. My parents died when I was still young. I was only 4 years old and I can barely remember their faces. My sister did the best she could to take care of me, but it wasn't the same, now began, looking at the ground while Hanata just listened. I didn't want to let them down and I just trained and trained to be the best, to make them proud. I never had any friends at the academy since I was so engrossed on being a shinobi. The only kid that would even come close to me was Itachi-kun. I was overjoyed when we both graduated from the academy at the same time and got into the same team together, now said, smiling fondly at her memories. We both belong to the Uchiha clan, but I only met him at the academy. He was the son of the clan head and I was just another random Uchiha. I walked through the compound's walls and I felt like I was invisible to everyone else. No one seemed to care about me. Yet, Itachi treated me like a normal person. Those 3 years were the best I ever had. I finally had a friend in Itachi. He always kept to himself, but I managed to get a few smiles from him from time to time, now said, and Hanata chuckled softly. We grew like friends and rivals at the same time. We both wanted to grow strong and we pushed each other, sparring almost daily. Eventually we took the Chunin exams together and we both aced it. The bastard managed to win against me in the last round, thought I left him with a few good bruises, now said, pouting softly. Then everything went downside again. Itachi was recruited into Anbu 6 months later and I was left all alone again. My sister was often on long-term missions and I did what I did best. I drowned myself in training once again. The years went by and eventually I was promoted to Junan. Sometimes I caught glimpses of Itachi at the compound, but for some reason he always disappeared, like he wanted to push me away. I only understood why he did it when Fugaku told us the plan of escape Konoha. Itachi had been keeping his distance from me so he could more easily do his mission. Every member of the clan was replaced by a clone, and I watched as Itachi slaughtered everyone. He was branded as a traitor and left Konoha to live as a missing shinobi. I could clearly see the pain he was in when he finished his deed. I wanted to find him and tell him that he didn't kill anyone, but Fugaku never let me. Just 2 years after we left Konoha, my sister died and I was left completely alone. Even worse is that we were in the middle of the civil war in Kiri. A war that Fugaku himself had started to weaken the Mist Village. I was alone for years. Going on missions after missions, coming home exhausted only to fall asleep immediately. The next day, another mission would be ready for me to take. I kept doing missions and I grew stronger as my eyes developed, awakening new powers. Until I was given that mission in Kiri where I met you, now said sighing. It was just another mission for me. One of so many I had already did before. But I lost. Now chuckled. That was my wake-up call. You opened my eyes and I began training once again in the hopes we would meet again and I could repay the favor. After the whole Kiri fiasco, the Uchiha clan was forced out of Kiri with the rebels taking control over the village. We were relocated and a few weeks later I was given another mission. To blow up Konoha's academy and kill everyone inside, now said, and Hanata gasped. I did come to Konoha to do the mission, now said, and Hanata was shocked that now would even consider such thing. We even crossed paths in the middle of the street, now chuckled slowly, and Hanata remembered that event when she had felt some familiar chakra. I infiltrated the academy and was walking through the halls when I heard someone named Iruka giving a lecture on the High no Ishi, Will of Fire, now said, and Hanata chuckled inwardly. Of course it had to be Iruka lecturing the Will of Fire. He said that everyone in Konoha was like a big family. Everyone took care and protected each other. I wanted to believe in that so much since I never had nothing like that after my parents died. I chose not to complete the mission and returned to give Fugaku the news. It was then that I learned that it was him that killed my sister, now said, gritting her teeth. I thought my sister died when we swapped eyes and I blamed myself for it. I wanted power so much that I forced my sister to trade eyes and she paid the price. But it was Fugaku all along. He killed her because she wouldn't follow his orders anymore. I got so mad. Fugaku had taken the last person I had in my life. I fought him to avenge my sister, but I was defeated and left to die. But Itachi of all people found me and brought me here, to my new home, now said, smiling. I just don't want to be alone anymore, now said, and Hanata quickly hugged her again. We are not alone anymore now, Chan, Hanata said as Nao's eyes began watering again. You have a new family now and you have Itachi back again, Hanata said, and both split apart. Thank you, Nao said, smiling. Nao gave her a real smile, like she hadn't smiled like that in years. Say, Hanata began and Nao focused on her. Have you confessed to Itachi yet? Hanata asked and Nao blushed, looking away. Hanata just giggled at her newest friend, easing the ambient. No. Nao stuttered out her answer. Why not? Hanata asked, confused. What if he doesn't like me? Nao asked slowly. She couldn't handle rejection right now. He was willing to beg to Naruto to save you, Hanata replied, smiling, and Nao was surprised. Itachi might have not inherited his clan's arrogance, but he had pride on his own way. And for him to be willing to beg so that she be saved. You think he likes me? Nao asked, slightly blushing. She felt like she was a schoolgirl again. Like she had felt when she told her older sister she liked Itachi, a few years ago. I know he does, Hanata said, and Nao nodded. What should I do? Nao asked, panicking and bringing her hands to her warm cheeks. She never had any female friends to talk about things like this. And talking to her older sister wasn't exactly the same thing. This is what you will do, Hanata said, and she whispered into Nao's ears. With Naruto and Itachi #. Naruto and Itachi were eating peacefully together at the kitchen when Itachi suddenly shivered. You alright? Naruto asked when he noticed Itachi suddenly shift uncomfortably in his chair. I feel like something bad is about to happen, Itachi said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Suddenly the kitchen's door opened and both Hanata and Nao walked in, giggling like crazy. That can't be a good thing, both Naruto and Itachi thought to themselves, gulping as they watched the two girls approach. Up boys, Hanata said, and both Naruto and Itachi rose from the table. Hanata's voice didn't left much margin for disagreement. Now Chan, Hanata said, getting her attention. Activate your Sharingan and do as I, Hanata said, and walked forward until she was face to face with Naruto, who was wondering where this was going. Now nodded as her eyes changed into blood red as she focused solely on Hanata. Hanata looked Naruto dead in the eyes as she cutely bit her bottom lip in anticipation. Hanata reached for Naruto with her hand, brushing his golden hair out of the way, her hand softly caressing his right cheek, getting a small purr due to his sensitive whiskers. Hanata smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck and felt Naruto's own arms wrapping themselves around her waist, pulling her closer. Hanata could feel his hot breath, they were but an inch apart. Of course, ramen, Hanata thought to herself, smelling his breath. She leaned in, closer and closer until their lips grazed together. Hanata looked Naruto in the eyes as she closed her own, she leaned in firmly yet seductively and their lips met. Hanata could feel Naruto's quick inhale, pulling air from her lungs. Naruto pulled her closer, holding her tightly, feeling the race of her heart, the softness of her lips and her intoxicating smell. Hanata had completely forgotten about now as both of them were in their own world. Their lips started pulling apart but both remained in each other's arms. Their breathing came out in short and in quick gasps as the world around them began to slowly come back into focus. Wow! Naruto breathed out while Hanata just hummed in his chest, until she remembered the purpose of all of this. Cough. Hanata cleared her throat, trying to clear the ambient after such public display of affection. Thumb thumb. Both Uchihas fell to the floor with a small trail of blood on their noses. Those two are made for each other, Naruto replied, chuckling. Yes, they are. Kukukuku. Can you picture the awkward position they will wake up? Hanata chuckled evilly as she eyed both unconscious Uchihas on the ground, with now lying on top of Itachi. Naruto looked down at his waist, then he looked at Hanata, who raised an eyebrow, and finally he looked back to his steaming bowl of ramen. Having decided on his choice, he took Hanata's hand and dragged her away. Where are we going? Hanata asked, confused as she was being led by Naruto somewhere. We are going to have sex, Naruto simply said. Okay. Hanata replied, confused, while Naruto nodded his head. You can't kiss me like that and not take responsibility. Next day. Hokage's office. Thank you all for coming, Tsunade said as she looked at the 5 shinobi in front of her. Senju Naruto, Senju Hanata, Tenten, Nara Shikamaru, and finally Rock Lee. All 5 Chunins were standing in perfect stance in front of their leader. Yesterday I received a letter from Kumo with a very interesting proposal, Tsunade cryptically said, raising a few eyebrows and a particular brushy one. Kumo sent us a letter inviting us for the Junan exams as they decided to host them, Tsunade said, and Naruto was surprised. I've never heard of Junan exams. Are they like the Chunin exams? Naruto asked, curious, and Tsunade smirked. The Junan exams is a very special event, even more than the Chunin exams. The Junan exams are only hosted once in every 5 years and only when there have been long times of peace, Tsunade informed, and Naruto nodded his head. It's been almost 20 years since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, and Kumo decided to host this event and sent us a letter inviting us. While these exams might seem like any others, I assure they are not. Only the strongest of the Chunins are sent into these exams. The contestants are the strongest and most influential of each village, and most likely, they will occupy positions of power later on, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded, convinced to do their best in the exams. Suits you well, Naruto. Tenten began, drawing Naruto's attention to her. You were always the one shouting about becoming Hokage. Maybe, Naruto replied, and everyone did a double take. Maybe, Hanata asked in disbelief. You gave up on being Hokage? Hanata asked, shocked. She never even suspected such thing. Not gave up per se. I just realized the truth, Naruto began, and everyone listened. At first I wanted to be Hokage so that everyone would acknowledge me, but I already have that. Then I wanted to be Hokage to protect the whole village, and I realized the truth when I went to the mist. I don't need to be Hokage to protect everyone I care for. Being Hokage is just a bonus, really. I have everything I need right now. I'm respected and acknowledged. I have friends, family, and my beautiful wife, Naruto said, and everyone just stared at him. What happened to the blonde loud mouth that always shouted about being Hokage back at the academy? What do you know? The brat is growing up, Tsunade smiled to herself. Hanata smiled since she felt the exact same way. After being expelled from her clan, she gained her mother back, a new family, and now she had her husband. My husband, Hanata thought to herself, giggling in her mind and bringing her hands to her cheeks in her mind. Anyway, I chose 2 3-man teams. First team will be Tenten, Rock Lee and Nara Shikamaru, and the last team with Senju Naruto, Senju Hanata, and a third member who will be arriving shortly, Tsunade explained. Yash, I shall show Kumo the flames of youth, Lee suddenly shouted with fire burning in his eyes. Naruto Kun, I challenge you, Lee roared, pumping his fists and making Naruto take a step back. How about? No, Naruto said. Damn you Naruto-kun and your hip ways, Lee said, crying anime tears. Everyone just chuckled at their antics. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered beneath his breath. So our third member is Shino-kun? Hanata asked, but Tsunade shook her head in denial. I offered him the chance to participate and bring back Team 8, but he's busy with his clan, Tsunade said, and Hanata nodded. It was a shame, it had been a while since she has seen Shino. Only us? Naruto rhetorically asked. I thought more of our age group would want to participate, Naruto said in retrospect. Neji is already a Junan, so he was already out. Tamari, Konkuro and Ino became full-time apprentices under Anko and Ibiki in the interrogation and torture department. Gaara said something about working with Fu and their bijus. Choji, Kiba and Shino were busy with their clans. You were all that remained, Tsunade explained, putting down the sheets. Don't worry, Ba-chan. We will kick some ass, Naruto said, giving her a thumbs up and making her shake her head. Shikamaru, Tenten, Lee, you are dismissed. Naru-chan and Hanata-chan, you stay and wait for the third member, Tsunade said, making Naruto glare at her. He could hear Tenten giggling all the way out at Naruto's nickname. When Naruto was alone in the office with Tsunade and Hanata, he turned to his grandmother. You have any more intel on the Akatsuki movements? Naruto asked. He felt the Anbu's chakra signature and they were ones he trusted. Jiraiya has his spy network after their members, but they are hard to track down. They are all S-rank shinobi, you know. Tsunade asked, and Naruto nodded, sighing. They already have 5 of the 9 bijus. Only the Hachibi from Kumo, me, Gaara and Fu remain, Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? Tsunade asked, curious. I'm connected to the statue and I can feel their chakra inside it. I would summon the statue and release them, but I want to destroy their Rinnegan first, Naruto explained, and Tsunade nodded. They will have to wait, Tsunade said, until she remembered something. About your new teammate, Tsunade began getting the attention of both Naruto and Hanata. Keep an eye on him, Tsunade advised, and both of them were surprised by such expression. Why? Naruto wondered. He's from Root. He was appointed by Danzo to, and I quote, protect the Senju heir and Kyuubi Jinchuriki at all costs, Tsunade said. Interesting. Naruto hummed, scratching his chin. Danzo knows I can handle myself, Naruto said. I wonder what you are up to now, Naruto added, thinking about the one-eyed mummy. Knock knock. Enter, Tsunade said, raising from her chair as the door opened. Both Naruto and Hanata turned around to see what would be the third member of their team to the Junan exams. He had short, black hair, and black eyes which contrast with his very pale skin. He carried a small backpack with his brush, scrolls, and ninja ink in it. He wore a short black jacket with red straps. He also carried a tip-less tanto on his back. The rest of his outfit consisted of a high-collared midriff shirt, black pants, shinobi sandals, and gloves with his index and thumb fingers exposed, most likely to facilitate the use of his drawing-based techniques. Welcome, Sai, Tsunade said, greeting the newcomer and approaching him. This is my grandson Naru-chan and my apprentice Hanata-chan. Tsunade and Naruto's eyes twitched at his name once again. It seemed that he would live with him to the rest of his life. Sai walked in with a neutral face, without a care in the world. Hokage-sama, Senju-sama, Hanata-sama, Sai said, slightly bowing his head. Nothing of that, Sai-kun. Hanata waved off the formal greetings, getting a smile from the boy. Pleasure to meet you, Sai said, shaking Hanata's open hand. Ugly. Everything froze after that comment. Even the hand-shaking motion came to a halt as everyone blinked to try and come up with another possible and logic word that might have been mistaken for. In the end, No one thought of any plausible alternative and Hanata immediately retracted his hand. On second thought, Hanata-sama seems good, Hanata replied with her eyes twitching while Naruto on the other hand was trying to suppress a laugh, much to her irritation. You're lucky she isn't violent otherwise you would already be buried, Naruto thought to himself chuckling. And of course the Senju heir. A pleasure, Sai said shaking Naruto's hand as well. Dickless. Now Hanata wasn't violent but Naruto did have short fuse. Naruto's eyes twitched as his Sharingan almost came to life. Sai, Tsunade called, making him turn and give her the same smile. Do you want to die? Tsunade rhetorically asked. Because that is how you die, Tsunade said, nodding her head while Hanata held Naruto back from frying Sai. Now that the introductions are over, Tsunade said chuckling weakly with Naruto and Hanata giving Sai side looks. The exams are in 2 weeks. I will have blue and green as your Junan senseis to the exams, Tsunade said and threw Naruto a knowing look. With the Akatsuki out there, a wondering Jinchuriki was like a free piece of meat. Although Naruto could take care of himself. Rendezvous tomorrow at dawn, Tsunade said and everyone left. Tsunade sat down at her desk and went to pick up her cup of sake when the cup suddenly cracked. I have a bad feeling about all this, Tsunade thought to herself gulping down the sake and burying down her superstitions. Next day. Konoha's gates Are you all ready? Blue Tobirama asked towards the 6 shinobi in front of him. Hanata, Naruto and Sai formed one team while Shikamaru, Lee and Tenten were the other one. Accompanying the 2 teams was the blue dragon Tobirama and the green dragon Hashirama. And you are? Tenten asked the masked man. I will be acting as your Junan sensei during the exams while blue takes Naruto's team, green replied. What is up with the mask? Tenten asked suspicious. The mask serves its purpose. Our identity is an S-class secret only known to the Hokage and our group, Blue explained and Tenten hummed in thought. I heard about the dragons of Konoha. They are supposed to be this elite group that takes only the most dangerous and difficult missions for our village. They report only to the Hokage, Tenten said. Troublesome, just ask Naruto. He's the leader of the group and one of the highest ranking officers in the village, even higher than the Anbu commander. Shikamaru explained, making Tenten eyes pop in surprise. Her neck snapped towards Naruto so fast that it nearly broke. Is he serious? Tenten asked, pointing towards Naruto with her arms shaking. He is, Naruto simply replied. Naruto flexed his arms around his silver armor. On his back was his trusted fan and on his Kamui dimension, his staff. On his wrists, several storage seals with kunais, shuriken, the works. In fact, both Naruto and Hanata were in their standard dragon uniform. You may say that they grew attached to it as it provides so much more armor than regular chain mail. So, who is Blue? Tenten asked. Sorry Tenten, S-class secret, Naruto replied and Tenten pouted. Whistle. Blue placed 2 fingers on his mouth and took a deep breath. Blue unleashed an loud whistle that rang across the gates of Konoha and high into the skies. Roar. 4 dragons suddenly dropped from the cloud banks and plummeted towards the ground in neck-breaking speeds. As they arrived near the ground, they flapped their wings creating a cloud of dust and blocking everyone's view. They landed on their respective owners' shoulders. You called? Blue Dragon asked. Tenten's jaw dropped at the creature standing on his shoulder. Blue's scales and eyes were the color of sapphires, an intense blue that refracted the light. His talons and spikes on his neck, back, and tail were a dull blue. Like all dragons, he had white, sharp, knife-like, meat-shearing teeth. His body stature could be inferred as very aerodynamic and built for flying. Check profile for picture of all dragons. Keep your eyes open in the sky for possible ambushes, Blue Tobirama said as the dragons left their owners and returned to where they belonged, the skies. Is that a dragon? Tenten asked in disbelief. She had only heard of dragons on books and fairy tales. But to see one here, alive and talking. Perks of the group, Blue Tobirama said smirking behind his mask while Tenten just pouted. The little thing, although had a feral look, looked adorable to her. Let's get on with this, shall we? Green Hashirama grumbled as everyone nodded and left the gates walking towards Kumo, where the Junan exams would take place. Danzo-sama will want to know about this, Sai thought to himself watching the dragons disappear in the sky. Middle of the road Still grumpy about it. Naruto asked towards Green, who remained silent, making Naruto sigh towards him. He didn't know what else to do. Sure, Hashirama was angry at Naruto's decision to wipe out the Uchiha clan, but he should have understood. I don't understand why you had to wipe out the whole clan, Green said, looking at the sky. I wasn't even a battle to begin with, it was a slaughter. Maybe you are too blind to see it, Blue Tobirama said, making Green, Hashirama, turn towards his younger brother. You grew up with Madara as a brother of sorts. Maybe you are too close to his clan to make the right calls, and we both know that has cost us back in the days, Blue said while Green sighed. Madara, Shikamaru thought to himself, now paying attention to the conversation. Both Naruto and Hanata caught Tobirama's reference to Madara but let it slip as no one seemed to take note of it with the exception of Shikamaru, which opened a single eye. You are too soft, brother, Blue said, sighing. Why are you so against it? You want peace, don't you? Naruto asked in a serious voice. Naruto knew how much Hashirama had struggled to find peace, and yet he wasn't able to make sacrifices. But not at the cost of lives, Green replied. And that is why you never reached it, Naruto simply answered. That's cold, Green said, but Naruto disagreed. Realistic, Naruto countered. There is only one answer to peace, and some can't be in the new world, Naruto explained while Green sighed. He's right, you know, Shikamaru rhetorically asked, and everyone turned towards him, surprised to see him talk of all people. Troublesome, one bad seed can wreck a whole crop, Shikamaru yawned as he began cloud watching again. I'll refrain from judging until later on, Green said. So we are good? Naruto asked, and Green nodded, making Naruto grin. I still want a dragon, Tenten pouted, making Naruto chuckle. Kumogakure Kumogakure, the hidden village of the Lightning Country, founded by the very first Raikage. The village is located in a range of tall mountains, and is literally hidden in the clouds. The Raikage works in a large blue structure built into the tallest mountain. The mountains provide a natural defense against any incursion, as their shinobi have higher ground. This place hasn't changed one bit, Green said as he looked around the village. The village's structure was exactly how he remembered it. You speak as someone who hasn't come here in many years, yet you don't seem that old, Shikamaru lazily pointed out. Stop over-analyzing every word I say, it's freaking me out, Green said, annoyed by the Nara's behavior. What he didn't know was that both Blue and Green had sparked Shikamaru's curiosity, and that was never a good thing on a Nara. Hi, Shikamaru waved him off as he yawned loudly. Damn kids, Green thought to himself, crossing his arms in surrender. Yosh, Lee yelled with fire in his eyes. Let's show them the flam. Smack. Lee dropped to the ground as Blue had hit his neck, effectively knocking him out. What did you do to Lee? Tenten yelled as she rushed her fallen teammate. He was loud and annoying, and the exams only start in 2 days, Blue said, and walked off into his room at the hotel. Everyone had their own separate room, with Naruto and Hanata sharing their own. 2 days later First exams of the Junan exams begin. Chapter 54, First Stage. Steps were heard echoing along a dark corridor. The walls were made completely out of dark stone, and it was almost pitch black if not for a couple of torches that provided some much-needed light. The person walked calmly through the halls, completely undisturbed by some background noises that could be heard. The person stepped forward into some light, allowing some features to be displayed. The man appeared as a frail, old man, who was walking with a cane in his left hand. He had black, shaggy hair, and his right eye was bandaged. He has had an X-shaped scar on his chin ever since his youth. He wore a white shirt, with a black or dark gray robe over the top of it, covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The robe conceals his right arm, which was bandaged, and covered with 3 big golden braces. The man kept walking forward until he reached what resembled a reception desk. It seemed somewhat strange to find a reception desk in what clearly resembled catacombs, but he didn't seem surprised. Danzo-sama, what can I do for you? The man behind the desk asked, bowing to the elder. I wish to speak with one of the inmates, Danzo simply said in a monotone voice. Of course. Which one? The receptionist asked, and Danzo approached him, whispering the inmate's name. I'm afraid that he's under special circumstances. Hokage-sama has forbidden any visitor, the receptionist explained weakly. I trust that won't be a problem, right? Danzo asked, his voice betraying none of his displeasure. Although his voice was calm, it was far enough to scare the poor receptionist to death. Of course not. Right this way, the receptionist said, gulping and leading Danzo towards the right cell. Here we are, the man said, and Danzo stepped forward, peering into the cell. Leave us, Danzo ordered, and the receptionist quickly obeyed, proceeding to bolt from there. Danzo shifted his attention back to the man inside the cell. The man was clad in simple gray jumpsuit. The particular thing about this man was that he was missing his right arm. What pitiful state you're in, Hiyashi, Danzo said, and the man inside the cell opened his eyes to reveal the Byakugan. Come to gloat, Danzo? Hiyashi asked weakly. He was a broken man, everything he ever fought for had been stolen from his hands. Hardly, Danzo replied before taking a good look at him. Hiyashi was huddled in the corner, concealed by the shadows. I've come with an offer, Danzo explained. Really? Hiyashi asked suspiciously. And what could you possibly offer me? Hiyashi asked, somewhat amused by the man's attempts. You should be more grateful. Tsunade wanted to ship you away to the blood prison, Danzo said, and shiver ran down Hiyashi's spine. As to my offer, how about your clan back and justice against those who put you in here? Danzo offered, but was met with laugh. Hiyashi was laughing loud like some crazy man. You are delusional, Danzo. How exactly do you wish to accomplish such feat? Hiyashi asked, amused. You still have faithful followers from the main house that occupy several positions of power in the village. All I ask is your and their cooperation, and, in return, I will give you your freedom and clan back, Danzo offered, and Hiyashi was about to laugh again when he saw the serious face of Danzo. You are serious? Hiyashi stated, surprised. I don't joke, Danzo replied, and Hiyashi started thinking. What are you planning? Hiyashi asked seriously. All the laughter and the amusement gone. I shall tell you if you agree to my terms, Danzo replied. I accept, Hiyashi said, and Danzo nodded and simply turned around, flicking something over his shoulder towards Hiyashi. What's this? Hiyashi asked as he snatched the small ball. It seemed like a food pill. Your freedom, Danzo said, and walked out, leaving Hiyashi to his choices. Hiyashi lost sight of Danzo and returned his gaze back to the pill in his hand. Making his choice, he globbed it with a shred of hesitation and waited for the effects. Hiyashi's chest started warming up, and suddenly he clutched to his chest as pain shot through his body. Arghhhhhhhh, Hiyashi screamed as he felt his chest tithing up, making it almost impossible to breathe. Several guards rushed towards Hiyashi's cell, but they were too late and simply found him lying on the ground, completely unmoving. One of the guards opened the cell and crouched beside him. He's dead, the guard replied, checking his pulse. He took notice as to how his single hand was clutching to his chest. Most likely a heart attack. Inform the Hokage and take him away, the guard replied. Danzo smiled from the reception desk as he looked towards the receptionist, and his Sharingan glowed, erasing every evidence he ever stepped forth in the prison. Senju compound Everything was rather quiet inside the Senju compound. It was to be expected since the loudest of the inhabitants, this being Naruto and Hashirama, had gone to Kumo. Naruto was going to participate in the upcoming Junan exams, while Hashirama and his brother Tobirama would pose as their senseis. The living room in the Senju compound was simple, outfitted with a couple of individual couches and two larger ones. A few plants in the corners and a couple of paintings in the walls made the room livelier. 3 bookcases were also nearby the wall, providing a couple of books for passing time to anyone that so wished. Some books were about the Senju clan, their history and deeds through the history, while others branched out from geography to general fiction. Jiraiya had been denied, rather painfully he might add if you ask him, his humble request to display his magnificent work on said bookshelf. Everyone in the compound was already of age, so having porn in the bookcase should be allowed. This were his thoughts when he approached his princess, who rewarded him with a well-placed, chakra-enhanced, punch. At least Tsunade had allowed him to place his first novel, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, so it wasn't all bad. Tsunade walked into the compound and simply made her way straight towards the living room. Her only thoughts were of plopping down on one of those soft couches and maybe take a nap, or something. It had been a frustrating day to say the least, and this time it wasn't paperwork that plagued her dreams. No, This time was the damn council meetings. At least she had the decency to not send a shadow clone in her stead. First, it was a request for further funding petitioned by the head nurse with both Shizune and Hanata's signatures on it. Hanata was smart enough to only sign it when she was away from the village. Shizune, however, wasn't so lucky and was on the receiving edge of a tired and pissed Senju. Next problem were those damned civilians always complaining about their rights. Tsunade shook her head, pushing away stressing thoughts as she entered the living room and was greeted with an interesting sight. She looked over to the couch where now was calmly sitting with Itachi's head on her lap. She was running her hands through his hair while Itachi had eyes his closed, enjoying the moment. My, Tsunade said with clear amusement, making both of them jump at the sound of her voice. They were so entranced with each other that they didn't sense her entering the room. Who would have thought that now would be the one to tame the great Itachi Uchiha, Tsunade said chuckling. You are one to talk, now snorted. Senju Tsunade, the legendary slug princess of Konoha, tamed by a pervert, now replied in amusement making the Senju choke. You have something to say. Tsunade roared making now jump from her couch and stare at Tsunade. Yes I do, old hag, now replied smirking, sparks flying across their eyes. I was having such a good dream, Itachi thought to himself as she sat upright and watched Now and Tsunade bicker until he decided that it was enough. Now enough. Itachi's voice echoed through the room with enough authority to make both women flinch. Oh. Now cooed with stars in her eyes as she rushed Itachi. I love it when you take charge, Now said, hugging Itachi while Tsunade gasped like a fish out of water. I don't even want to know, Tsunade thought as she looked over to both Uchihas and then to another couch. You don't intend to cuddle or do any display of affection, right? Tsunade wondered. It was common sense to keep public displays of affection somewhat restrained, but Uchihas were strange people. You are safe, Hokage-sama, Itachi said while Now pouted but remained by his side. You don't have to call me that in here, Itachi. Besides, officially you are still a missing shinobi, Tsunade explained, sighing in comfort as she plopped down in one of the soft couches. Respect is due where respect is due, Itachi simply replied in his traditional monotone voice. By the way, Tsunade started, what do you both intend to do now? Tsunade asked curious. Honestly, I have no idea. I planned from the beginning to die at Sasuke's hands. I didn't count on living much longer than that because of my illness, Itachi said and felt Now grip his arm tighter. She didn't even want to consider losing Itachi. I have a proposition for both of you, Tsunade said smiling. Proposition? Now asked confused. Yes, what is your favorite color? Tsunade asked smirking while both Uchihas just stared at her like she was crazy. Kumo #. Saying that Naruto was excited was an understatement, the man was downright thrilled. He had enough adrenaline pumping through his veins to kill a normal person. The reason for all this excitement? Dozens of competitors stood in his front. Naruto had counted at least 20 different forehead protectors, some from villages he had never even heard of. It was interesting to say the least. While these exams were non-traditional as they were only hosted every 5 years, the amount of competition was similar to that of Chunin exams. Junan did get access to higher paying missions, so maybe that was the reason, maybe it was the honor and fame of being Junan, the elite of the village. On the other hand, Junan missions were far more difficult and risky. Hanata was amused at Naruto's expression. Any more and he would be practically bouncing like some 5-year-old kid on a sugar rush. She was surprised when she saw the amount of competition. Tsunade did say this was a big event, even bigger than the Chunin exams, but Hanata had underestimated it. Her Byakugan flared as she did a quick checkup of the competition. Only after a quick glance she could accurately guess just whose would most likely pass the earlier stages of the exams. Judging by chakra levels alone, everyone seemed normal with a few having bigger reserves, bearing high Junin level. Although she and Naruto easily dwarfed anyone in there. She had big reserves, but Naruto's amount was insane. He was almost blinding to look at with her Byakugan focused on him. I don't see what the excitement is all about, Kurama said from within his mind. I sense no one of worth in here. It's not just about fighting powerful opponents, Kurama, Naruto explained. Think about the jutsus we will see, the different taijutsu styles and weapons, and maybe some bloodlines, Naruto replied giddy while Kurama just sweat dropped. It's starting, Hanata whispered, and Naruto quieted down almost immediately. His attention was drawn to the man walking into the stage. He was a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slightly bulbous nose, shaggy, white hair which covers his left eye. He wore a high-collared, sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrists, and the one strap over one shoulder flak jacket of a Kumogakure shinobi. He supported a bored look that reminded Naruto of Kakashi. I've seen him somewhere, Naruto muttered to himself. He was the Raikage's bodyguard during our Chunin exams, Hanata said. I remember him now. I wonder how everyone else is doing around here, Naruto said out loud but was shushed by Hanata as Darui was about to speak. My name is Darui and I'm in charge of the Junan exams. I will be explaining how the exams will work, so pay attention as I will only say this once, Darui said, and everyone quieted down. Much like the Chunin exams, these exams will be divided into 3 sections. In the first stage we will be an evaluation of personal and team skills in different areas. The second stage will an objective-driven race with competitive action between the teams. The third and final stage will be a tournament much like the Chunin exams. Any questions? What are the promotion specifications? Some shinobi yelled from the crowd. Only participants that reach the third stage are eligible for promotion, Darui explained. Any more questions? Darui asked but was met with silence. Very well. Proceed to the barracks for testing and good luck to all of you, Darui ordered and watched as the crowd quickly dissipated into empty grounds. At the barracks Naruto's team arrived at the testing grounds where the first stage was taking place. He could feel chakra being unleashed in waves and sound of metal clashing. He figured it was some kind of physical tests. What a drag, this was the random thought of the person standing behind the counter at the barracks. She seemed to be scribbling something in some piece of paper and had an obvious bored look. They put me, a Junan, doing this, the red-haired thought to herself and sighed when she felt another team approach. State origin, team number and members, the red-haired female asked, not even bothering to raise her head to see the contestants. Konoha, team number 24, members, Senju Hanata, Senju Naruto and Sai, Hanata said, and the red-haired female instantly rose her head to see Hanata's long dark blue hair and her white eyes. Hanata, the red-haired female said, surprised to see her. Karui, Hanata asked in surprise. Haven't seen since the Chunin exams, Hanata said, and Karui nodded. And you brought Naruto as well, Karui said, greeting the blonde who waved. So, how's life around here? Hanata asked while Naruto sat on the ground knowing very well where this was going. Sai looked at him with a puzzled expression. You'll see, Naruto muttered and pointed towards Hanata and Karui who were already deep into their conversation. They were talking like they were old friends. Sorry about Yugito-chan though, Hanata said, and Karui gritted her teeth. Those zombie bastards will taste the tip of my blade, Karui snarled, and Naruto rose an eyebrow. If you are talking about Kakuzu and Hidan then it's too late, I've already reduced them to ash, Naruto said, and Karui was surprised to hear that they have both been killed. You killed them. Karui was skeptical but Naruto nodded nonetheless. She wanted to be the one to exact revenge and justice on them, but Naruto had gotten to them first. In the end it didn't matter, they got what they deserved. Serves them right for taking Yugito-chan, thank you, Karui thanked Naruto, knowing that Yugito had been avenged. Anyways, Karui said as she started writing the details in her notebook and took a small disc with a number on it. Here is your number. Wait for your turn and good luck. See you around, Hanata replied, and Naruto's team walked off and into the testing grounds. Testing grounds Naruto, Hanata and Sai entered through the stone's gates and arrived at some huge arena. There are huge stones walls surrounding the earth grounds. To Naruto's left there was what seemed to an obstacle course. Behind that was a small forest and Naruto coursed tons of booby traps spread all around the trees and ground. Welcome, the examiner said as the 3 contents stopped near him. The first stage of these exams consists of an advanced obstacle course, testing you in speed and strength. Additionally, you will be tested in taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu and any other categories you choose for additional points. The final part will be a team exercise which consists in infiltrating an outpost located in that forest, the examiner explained, pointing towards the small forest not too far away. Teams with highest points will proceed to the second stage. Sounds simple enough, Hanata said, and Naruto nodded. Which additional categories are available? Sai asked with his smiling face, which seemed to scare the crap out of the examiner. Anything really. I myself am well versed in taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu. Any other categories will be tested by my comrades, the examiner explained, and Sai nodded. Senju Naruto, the examiner called, and Naruto stepped forward. Your objective is to go through the obstacle course, collect a small flag at the end and return as fast as you can. Jutsus and/or chakra enhancement are strictly forbidden. A censor is monitoring these evaluations, and any infraction means instant failure of the exams, understood? The examiner warned, and Naruto nodded. When you're ready, the examiner said, and Naruto stepped into the line. He did a quick overlook of the obstacle course and seemed pretty straightforward. Naruto bent slightly forward, bending his knees and waiting for the examiner's signal. He shifted his attention to some blonde-haired shinobi on the right side with his eyes closed and making Ram's seal. Start, the examiner said. When the sound of timer's button hit Naruto's ears, he shot forward, leaving a dust trail behind. A split second after start, and Naruto had already arrived at the first obstacle, a simple wooden horizontal bar, raised 1.5 meters from the ground and followed by 3 more in quick succession. Naruto jumped forward, like a lion pouncing on his target. He placed both hands in the wooden bar for support. He coiled his arms and propelled forward using his arms. Having calculated the required amount of strength, he landed right past the 4 wooden bars, concluding the first obstacle in a single movement. Time: 1.5 seconds. Naruto didn't raise to his proper height before landing. He coiled himself again and blurred forward. His armor cringing, its metals plates flapping together with each step he took. Naruto raised his head slightly as he spotted his next obstacle, a solid, 10 feet high wooden wall that he assumed he had to climb. Naruto made a small push and jumped far enough for his right hand to latch itself at the top. The examiner's jaw dropped when Naruto lifted himself up with a single arm. Even the censor was surprised by the amount of strength displayed. Raising himself completely from the air, with a single arm and without proper grip, was nothing too easy to accomplish. Naruto grinned as he landed on the other side of the wall and proceeded. Time: 3 seconds. Naruto arrived at some vertical ladders, but these were made of rope instead of solid wood. Not thinking much about it, Naruto jumped as high as he could and latched himself into the ropes, proceeding to climb up without any difficulties. His coordination was perfect. Time: 6 seconds. As Naruto arrived at the top, he spotted long, circular wooden beams, almost as large as tree trunks, leading down into the ground level. Naruto carefully analyzed the round and slippery surface, and any slip-up would mean falling hard into the ground. Having this in his mind, he quickly ran down and arrived at the final obstacle. The final obstacle was nothing but a single rope that Naruto had to climb vertically. Naruto jumped into the rope and began to easily climb it up. He was certainly strong enough to lift his own body weight with a single hand. He arrived at the top and snatched the flag he needed before sliding down the rope and landing on the ground. Time: 7.8 seconds. With the flag in his position, the final piece of this obstacle course was a simple race to the point of origin, without needing to go through the obstacles again. Naruto bent and shot forward, leaving a cloud of dust. Every step he took, the ground would crack from the strength he put behind each step. Naruto didn't stop near the examiner and simply continued running at full speed, until he crossed the examiner. He came to halt, leaving the dust trail behind him as he finished the obstacle course. Cough cough. The examiner waved his hands wildly to clear the dust cloud. Final time: 9.5 seconds. Congratulations Naruto-san, you just moved to the second spot, the examiner said, pointing towards the electronic board, where Naruto's name ranked second in the obstacle course with 9.5 seconds, only surpassed by Rock Lee with 8 seconds. Can't say I'm surprised. The guy is insane with his workout, Naruto thought to himself. Looks like hard work does beat a genius, Naruto chuckled out loud. I don't see the genius, Hanata said with a straight face. Hanata-chan. Naruto whined while Hanata giggled at his antics. Sai simply observed the interaction between the couple. They certainly weren't your usual married couple. Sai, Naruto said, and Sai turned to Naruto, making a shiver run up his spine. Enough with that smile, It's freaking me out. It feels like you are going to kill me in my sleep, Naruto said, and Sai dropped in smile, getting a neutral face. Naruto sighed somewhat and walked to the examiner's side and allowed Sai and Hanata to take their turn. Hanata did her best but had the downside of most of her strength being by chakra enhancement. Still, she managed to easily secure 5th spot with Sai taking the 10th place. Having completed the first exam of the first stage, the examiner led them towards some testing dummies for the taijutsu test. Second part of this exam is to go through the dummies, while performing your taijutsu katas as fast as you can. State your taijutsu style for reference, the examiner said, and Hanata stepped forward this time. Gentle fist taijutsu style, Hanata said, and the examiner happily wrote it down, stepping aside as Hanata stepped forward. She looked around them, counting around 5 dummies who were about to receive a very cruel punishment. Is chakra allowed now? Hanata asked, and the examiner nodded. When you're ready, the examiner said, and clicked on his timer. Hanata disappeared from her position and began running through her katas. She didn't even seem to be touching with dummies. She did her katas with such grace that the proctor almost thought she was dancing. She appeared next to the examiner only a split second later, just in time to see all of the dummies crack at once. They burst into pieces and simply fell to the ground completely destroyed. Nothing bigger than half an arm had remained, as the dummies seemed to have been severed in all joints. Amazing, the examiner said while Hanata just smiled at her success. She looked over to the scoreboard and watched as her name appeared in first place. Sai went next, and this time, Naruto's eyes were solely focused on him. Both Naruto and Hanata had read Sai's file, but it didn't say much besides that he had standard skills and used ink-styled jutsus, whatever that was. The only thing Naruto ever used ink for was seals. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the style that Sai had employed. It was ruthless for lack of a better word. Each strike had a purpose behind. There were no feints or anything else. Every strike was either to cripple or kill the opponent. It was a bastardized version of the Anbu style, a far more deadly version. Naruto went next and, although his style wasn't as refined as Hinata's, he still got the job done, finishing in second. Next portion is Genjutsu, the examiner said, and Naruto nodded, his Sharingan blazing to life. Naruto displayed some of the Genjutsu he knew. It wasn't really his thing. Unlike Itachi, Naruto preferred to attack the enemy's body instead of his mind. The only Genjutsu he had actually even bothered to properly train was the Tsukuyomi so that he could awaken the Susanoo. But that didn't stop him from claiming the first spot as well. Just because he didn't like it, it didn't mean he wasn't good at it. Both Hanata and Sai went next, but they managed to score even lower than Naruto. He didn't blame them though. Genjutsu was such an unpopular area that the few that had decent control were already a threat. I mean, look at Itachi. He can defeat an enemy using only Genjutsu. He doesn't even need to move from his place. Last section of this evaluation before the team exercise is ninjutsu, the examiner said. Finally, the good part arrives, Naruto said, rubbing his hands together while the examiner was tempted to take a step back when he saw the crazy glint in his eyes. And it wasn't the Sharingan he had seen. Why yes, the examiner coughed into his hand to suppress his shiver. You need to display a few non-elemental jutsu along with at least 2 natures, the examiner said, and Naruto didn't even give the chance to Hanata or Sai to step forward, he was that excited. What's first? Naruto asked. You decide, the examiner replied, and was surprised when he saw a spinning ball of silver chakra in Naruto's hand. Rasengan, Naruto said, and the examiner nodded, writing something about excellent shape manipulation. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, placing his fingers in a T sign. A single clone popped into life. Naruto looked at the examiner and he nodded. Shadow clone explosion. The clone that Naruto created suddenly exploded, ripping a chunk of the ground. Very good. What are your chakra natures? The examiner asked. I have all 5 of them, Naruto said, and the examiner stopped writing to look at Naruto. The examiner blinked as Naruto simply nodded. Anyway, please perform some jutsus for a nature, the examiner said, and watched as Naruto performed a single horse hand seal. Kaden Goka Mekyaku, Great Fire Annihilation, a barrage of fire was expunged from Naruto's mouth. It scorched the ground, decimating what little had remained from the previous wooden dummies. Why yes, Excellent, the examiner replied weakly after witnessing the devastation. It seems fire nature is good. How about some lightning nature, and this time, keep it below S rank, the examiner said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders but complied anyway. Raiden. Raryuden, lightning dragon, Naruto hands sparkled with blue electricity as a dragon erupted from his palms. The dragon roared before blurring towards Naruto's target and exploded, leaving behind a crater and sparks flying everywhere. Very good, Naruto-san, the examiner said, and Naruto stepped away, looking at the scoreboard where his name had claimed the first spot, and with a very healthy lead above the competition. Hanata went next and claimed the second spot just a few points behind Naruto. Sai. The examiner called and Sai stepped forward. Both Naruto and Hanata focused their attention solely on the third members of their team. Sai was an enigma to say the least. He was always throwing around that creepy smile of his, he never engaged in conversation with them. Sai just sat there, watching them unrelentingly like some statue. Root shinobi were supposed to the ultimate soldiers. Trained from birth in the way of the shinobi, reduced to heaps of sweat with their training methods, hardened with blood and pain. They felt no fear, no regret, and no remorse. They were but tools to serve their master in his endeavors. They were prepared to lay down their lives for their master with hesitation whatsoever. Naruto was broken from his thoughts when he heard the proctor ask Sai to display his ninjutsu. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Sai sat on the ground and took a simple scroll, a brush and a bottle of what Naruto figured to be ink. Sai slowly dipped his brush in the black ink and, in the blink of an eye, he had painted a lion on the scroll. Choju Giga, Super Beast Scroll, Sai made a single hand seal and the drowned tiger on the scroll rose to life, jumping from it and landing on the ground. The tiger snarled at the proctor, who fell on his butt when he saw the painting come to life. He may be a shinobi, but not even he expected that. Good, the examiner said as he rose to his feet. He searched for the tiger and found him eating the wooden dummies who were mangled by the tiger's vicious jaws. Sumi Bunshin no Jutsu, ink clone, Sai said, and the tiger dispelled into a puddle of ink on the ground. The ink suddenly started moving, clustering together into a large pool. The ink pool started raising from the ground and taking the shape of Sai. Interesting, the proctor murmured to himself as he scribbled down on his board. So that's his ink jutsu, both Hanata and Naruto thought at Sai's performance. His style surely was very dynamic and versatile, but his creations seemed somewhat fragile. Before we proceed to the team exercise, do you wish to be tested in anything else for extra points? The examiner asked, and everyone shook their heads in denial. Well, actually I do have another category I would like to be evaluated, Naruto suddenly said, stopping the protector in his tracks. Which is Bojutsu, staff arts, Naruto said, and Hanata was surprised that he would bring that up of everything else. She wondered why he didn't want to be tested in Fuinjutsu, but maybe he had forgotten. The examiner hummed in thought as he thought of someone who could give Naruto what he wanted. Kumo shinobi were primarily skilled in kenjutsu, since a blade was sharper and more effective than a staff. A sword can cut while the staff doesn't. This statement would be true for a normal staff and certainly not the one that Naruto had in his possession. I will be right back, the proctor said, and simply left without any explanation, leaving Naruto's team to wonder what happened. A few minutes later, the proctor returned with another shinobi by his side. He was a young, dark-skinned shinobi with short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes accentuated with lines curving upwards from the corners. He wore a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, with red bandage hand guards, kumogakure shin guards, and a black forehead protector. He carried a long sword on his back and had a lollipop on his mouth. Naruto, the shinobi asked in surprise. Omoi, long time no see, Naruto said, greeting the fellow shinobi. You know each other? The examiner asked, and both shinobi nodded. We both participated in the Chunin exams 3 years ago, Omoi said while Naruto nodded. I see, the proctor replied. Omoi is here to test you in Bojutsu. Since we have no foremost expert in this area, you will be sparring against Omoi's kenjutsu, the examiner explained. If you aren't an expert, how can you evaluate my skills? Naruto asked, curious. I may not be an expert in weapons, but I know enough to understand when someone is skilled or not. Besides, Omoi is one of the swordsmen in Kumo. Judging from your battle with him, I can easily evaluate your skill level, the proctor explained, and Naruto nodded. The space around Naruto started swirling, and not much longer he had a staff on his right hand. Naruto twirled the staff in his hand, slamming it on the ground, creating a small shock wave from the strength behind it. Omoi raised an eyebrow when he felt the earth vibrate slowly as Naruto slammed his staff on the ground. This is purely a weapons demonstration, no crippling or killing strikes, understood? The examiner asked, and both participants nodded. Omoi took his sword and gripped it tightly with both hands. Naruto picked his staff, raising his right arm above his head and lowering his left. He hadn't used a staff since he had mastered the art, and that was nearly 8 years ago. Hajime, the proctor said, and both shinobi dashed forward, both weapons meetings with a loud clang. Small orange sparks were released as the sword's sharp edge grazed against Naruto's metal staff as both shinobi struggled. Being stronger, Naruto was able to push Omoi backwards. Naruto quickly withdrew his staff, spinning it behind his back and striking towards Omoi once again. Omoi parried Naruto's flurry of attacks as he could, but even him was starting to be overpowered. The amounts of attacks and the fluidity at which they came was unreal. Naruto wasn't as rusty as he thought himself to be. Omoi stumbled backwards but managed to regain his footing. He looked up just in time to see Naruto in the air. Omoi jumped to the side as Naruto slammed the tip of his staff on the ground, breaking the earth and embedding the staff on it. Using the staff as support, Naruto swirled around it and slammed his foot into Omoi's chest, sending him tumbling through the ground. Naruto dug the staff of the ground and waited for Omoi to stand. Both shinobi dashed forward and their weapons met once again. Kumo Ryu Mikazukigiri, cloud style. Crescent moon slice, Omoi said as he swung his blade in a single, large, crescent moon-shaped arc. Naruto tilted backwards and caught the trail of chakra left by the blade. Naruto jumped backwards and flexed his staff forward. The staff suddenly expanded, growing exponentially in size. Omoi never expected the range of Naruto's staff to suddenly increase this rapidly and was unable to dodge. Omoi was struck in his right shoulder, hard enough to send him spinning through the air and landing rather hard on the ground. Omoi rose from the ground, breathing hard and clutching to his shoulder in pain. From his face, Naruto could easily tell that he was unprepared for that attack and that his shoulder was most likely dislodged. That is enough, the examiner quickly yelled when he saw the devastating strike Omoi had received. Maybe I got carried away, Naruto chuckled weakly while Hanata just shook her head. Report to the hospital, the proctor said towards Omoi. I can fix him, Hanata said and approached Omoi. Let me see, Hanata said and her hands glowed green as she analyzed the extent of the damage. Your shoulder is dislocated. This might hurt, Hanata warned while Omoi just groaned. On 3, Hanata warned and Omoi nodded. 1, Hanata said and suddenly pushed his shoulder backwards. Omoi gave a yell of pain when he heard his bones snap to place. It was over just as it had begun. I thought you said on 3. Omoi gritted his teeth but sighed in relief as Hanata's hands glowed green once more and his pain diminished. Expecting pain only increases it, Hanata simply replied, smiling sweetly. Damn medics, Omoi groaned in thought. Sorry about that, Naruto said, but Omoi waved him off. Congratulations Naruto-san. You took second place, the proctor said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow as his attention was shifted to the first name on the scoreboard. First place. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't know the old man took the Junan exams, Naruto said with surprise in his voice. These exams really are ancient. Sandame-sama isn't that old Naruto-kun, Hanata chided while Naruto just chuckled. Anything else before the team exercise? The proctor asked, and this time was met with complete silence. He waited a few seconds but no one changed their minds. The last exercise of the first stage is the team exercise, the proctor said, and lead the team into the nearby forest. It was a small forest, but a very dense one. It was obviously prepared for this exam. Now, the proctor started gathering the attention. The purpose of this exercise is to retrieve a scroll which is located in a small wooden cabin deep within the woods. Along the way there will several traps. Deadly ones I might add, the proctor warned, and everyone nodded. Once you have the scroll you will make your way back here. As always, the quicker you do it, the more points you will get awarded. Understood. The proctor asked and everyone nodded. Do all team members have to participate? Naruto asked, curious. Of course. It's a team exercise after all, the proctor replied confused while Naruto smirked. When you are ready, the proctor said and watched as Naruto's team stood at the edge of the forest. This is what we will do, Naruto said and gathered both Hanata and Sai. You will both stand guard here while I go get the scroll, Naruto said and both members blinked at him. I'm sorry, Hanata asked, thinking she might have misheard him. You heard what the proctor said. All team members must participate, however he didn't specify which role, Naruto replied while Hanata just shook her head. She already knew what he was going to do. Fine, Hanata replied and Sai simply went with the flow. Go! The proctor yelled and the three members dashed forward. As they arrived near the first set of trees, both Hanata and Sai stopped running and took cover behind them. Naruto kept running, his Sharingan taking every detail of the surrounding environment. His ears heard whizzing sounds and he turned his head to the side. Dozens of kunais were flying towards him at high speeds. Naruto smiled and kept running forward. His eyes started glowing and his Kamui was activated. What the proctor asked in shock as he watched Naruto keep running and the kunais simply pass through him. Once the kunais were over, his Kamui was disabled and Naruto kept on running. It was a straightforward exercise whose point was obviously trap detection. Naruto lifted his head and saw the small wooden cabin just a few yards away. He smiled and kept on running until he heard a sizzling noise. He looked down and saw the path was riddled with explosive tags. Naruto chuckled and used his Kamui and kept going forward. Explosions rocked the grounds and large clouds of smoke rose into the sky. The proctor cringed when he saw Naruto being consumed by the explosions, but was again surprised when he saw him running out of smoke cloud, completely unharmed. Naruto's eyes caught a ceiling tag at the cabin's door. It was another trap with an explosive tag, but this one it needed to be disarmed, otherwise it would blow up the cabin, scroll included. Naruto smirked and simply right through the door using his Kamui. I'm done here, the proctor conceded and threw his board at the ground. He gave up on trying to understand Senju Naruto. Naruto saw the scroll on a small table and simply took it. He flashed towards Hanata and all three members rushed out of the forest. Time. 42 seconds, the proctor said shaking his head. He pointed towards the display and saw Naruto's team ranking first with the second nowhere near. The second best time was nearly 5 minutes. Are we done? Naruto asked and the proctor nodded. Yes. Meet here at 8 for the announcement of which teams will proceed to the second stage, the proctor said and watched the team leave. They had broken or achieved first place in every single category barring the obstacle course, but he didn't blame them. When he himself saw some green creature shouting something about flames of youth, he even considered retirement at 30 years old. Later that evening, everyone had gathered to find out the teams that would proceed. They met up with Lee, Tenten and Shikamaru, who seemed to also be waiting for the results. How did it go? Hanata asked. Although clearly not as good as you, Tenten replied pointing to the scoreboards. Lee managed to score enough points in the taijutsu and obstacle course to be able to proceed. You know Shika, he played his cards and ended up right in the middle of the competition, Tenten said and Hanata chuckled. At least we all get to go to the second stage, Naruto said and everyone nodded. Oh well. See you all tomorrow for the next exam. # Omegakure. Pain's Tower #. Are you sure this is wise? Konan asked towards the only person in the room. Her voice was neutral and perfectly calm, betraying none of her worrying thoughts. In the back of the room, concealed by the shadows, stood a person with a single visible eye. The person was a fair-skinned man with chin-length red hair, with his most noticeable trait being his single Rinnegan. He didn't look healthy as he seemed to be severely malnourished with his ribcage and bone structure openly visible. He had chakra receivers implanted into his back, one in each of his shoulder joints, smaller ones in his forearms and two metal-like screw under his collar bones, near his shoulder joint. The person sat on some machine that appeared to be some type of mechanical walker. It's a dangerous game you are playing, Nagato, Konan warned, but Nagato seemed determined on his course of action. It needs to be done, Nagato simply said. Konan was about to reply when a familiar swirling sound came into the room. From the vortex, Tobi, or Fugaku, walked into the small rays of light coming through the cracks in the room. What are you doing here? Konan asked, her voice back to its neutral tone and her eyes narrowing in slight apprehension. Although she seemed mostly calm on the outside, she was prepared should Tobi try anything foolish. Suit up, Tobi said, throwing Nagato something whitish in color. Nagato picked up what Tobi had thrown and his eyes widened when he realized what it was. This is, Nagato replied but was interrupted by Tobi. I need you at full strength for this. Chapter 55. Just my luck. Why do these things always happen to us? Naruto wondered out loud. He released a long sigh as he looked at the dark sky. It was full moon and its light shone across the vast forest. The leaves rustled with the night's cold air and Naruto sighed again. He looked towards Hanata, who also seemed to be deep in thought, looking at Sai as if to solve a puzzle. Naruto shifted his eyes towards the last member of his team, one root shinobi by the name of Sai. Sai was the reason of Naruto's troubles as he was currently on his knees on the ground. His pupils were dilated and his face neutral. He seemed to be staring into nothingness. What am I going to do with you? Naruto asked rhetorically, nursing his temples and shaking his head. Earlier that day Naruto-kun, Hanata said in a low voice, trying to hide her blushing face. Everyone is staring, she said, lowering her head and avoiding gazing upon the crowd. She hid her face between her long hair as she looked subtlety around. Naruto just chuckled and held her tightly by her thighs. Hanata was currently sitting on Naruto's shoulders as they made their way towards the second stage of the exams. The sight of two very strong and popular shinobi walking around a different village was enough to bring attention to them, but their current position only increased it. They are just jealous, Hanata-chan, Naruto replied, tilting his head up to look at Hanata's red face and chuckled. Hanata glared at him. Well, as much as she can glare in the end. It's not funny. Hanata pouted, seeing that her fierce glare got her nowhere. You know that I, unlike you, don't like being the center of attention, much less with foreign people, Hanata mumbled. I don't like being the center of attention, Naruto replied. Please, Hanata snorted playfully, you and me both know that you enjoy the spotlight. Maybe a little, Naruto said, and Hanata smiled but got thinking. Although, Hanata started in a suspicious voice, narrowing her eyes. You have been unusually affectionate today. Not that I'm complaining, but what brought this on? Hanata asked, curious. Nothing in particular, Naruto replied, shrugging his shoulders. Just a talk I had with Kurama earlier today. Flashback. Everything was quiet in the room. The sun was beginning to rise in the horizon and the darkness in the room started dissipating with the sun shining through the windows. Naruto stirred as the room became brighter and groggily opened his eyes. He shifted in the bed until his eyes landed on Hanata's sleeping form. Naruto smiled at her peaceful face and slowly turned so that he could observe her more comfortably. He brought his hand to her cheek and brushed her hair away. She's so pretty, Naruto thought to himself, gently running his fingers over her rosy cheek. Hanata seemed to feel his touch and leaned in for closer contact. Naruto smiled at her actions even though she was still asleep. Cherish every moment with her. Naruto heard and turned his attention to the end of the bed where Kurama was curled in a small ball, with all of his tails. I already do that, Naruto replied, and Kurama opened a single eye. But what makes you say that? Naruto asked, curious. Kurama had never given him much advice or even mingled much in his relationship with Hanata. Just a piece of advice, Kurama said, yawning and displaying his teeth. You have no idea what it's like facing eternity alone, Kurama said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at the bitterness in his voice. You have 8 siblings, Naruto said, confused by the topic. You know nothing, Naruto, Kurama snorted. I know everything about your story, Naruto began, and Kurama's eye twitched at his naivety. I know that Hagoromo created you and your siblings from the Jubi. Naruto would have kept talking if it wasn't from Kurama's roar. Shhhs, keep it down, Naruto whispered as he looked towards Hanata, who remained sleeping. How long ago do you think all of this happened? Kurama asked. A couple centuries. Naruto wondered, and Kurama chuckled at his answer. It has been almost 19,000 years since I was born, Kurama replied, and Naruto was surprised. There had been ninja for a while apparently. Sure, it was fun when we were all together growing up. The first few centuries I was actually happy when we were all together. But then you came, Kurama retorted angrily, raising in the bed with all of his tails. You shinobi and your endless lust for power, Kurama barked, and Naruto was surprised by the amount of hate coming from his voice. You drove us apart, forced us to split so that we weren't caught and enslaved like we are now. You forced each one of us to take their own path and to survive in loneliness for fear of our own survival. You have no idea what's like living for millenniums all alone. Walking this earth without nothing to look for, always on watch for your people. You never knew how many times I thought about death knowing very well that I would never get it. Kurama sighed and lied back down. I don't know why that snake seeks it so vehemently. Eternity is nothing but a curse in the end. You will eventually tire just like I did, but I for one will never die or perish. I will linger and live on even after your kind disappears from this earth, Kurama said, and Naruto never thought about things like this. Well, you got me, Naruto said, grinning while Kurama just shook his head. I'm old, Naruto. Very old, Kurama began. As I told you, I am around 19,000 years old. I watched times of peace and prosperity, and times of war. I watched as kingdoms fell and new ones rose to take their place. I watched as man ventured himself across the ocean, deep into the mountains and high into the sky. But above all, I watched as humans began nurturing their energies and began using them. It took time for my father's teachings to spread across the globe. I watched as humanity lived peacefully with the help of chakra, but then they realized its full potential. The potential for war. Mankind was created with a hole in their hearts. A hole that no possession, power, or knowledge could fill. And in their infinite greed, man dreamed of expanding his dominion over the entire earth. That is how the first chakra wars began that led into the clan wars, finally culminating into what we know today. You said I had you, Kurama chuckled bitterly. You will perish to time while I will live on. I'll endure the fall of man and the rise of the next species. I will linger on in darkness and in doubt as nightfall in winter that comes without a star. I will dwell, bound to loneliness under the fading trees until all the world is changed and its long years of life are utterly spent. Maybe then, I can rest in peace, Kurama finished, and Naruto was simply staring at him. You should focus on the present and, like you said, cherish every moment. Instead of sulking about the past and future, you should enjoy the present. No matter how short it may seem to you, Naruto replied, and Kurama snorted at his speech. And maybe I'll find a way to keep you company through the ages, Naruto grinned while Kurama just chuckled. I'll hold you to that, Kurama said before walking out and leaving behind a thoughtful Naruto. End flashback. What mess did I get myself into now? Naruto thought to himself as he, Hanata and Sai made their way towards the second stage of the Junan exams. Naruto wondered what would be like living forever, watching as everyone else perished and he remained behind, untouched by time, immune to diseases. Being forced to adapt as the world changed around him. Choosing sides when Konoha was no longer standing. Naruto may be a lot of things, but he wasn't naive. He knew that the shinobi would come to an end eventually. Naruto could only wonder what would follow. Would the knowledge to form chakra simply fade away to give way to the singular energies? Would mankind simply forget about chakra and live on as regular civilians, leaving behind the shinobi way? Naruto had a lot to think about if he wanted to keep Kurama's promise. Although he knew one thing for certain. If he was going to fulfill his promise of keeping company to Kurama through the ages, then he would find a way to have Hanata by his side. Second stage location #. Naruto's team arrived at the location of the second stage of the Junan exams. He looked around and the place seemed a little deserted, too deserted for his own taste. Naruto noticed that his team was the only one there. He looked up to the sun to check the time and rechecked the paper he was given. They were certainly in the right spot. They were in a deserted plain with nothing but a mountain in front of them and an abyss on the other side. Naruto's curiosity got the best of him and he went towards the abyss and looked down. They were a few hundred feet above the Raikage Tower. Welcome, Naruto heard and turned around to see some Chunin running towards them. You are exactly on time. If you follow me to the edge of the mountain, I will explain the next stage, the Chunin said, and Naruto, Hanata and Sai silently followed him to a small wooden shack at the bottom of the mountain. Naruto curiously looked up but couldn't see the edge of it. The cloud bank blocked his view of the top. Now the next stage is rather simple. This is what we call the Crystal Peak Mountain. On top of this mountain are 20 flags. Each team can only take one. Your objective is to go up or around the mountain and make your way to the Forbidden Forest on the other side. The Chunin explained and everyone listened carefully. In order to pass this stage, you will need to collect at least 2 flags and find the tower hidden in the forest. You have a time limit of 5 days. Questions. The Chunin asked. You said we need 2 flags, Hanata said, and the Chunin nodded. We can take only one from the top, which means the other will have to be removed from other teams, correct? Hanata asked. Yes. The Chunin began. You can either climb to the top and immediately secure a flag for yourselves and take the other, or you can simply find your way around the mountain and take 2 flags from another team's. The choice is yours, the Chunin explained, and Hanata nodded. Engagement rules. Sai asked. Every team for themselves. The only requisite is that the whole team is alive when you reach the tower, with 2 flags of course, the Chunin said, and Sai gave him his creepy smile. All right, the Chunin said, clearing his throat. Anything else? He asked, but all of them shook their heads. Very well. Each team was given a random spot on the bottom of the mountain. The test will begin momentarily, the Chunin said, and stepped aside. What should we do? Hanata asked towards his teammates. This is the highest mountain in the world. With an altitude of around 10,000 meters, 32,000 feet. To normal civilians it would take weeks of training and more weeks to actually reach the top, Naruto mused. Even if we are shinobi, climbing the mountain without making sure everyone knows the dangers would be foolish, Naruto explained. But if we climb to the top we can secure ourselves a flag, Sai said. Taking into account that no one has reached it before, Hanata added, and Naruto nodded. I guess we will make a run to the top. The edges of the mountain are extremely slippery, so use caution with your chakra. The temperature will drop severely as we go up. Everyone knows the thermal coat jutsu, right? Naruto asked and got nods from both Hanata and Sai. 1. As we go up, oxygen concentration will start to decrease, so coat your lungs with chakra to compensate, and finally be very careful for random bursts of wind that can detach you from the mountain and send you to your deaths. Everyone understand? Naruto asked and got nods once again. Good. Let's go then, Naruto said as his team positioned themselves at the bottom of the mountain, waiting for the go signal from the Chunin. Hajime! The Chunin yelled as a loud bell echoed through the air. Naruto and his team immediately jumped onto the mountain side, channeling chakra to their feet and sticking to it. They shot upwards at high speeds, intending to secure a flag to themselves. Meanwhile Konoha Tsunade sighed as she took a sip from her sake. She shook her shoulders, trying to get rid of her stiffness as she picked up another report. She started reading when her eyes widened. Autopsy report. Performed by Takashi Taro. Assistant. Rin Takara. Date. June 13th of the 93 Shinobi year. Time. 4:30 p.m. Summary report. Name. Hyuga Hiyashi Coroner's Case. 2014-542. Date of birth. January 8th. Age. 44. Gender. Male bloodline. Byakugan. Evidence of treatment. N.A. External examination. The autopsy is begun at 4:30 p.m. on June 13th of the 93 Shinobi year. The subject is wearing gray pants and shirt consistent with the traditional garb of a Konoha prisoner. The clothes are on good conditions given that the subject incarceration was recent. The body is that of a developed 44-year-old man, measuring 176 centimeters, 70 inches, and weighing 66 kilograms, 145 pounds. The body shows scar tissue and many other wounds that never properly healed, which is consistent with the subject's medical file. Medically amputated right arm. Internal examination. Skeletal system. The subject displayed numerous broken bones all over the body with particular focus on arms, legs and ribs. The ribs 7 to 12 show multiple fractures. Cardiovascular system. The heart weighs 300 grams and possess normal size and configuration. Upon further analysis, a small blockage was found in the coronary arteries. This prevented proper blood flow onto the heart, preventing the heart muscle from receiving oxygenated blood. Opinion. Normally a block of this size should not be deadly for the body of a professional shinobi. I infer that the lack of proper nutrition and general living conditions of the prisoner may have led to furthering this problem. Cause of death. Acute myocardial infarction. State. Body destroyed according to protocol. Unbelievable. Tsunade muttered, reading the report 3 times to make sure she missed nothing. Shinobi with active chakra networks don't get sick unless it's a really deadly disease. It's one of the perks of being shinobi, Tsunade mused in thought. And even though he was a clan head with very few missions, he should still be in shape. She couldn't grasp how could have this occurred. She could only do one thing. She took a deep breath and shouted across the Hokage Tower. Shizuuuneee. Back with Naruto. 2 hours had passed since Naruto's team ventured themselves into the high mountain. Their climb had been rather dull since they didn't come across any other team. The starting points at the foot of the mountain were random and separate for each team, so it wasn't completely out of the ordinary. They had just passed the halfway mark and they could already feel the shortage of breath due to the lack of oxygen, not to mention the freezing temperatures didn't exactly help. In the end they were shinobi, the strongest warriors available in the world. Even to a decently trained shinobi these conditions were nothing but bothersome. While they would delay them, they surely wouldn't hinder them. Naruto had begun using his thermal coat to keep his body temperature at acceptable levels. He scanned his surroundings and saw nothing but snow all around them. He turned towards Sai, who also had his thermal coat on. His attention shifted towards Hanata, who was running in the middle of the group with her Byakugan activated. That was when Naruto felt it. Hanata-chan. Naruto called, but Hanata didn't turn her head. She didn't need it with her Byakugan on, she just gave a small nod of acknowledgement. I can see that you don't have your thermal coat. Aren't you cold? Naruto asked, curious. Not really. It's feel nice actually, Hanata replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really? Naruto thought curiously. Nearly -30 degrees and she says it's nice, Naruto thought, shaking his head in amusement. BOOOOMMMM. Naruto. Hanata and Sai immediately halted their progress when they heard a loud explosion ring through the air. They tried to pinpoint the location of the sound and shifted their attention towards the left, which they could see a large column of smoke rising. Looks like we are not alone in this, Hanata said as she stretched her Byakugan range towards the smoke. One team down, Hanata said as she watched one team racing down the mountains with an avalanche on their trail. It was quite amusing actually. She knew that they wouldn't die with a simple avalanche, but watching them stumble down the mountain is far too amusing to pass. Do you have eyes on Shika's team? Naruto asked, and Hanata refocused her Byakugan, increasing her range and scanning the whole mountain for their friends. They are climbing the mountain as well, Hanata replied. They are on the other side and just past the 4-mile mark. We are the closest team to the peak, Hanata said and chuckled, getting a curious look from Naruto. Just our luck, we got the steepest path on this mountain, Hanata said, and Naruto chuckled as well. Sai remained there, feeling almost like a third wheel, with the exception he felt nothing of sorts. Couple hours later. Welcome to the top of Crystal Peak. Some Kumo shinobi greeted Naruto's team as they arrived at the top. Looks like we are the first to arrive, Naruto said, and the shinobi nodded. Man, what a view, Naruto said, looking around and could see nothing but pure white around. The mountain has so high that they stood above the cloud bank. It looked like a blanket of pure white with the sun shining in the blue sky. I almost feel tempted to jump on the clouds, Naruto laughed, and Hanata just shook her head. I wouldn't remount that. It's a long way down, the Kumo shinobi smirked. Here is your flag, the shinobi said, handing a small black flag to Naruto. Good luck on the rest of the stage, the shinobi said, and everyone nodded. At least it will be faster on the way down, Hanata said as she and her team jumped and started running downwards towards the forest. I have a suggestion, Sai said, breaking their conversation and getting their attention. Choju Giga, Super Beast Scroll, Sai said, and drawing something in his scroll. With a loud screech, 3 black and white birds shot from the scroll. They flapped their wings, creating a small gust of wind, and rose into the air. It will be faster, Sai said, jumping on top of one bird while he waited for Naruto and Hanata to join. Sounds good, Naruto said, jumping on top of one while Hanata took the last one. With a loud screech, the birds plummeted downwards in blinding speeds. How come you didn't offer this when we were climbing? Naruto asked, placing a hand in front of his eyes to shield the wind. Didn't remember, Sai simply said, and Naruto's sweat dropped and focused on controlling the bird. The Forbidden Forest. So this is the famous Forbidden Forest of Kumo, Naruto said as he and his team arrived at the entrance of the forest. I'm impressed, Naruto said, crossing his arms as he scanned the forest in front of him. He did admit that the forest did have a certain ominous feeling to it. The forest itself seemed shrouded in darkness and a cold breeze swept by. Naruto's team ventured themselves into the forest and watched in fascination as the entrance seemed to close itself behind them, as if trapping them in the forest forever. Genjutsu, Hanata whispered loud enough to her team to hear. They both nodded in agreement, feeling the subtle change in their chakra networks. An enemy team? Sai asked, placing a hand on the hilt of his tanto. He scanned his surroundings very carefully, trying to ascertain any danger. No, Hanata replied with her Byakugan activated. It seems it's been here for a while, Hanata explained. Probably one of many traps placed here just for this stage, Naruto offered, and both agreed as they moved forward. The forest seemed taken from a horror movie. The forest was thick with trees so high that it dwarfed them. Light barely seemed to penetrate the cloak of leaves at the top. On the ground some type of black flowers, while every other dead, their leaves withering away. Impassable terrain blocked with rocks and thorns that seemed a natural occurrence. A sound rang through the forest, a small owl hooting. This is really one creepy place, Naruto shivered. Scared? Hanata teased. Oh sure. Naruto replied sarcastically, this coming from the one who launched a full water dragon inside our bedroom to kill a spider, Naruto said deadpanned while Hanata huffed. They are mean little buggers. Besides, it worked, didn't it? Hanata asked while Naruto just shook his head. Suddenly Naruto turned and flung a kunai to his left. The kunai sailed through the air at blinding speeds, one could almost hear the whistle. Thump. Naruto looked around and noticed his target. A beast, 8-eyed, 8-legged, jet black, hairy. A gigantic black spider, with legs measuring up to 10 feet, poisonous green liquid dripping from its fangs and a kunai embedded deeply in its skull, between its multiple black, pupilless eyes. Scared? Naruto teased while Hanata just smiled and shook her head in defeat. What did I tell you? Naruto asked, turning back to Hanata and pointing towards the animal. This place is creepy, he said, and Hanata just shook her head. Can you locate the tower? Sai asked, and Hanata nodded, sitting down and crossing her legs. Her chakra flared and the veins of her face bulged out. She focused and extended her Byakugan range. She saw past the tree, past the blockade of thorns and rock, past the river that split the forest, and reached the outer edge of the forest. There are hundreds of those things here, Hanata said in a gasp. She watched with her Byakugan as a pack of nearly 10 of those spiders dismembered other animals. And just as many snakes of equal size. Great, Naruto replied in a sarcastic voice. You could burn it down, Kurama offered while Naruto chucked at his opinion. I could, but I doubt that the Raikage would be pleased, Naruto replied. Found it, Hanata said, breaking Naruto from his conversation. The tower is about 10 miles southeast. I also spotted a couple of teams around, setting up traps and ambushes. 2 teams have flags on them, Hanata explained. Which team with flag is closer to the tower? Naruto asked, and Hanata extended her arm, pointing in some direction. Lead on, Naruto said, and Hanata jumped forwards. Not even half an hour later, Hanata motioned and everyone halted their progress. Naruto activated his Sharingan and could see 3 chakra signatures half-mile away. What's the plan? Sai asked as he observed the enemy Kumo team from the trees. Spring the trap, Naruto smirked and brought his hands in a T shape. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, 3 clones appeared next to the original Naruto. 2 of them were enveloped in smoke to reveal a Sai and a Hanata. Without a word being said, the clone team jumped forward as if not noticing the traps. Enemy shinobi, one of the Kumo shinobi yelled, and his team sprang into action. Shit, it's the team from Konoha, the Kumo shinobi yelled as they took out kunais and flung them. Hanata reared her right arm and pushed it forward, releasing a pressurized ball of wind that simply swept the kunais away. Raiden. Sandabaruto Thunderbolt, the hands of one of the Kumo shinobi started sparkling as they were enveloped in a blue aura. As he shouted the name, dozens of sparks were unleashed upon Naruto and his team. Naruto picked up his fan and released a gust of wind, dispelling the Kumo's lightning attack. Damn, the Kumo shinobi muttered. The Kumo team picked their swords and rushed forward to meet Naruto, Hanata and Sai head-on. As they closed their distance and the clash seemed unavoidable, Naruto smirked and the clones dispelled, leaving behind a cloud of white smoke. Where are they? One member asked to another. I don't. The shinobi didn't manage to reply as he fell to the ground with a thump sound. What hap? His other teammate also fell to the ground and the last member was left all alone against 3 shinobi of Konoha. He didn't get much time to think as he felt a small pinch in the back of his neck and everything went black. Once the smoke had cleared the original Naruto, Hanata and Sai jumped into the clearing. Nice job, Naruto said and Hanata thanked him, pocketing her favorite senbon. There were 3 missing senbon from her stash. Those 3 were presently attached to the neck of the Kumo shinobi, 1 senbon for each. Here is the flag, Naruto said, picking up the flag, making their count 2. Hanata-chan finds this a good place to rest and we will continue on tomorrow, Naruto said and Hanata nodded, using her Byakugan to scan the nearby area. Clang. Naruto heard a small metal noise and turned just in time to see Sai unsheath his tanto. He wondered what he was doing with his sword out and his eyes widened when Sai approached the Kumo team and raised his arm. Smack. It was just a blur to Sai's eyes. In a moment he was about to end the Kumo team and in the other his hand was in a vice grip at the hands of Naruto. What do you think you are doing? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes at his teammate. Finishing the enemy team, Sai simply replied, his hand still gripping his tanto. Why do you want to kill them? Naruto asked. They are unconscious and we have their flag. Kumo is not allied with Konoha. The exams gives free reign upon the battles and thus no backslash. They are enemy shinobi who one day may pose a threat to Konoha, Sai simply replied, looking intently in Naruto's eyes. This is just a competition, there is no need for blood. Lower your weapon, Naruto said. I shall make it clean, Sai countered and Naruto resisted the urge to facepalm himself. There is no need for deaths, Naruto said in a serious tone but Sai seemed unrelenting. It is best to kill the weed before it grows, Sai said. I'm the team captain. Lower your weapon, that is an order, Naruto ordered and Sai nodded. Yes sir, Sai said, slowly lowering his arm and sheathing the tanto, his face emotionless, giving nothing away. Naruto released the grip on his arm and went to join Hanata. Damn root shinobi and their emotional conditioning, Naruto thought as he released a long sigh and turned to his teammate. Come Sai, let us make camp and rest for the night, Naruto said. Middle of the night The night came quickly and darkness enveloped the forest. The trees already made the forest dark during the day but at night, there was nothing but pitch-black darkness. Sai looked up at the ceiling of trees to see a few rays of moonlight break the cover and provide some much-needed vision. Sai shifted his attention to his surroundings. At the bottom of the tree both Naruto and Hanata laid asleep while Sai kept guard. He looked towards the edge of the small clearing and spotted the ninja wire glistening under the moon. A few feet away, explosive tags attached with wire as well. Sai got up and silently opened his pack. From it, he retrieved a single scroll which contained the information of his mission, given to him personally by Danzo. He slowly unwrapped the scroll to get the mission description but was surprised by the lack of it. When he read what the mission entailed his eyes widened and his mouth opened in shock but no sound came out. Dispose of Senju Naruto and Senju Hanata. Flashback. The place looked like a pit. Sai looked around to see multiple wooden bridges. One above another. Sai walked to the edge and looked down only to find darkness at the bottom. Suddenly he heard footsteps and noticed Shimura Danzo approaching him, flanked by 2 shinobi, one on each side. Sai immediately got onto his knees. Danzo-sama, Sai said, bowing his head in greeting of his master. Welcome Sai, Danzo said and Sai slowly raised his head. It was customary to never meet the eyes of their master unless addressed first. I have a very important mission for you, Danzo replied and Sai nodded. His face, although seemingly emotionless and natural, portrayed determination and attention. Tomorrow you will be called to Hokage's office where you will receive your mission which will last nearly 1 month. You will be the 3rd member of one of Konoha's teams that Lady Tsunade will be sending to the Junan exams in Kumo. Understand so far? Danzo asked and Sai nodded. The exam will have the same structure as the Chunin exams. The first stage will be some sort of basic skills evaluation, the second stage will be a survival exercise and the last stage will be the tournament. Danzo explained and handed Sai a single scroll. Your mission is specified on that scroll, which you are only to open during the second stage of the exams, preferably when you are alone. Understood? Danzo asked. It shall be done, Danzo-sama, Sai replied, pocketing the scroll. I'm sure I don't need to explain the importance of every mission I give, correct? Danzo asked, taking a deep breath and looking firmly at Sai. En route, you have no name. You have no feelings. You have no past. You have no future. There is only the mission, Sai recited, and Danzo nodded at his apprentice. You are dismissed, Danzo ordered, and Sai bowed his head once again before walking away and disappearing in the darkness of the tunnels. Permission to speak freely. Danzo shifted his attention towards his right. The shinobi to his right wore a short, black jacket with red straps on the shoulders. He also wore a red short kimono under the jacket with a black sash, a pair of black gloves, dark-colored pants, and regular shinobi sandals. Granted, Fu, Danzo replied and focused on what the shinobi had to say. Do you think Sai will be able to accomplish the mission? Fu asked while Danzo hummed. Naruto has grown strong, far too strong to be controlled. That is the problem with strong shinobi and the reason why most defect from their villages. Young Naruto may not believe it, but power and fear are the absolutes of this world. And when some shinobi reach power beyond their leaders, then it gets very complicated. What do you think Naruto would do should Lady Tsunade ever issue an order that would oppose his beliefs? Do you think he would abide by her orders if they conflicted with his own gains? Danzo asked, but Fu remained silent. Shinobi are nothing but weapons, and I do not wish for one that will not obey me, Danzo explained. And about Lady Hanata? The shinobi to Danzo left asked. He was a fairly tall and lean-built man. He had fair skin and short spiked dull black hair. His glasses were built into the mask, obscuring his eyes, and he was also heavily clothed. He wore a short black jacket with red straps over the shoulders, and a high-collared, all-black outfit with a red sash around his waist and what appeared to be an apron over his pants. Yes, Torun, Senju Hanata, formerly known as Hyuga Hanata, disowned daughter of the former clan head, Hyuga Hiyashi, Danzo chuckled slowly. Naruto did a remarkable job with her. She may seem shy, serene, kind and very fragile, but she's just as much of a princess as I am, Danzo replied in a thoughtful manner. While she doesn't possess the raw power and strength that Naruto does, she is just as deadly. You saw what she did to Hiyashi, her own father and one of Konoha's strongest. In fact, in some points, I do believe the girl to be more dangerous than the boy himself. Naruto is loud and brash, Senju attributes, and in the end I should be glad that he didn't inherit the Uchiha's ones. The girl, on the other hand, Danzo mused. She is smart, objective and decisive. Necessary traits for medics after all, Danzo explained. She wouldn't just jump into war like him. If I know her as well as I think I do, she would stick to the shadows and wait for the best moment to strike, like a true shinobi. Her beauty alone would get her anywhere she wished, and with her talents and my training, she would be a Hokage to remember, Danzo said wishfully. I do not fear the one who jumps into the battle without thought, I fear those who hide in the shadows, the man behind the man behind the man. And she just strikes me as a person who would be the mastermind, hiding in the shadows and working with peons. But alas, she shares the same philosophy of her husband, Danzo finished and sighed in defeat. She would have been a great en route. If both of them are all that, what makes you certain that Sai will accomplish the mission? Fu asked, and Danzo chuckled darkly. Even a cage falls to a kunai. End flashback. I have my orders, Sai thought as he saw the scroll in front of him disintegrate into speckles of dirt. He looked towards Naruto and Hanata, who were sleeping near the tree. And with the stealth training he had, he put his plan into motion. He slowly and quietly, as the night started, unpacking the necessary items for his mission. He took out and unsheathed his tanto, laying it on the ground. From his pack he took a single vial which had some skull etched on the label, some kind of poison. And finally, a single strand of some kind of wire, transparent and almost invisible to the naked eye. The girl would die from the poison. Even if she was a first-class medic on par or better than Tsunade herself, she would die in her sleep. Sai picked the wire and poison, and jumped into the tree, standing right above her. He took out the wire and held it right above her mouth. Sai took the poison and dropped a single drop in the wire. Sai watched in anticipation as the purple drop slowly made its way down the wire. Once it reached it simply fell from the wire and directly into the lips of Senju Hanata. Hanata seemed to have felt something on her mouth as she licked her lips and rolled to the side, like nothing had ever happened. Sai rolled the wire up and took out his tanto. Poison wouldn't work on Naruto due to him being a Jinchuriki. In fact, short of taking out his head and piercing his heart, killing a Jinchuriki is no easy task. But this one was asleep. Sai pointed his tanto at his target and leapt from the tree. The tanto glistened under the moonlight as Sai pointed it at Naruto. The tanto pierced through Naruto's ribcage and embedded itself deeply into his chest, severing the carotid artery. Naruto's eyes shot open and his mouth opened, but no sound came out as he died instantly. Sai got up and left his sword on Naruto's chest as he approached Hanata. He brought a single finger to her neck to search for a pulse. He found none. He let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding as he made his way to his backpack. He took out a single scroll and drew a bird on it. "Go to Danzo-sama," Sai said, and bird shot into the sky with two simple words. Sai turned around to collect his things and disappear from the forest. "This is a new low even from Danzo," Sai heard and froze on the spot. He turned towards the origin of the sound and saw nothing but a pair of glowing red eyes with three black tomos spinning. Sai quickly turned to the bodies of Naruto and Hanata only for them to shimmer out of existence. "Genjutsu," Sai whispered to himself. "Since when?" Sai asked as he gripped his tanto that somehow was still in his back. The owner of Sharingan eyes walked out of the shadows and into the moonlight. Naruto and Hanata stepped into the clearing, completely unharmed but with annoyed expression on their faces. "How long, you ask?" Naruto asked, smirking slightly. "My dear friend," Hanata smiled. "You have been under our genjutsu before we left the Hokage Tower in Konoha," Hanata said, and Sai was shocked. "Tsunade-sama warned us about you and I didn't wish to take any chances," Hanata explained. Naruto's eyes glowed and Sai gulped, feeling light-headed. Sai dropped his tanto and fell to the ground on his knees. His pupils were dilated and he seemed to stare into the nothing. "Just my luck. Why do these things always happen to us?" Naruto wondered out loud. He released a long sigh as he looked at the dark sky. It was full moon and its light shone across the vast forest. The leaves rustled with the night's cold air and Naruto sighed again. He looked towards Hanata, who also seemed to be deep in thought, looking at Sai as if to solve a puzzle. "What am I going to do with you?" Naruto asked rhetorically, nursing his temples and shaking his head. "We still need him alive to complete this stage," Hanata said, warning Naruto not to take rash actions. "I'll keep him under my control and make him drop the exams when we reach the tower," Naruto said, and Hanata nodded. "What about Danzo?" Naruto asked. "I suggest we let things run its course until we can come up with something," Hanata suggested, and Naruto nodded. "Sai, can you run?" Naruto asked, and Sai just nodded. "Good. Let's hurry back to the tower then," Naruto said, and all three of them left the clearing. At the tower. Naruto, Hanata and Sai arrived at the tower 2 hours later. Sai's conscious mind was being kept locked within a genjutsu, and now he was nothing more than a puppet, waiting for his orders. "Welcome to the hidden tower," a shinobi at the door greeted Naruto's team. "Do you have the flags?" he asked, and Naruto handed him his 2 black flags. "Very well. You may proceed inside and wait for this task to end. There are rooms available for you to rest," the shinobi explained, and everyone nodded. "I wish to drop the competition," Sai suddenly said, and the shinobi stumbled in surprise. "What? Are you sure?" he asked. "Yes," Sai simply replied. "Fine, I guess. Senju Naruto and Senju Hanata will proceed to the third task. Good luck," the shinobi said, and watched as the team disappeared inside. Once Naruto, Hanata and Sai found their room, Sai disappeared into Naruto's dimension where he would stay for the next month. Next day. Root headquarters. Danzo was working in his office when he was interrupted by a loud screech. He looked up to see a black and white bird flying towards him. Danzo took out a simple scroll and watched as the bird crashed into it and formed words. "Mission accomplished. I never doubted him for a moment," Danzo smiled to himself. "Fu, Torun," Danzo said, hitting his cane on the ground. In front of him dropped his most loyal followers. "Being Operation Phoenix," Danzo said, and both shinobi nodded, disappearing from view. Soon, Danzo chuckled darkly. Konoha will burn and better one will rise from the ashes. Chapter 56 Problems Arise. Hidden Tower. Forbidden Forest Welcome back. Both Naruto and Hanata looked up to see a familiar white mask with blue patterns. The man was clad in samurai-style blue armor with white fur adorning his shoulders. Your room is this way. Blue led Naruto and Hanata deep into the tower and towards the room where they would spend the following days. Extending his senses, Naruto felt no one nearby. Where is Hashirama? Is he waiting for Shika's team? Naruto asked. If Shika is that pineapple-haired guy that seems bored by everything but seems driven to find what lies behind our masks, then no, Tobirama answered, sighing. That boy was getting to his nerves, more than that green freak. What happened to the good old shinobi? Tobirama cried, anime tears in his head. He went to the Valley of the End for a quick stop, Tobirama explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What for? Naruto asked. Fix his statue. Tobirama groaned while both Naruto and Hanata laughed. I figured he wasn't very happy about the fight's collateral damage, Naruto chuckled while Tobirama just shook his head. Meh. Tobirama shrugged and looked around for something. Where is your teammate? The pale-faced one. Tobirama asked and immediately noticed the dark looks on both Naruto and Hanata. What happened? Tobirama sighed, feeling a headache coming around. The bastard tried to kill us in our sleep, Naruto gritted his teeth. He still didn't make up his mind on what to do with Sai. On one hand he tried to kill them in their sleep, on the other he was a fellow shinobi of the leaf, albeit a root one. Why did I even ask? Tobirama muttered in his breath, nursing his temples. Any idea why? Tobirama asked, but Naruto shook his head. It happened a couple hours ago and he's currently taking a nap in my dimension. I still haven't had the time to interrogate him, Naruto explained, and Tobirama nodded. We are here, Tobirama said as they stopped near the door, halfway down a long corridor. I got you to share the bedroom, and since Sai is sleeping away then I'll just release the other room to other participants, Tobirama said, opening the door and entering the room. It was a simple room for lack of better words. A small window provided vision to the forest, a small bed, big enough for both Naruto and Hanata. Next to the bed was a small bed stand and on the wall a dresser. Naruto walked towards a door inside the room and noticed that it led to a small bathroom. Seems good enough, Naruto said, and Tobirama nodded and started walking out. By the way, Tobirama suddenly said, stopping by the door. Do you want any help in your training during this month? Tobirama asked, and Naruto looked towards Hanata, who shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. Guess not. You and Hashirama can focus on Shika's team. They need it more than us, Naruto said, and Tobirama nodded, walking out. What are we supposed to do now? Hanata asked, but Naruto shrugged his shoulders, dropping to the bed, his armor rattling at the action. Naruto closed his eyes but didn't go to sleep. He merely went to a meditative state in order to think about his problems and promises. Next day Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes and noticed it was already morning. He shifted on his head and noticed an empty spot next to him. He blinked and cleared the blurriness to notice that Hanata wasn't in the bed or in the room for that matter. He sat on the bed and noticed a small slip of paper on the stand. Went for my morning workout. Love, Hanata. I wonder why she didn't wake me, Naruto wondered in thought until he heard the door open and saw Hanata walking in. Her clothes were wet and she had sweat running down her face. Even her hair seemed somewhat sticky. Morning, Hanata said as she entered the room and noticed Naruto awake. Morning, Naruto replied, eyeing Hanata with curiosity. She took out a towel and approached Naruto and gave him a small kiss, making Naruto cringe his nose. You stink, Naruto said, and Hanata just giggled. Why did you go out so early? Naruto asked, curious. I plan on working on a few techniques today, Hanata replied as she separated from Naruto and started heading towards the shower. Nothing like cold water hammering your sore muscles. Want help? Naruto asked, but Hanata quickly turned around. No, Hanata said, wiggling her index finger at him. These will be my secret jutsus for the tournament, Hanata explained. Really? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrows, his curiosity sparkled. Can't I get a feel at least? Naruto innocently asked. If they work as I suspect, I'll have 2 more S-rank moves in my repertoire. One defensive and another offensive, Hanata explained and Naruto nodded. S rank. Naruto asked and Hanata simply nodded. What about you? What do you plan on doing today? Hanata asked. Nothing seems appealing. Naruto replied and Hanata smiled as Naruto draped himself on the sheets and dug his head into the pillow. But anyway, I'm going to Konoha to do a bit of research, Naruto said and Hanata blinked at his words. Research? Hanata asked sweetly and Naruto nodded, but when he noticed the dark look she got, his mind suddenly clicked. No. Naruto waved his hands defensively in front of him. I mean, I'm going to the library on the Senju compound, not the hot springs, Naruto quickly replied and sighed in relief as Hanata smiled again. Asterisk cough whipped cough, Kurama said from his mind, making Naruto chuckle weakly. Good boy. Hanata smiled and patted Naruto's head. Am I a dog or something? Naruto thought, sweat dropping while Kurama was rolling on the floor laughing his ass off. Maybe I'll talk to Sai as well, Naruto said. Let me know how that goes, Hanata said. Naruto nodded and watched as Hanata headed off to the bathroom. Naruto sighed and dropped to the bed again, looking at the ceiling. What am I going to do with you? Naruto thoughts wandered towards Sai as Naruto got up and dressed. With a simple kamui he swirled into his own dimension. Naruto's kamui dimension #. Naruto arrived at his dimension and it was the same way he always left it. What a bleak place, Naruto said as he arrived at his dimension. He never did do much about it with the exception of a wall where he had a few weapons in case he ran out. The sky was pitch black, there was no wind, no animals' sounds, nothing but silence. His dimension was comprised solely of cement cubes that seemed to hang in the air, all of them separate from each other. There was no sun, no north or south pole, no up or down. Naruto walked to the wall he built and noticed the weapons he had. Several Fuma shuriken, or for those that don't know, large four-bladed shuriken. Naruto could release them directly from his dimension and into the enemy. His Chikudo that he hadn't used in while also hanged on the wall. But his two main weapons hanged in the middle of it, standing side by side. On the left was the staff that Hagoromo had given him. And on the right was his fan, an heirloom passed down between the heads of the Uchiha clan until Uchiha Madara had deserted from his clan. Nonetheless, it was passed down to Minato and later on to himself. Naruto shifted his attention towards the final member of his team. Sai was bound by ropes and was staring at him neutrally. Comfy? Naruto asked, but Sai remained neutral, staring at his soon-to-be torturer with seemingly dead eyes. Naruto lost his happy attitude and adopted an equally blank look. Naruto crouched until he remained at eye level with Sai, cold blue eyes staring unflinchingly at Sai. Sai, determined to never lose, stared with equal strength and vigor. Both seemed driven to make the other flinch. Seconds turned into minutes and Naruto got tired and simply stopped the stare and got up. Sai released a breath he didn't even know he was holding. You are not going to break me, Sai said, and Naruto suddenly turned around. Nice to see some participation from you, Naruto replied, chuckling as Sai returned to his blank look. But don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of breaking you, Naruto said and almost laughed when Sai's jaw threatened to drop. It was normal protocol to try and break prisoners for information, even Genin knew that. If I wanted to break you, I would simply hand you over to Ibiki for some mind play or perhaps drop you at Anko's house, Naruto said, chuckling, and smiled when he noticed that Sai seemed to shiver at mention of Anko. Oh yes, Naruto almost hissed. When dear Anko-chan was through with you, you would be singing like a canary and be the embodiment of dickless, my friend. I've seen some of her patients and it isn't pretty, Naruto explained. I mean, have you seen her snakes? Naruto rhetorically asked. She has more snake poisons than Konoha has of antidotes, and you know how sadistic she can be. Always searching for a volunteer, Naruto said and noticed Sai's pulse starting to quicken. But since I don't any intention of breaking you or safe from them, Naruto said and sighed in relief. But not from me, Naruto replied, glaring at Sai with his Sharingan glowing. People always give too much credit to Pain, Naruto explained, waving his hands dismissively. It's true that under certain conditions Pain can be very persuasive, but root agents are supposed to be strong-willed, emotion-free and have the mindset of perfect soldiers, right? Naruto rhetorically asked. I mean, Naruto began dismissively. You are supposed to feel no fear, No compassion, no love, no regrets and no self-preservation. You are supposed to carry orders to the letter, and should your master ask you to slit your throats, you would do so with hesitation, Naruto drawled, getting a sour flavor in his mouth. I've even heard of a secret medical procedure to disable the nerve clusters on the brain, disabling any feeling of pain whatsoever, Naruto explained. I myself am a mind person. No matter what you do to a person's mind, they will never physically die. You might turn someone into a vegetable, but only happens to amateurs of the mind arts, Naruto began. But the thing almost everyone overlooks, even some excellent shinobi like Inoichi, is that the mind is not a book, to be opened at will and examined at leisure. Thoughts are not etched on the inside of skulls, to be perused by any invader. The mind is a complex and many-layered thing. It is true, however, that those skilled in the mind arts are able, under certain conditions, to delve into the minds of their victims and to interpret their findings correctly, Naruto explained, and noticed a bead of sweat running down Sai's head. 1. You can resist, of course. Those strong-willed always offer some type of resistance towards any invader. However, under the right circumstances and with proper, shall we say, precision, any mind crumbles. Naruto finished smiling. Danzo wants the perfect soldier. Let's see you truly are one then, Naruto said, and he sat on the ground, crossing his legs and standing directly in front of Sai. Sai tried to think of anything to help himself. His cursed seal only stopped him of physically talking and therefore not blocked anyone from entering his mind. The moment Naruto's eyes glowed, Sai thought desperately for a counter. His first thoughts were of running away, but he was currently wrapped in ropes with chakra disruption seals, making any molding impossible. Sai did the only other thing possible and snapped his eyelids shut, blocking Naruto's gaze. Sai foolishly let out a sigh of relief until he heard Naruto's chuckle. The problem is that the chuckle came not from the outside, but from inside his own mind. He had been compromised. Inside Sai's mind. Naruto arrived into Sai's mind and immediately started shifting through the memories. He began with those buried deeper, meaning Sai's oldest memories of his early life. Welcome back, sir. A woman with brown hair and simple clothes answered. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her, since he would recognize her anywhere. She was the nurse in charge of the orphanage of Konoha. He went way back with her, back when he still lived in that hellhole of a place. I trust you have what I want, the man replied, and Naruto chuckled when he noticed him. A man walking with a wooden cane, X-shaped scar on his chin, white bandages across his right eye, Shikamaru Danzo. The woman nodded and stepped aside to reveal some black-haired and very pale-skinned kid hidden behind her back. Shall we do this somewhere more private? Danzo asked, and the matron nodded, leading Danzo through the cold halls of the orphanage. He stopped near a door and waited for the matron to unlock it. You will never catch me, Danzo. The matron and the kid turned to the sound spike to see another kid being chased around the orphanage. The kid had spiky blonde hair, deep blue eyes and 3 whiskers marks on each cheek. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he noticed his younger self appear in the memories of Sai. I never realized that Sai went to the same orphanage as me, Naruto mumbled in his thoughts. He didn't remember ever seeing him, but apparently he did. Go away, demon brat, the matron snapped, and young Naruto froze in his steps when he heard the matron's voice. He nodded meekly and quickly hurried away from the halls. I still wonder why Hokage-sama lets him live, the matron sighed, shaking her head while Danzo narrowed his eyes at young Naruto. I don't suppose you want to take him as well? The matron asked somewhat hopefully while Danzo pondered. He could take the Kyuubi brat and make him the perfect tool for the village, but he was too high profile for that. He will never strive with the amount of hate he receives, Danzo thought before making his decision. Him I cannot. Hiruzen is too close attached to him, Danzo simply replied. A shame, the matron replied and opened the door to reveal 4 other kids. So 5 in total? Danzo asked, and the matron nodded, walking inside and opening some drawer. She retrieved multiple files and handed them over to Danzo. 5 is the total we can negotiate. Any more and the other nurses might notice, the matron replied, and Danzo nodded, handing her a small envelope. The matron greedily accepted the package and quickly opened it to reveal a stack of money. Do we have a deal? Danzo asked, and the matron quickly nodded her head. All right, kids, you are being adopted by this fine man. Treat him with respect and obey him. Understood. The matron glared at them and the kids all nodded their heads in acceptance. Yes, Hitomi-san. The kids chorused together and they were led away by Danzo. Naruto shook with rage when he realized that the matron had been selling kids to Danzo. In the aftermath of the Kyuubi's attack 17 years ago, many people died and the influx of orphans almost broke the orphanage. It was right for the taking, Naruto muttered and promised to have words with her. Naruto released the memory and started scavenging for the next one. This time they were in some underground facility. Naruto watched as some rude instructor lined up several kids in a perfect line. All the kids seemed older, around 6 years old, and they already were in perfect stance. Next, the instructor ordered and Naruto watched as the pale-skinned kid he remembered from the orphanage stepped forward. You will be named Sai. Yesterday you didn't exist, today you don't exist, tomorrow you won't exist. Is that clear? The instructor asked with stern tone. Yes, Sai replied with a small smile tugging the corner of his lips. Smack. The instructor reared his hand and backhanded Sai across the face. Sai grunted in pain as he fell to the ground, clutching his bloodied lips. No smiles, no emotions, no weaknesses. Is that clear? The instructor asked, glaring at the kid on the ground. Yes, Sai barely replied through the pain. The same goes for the rest of you, the instructor ordered. Yes, sir. The rest of the kids chorused together. Honestly, Naruto said, shaking his head as he let go of the memory and focused on another. Happy birthday. Some gray-haired kid yelled, handing Sai some book. What's this? Sai wondered as he lightly shook the package. Open it, the gray-haired kid said, shaking his head in amusement. It's a sketchbook. Sai's eyes lit up in happiness when he noticed his gift. Now I can draw a picture of you and me in here, Sai replied, making the gray-haired kid blink in confusion. Thank you, Shin-ni-san, Sai yelled as he lunged forward and hugged Shin. Then you have to show it to me when it's done. Deal? Shin asked and Sai quickly nodded in acceptance. Never realized he had a brother, Naruto mused. I don't really understand Danzo's training. The instructor punish any emotion and then these two happily show them, Naruto said out loud as he scanned his memories for the next one. The scene changed into a desert terrain. Both Sai and Shin were standing face to face in full gear. Danzo was standing in a nearby cliff, watching the two brothers. I'm ordering the two of you to fight to the death. If by tomorrow one of you isn't dead, then I shall kill you both, Danzo ordered and shunshined away. Naruto watched as the two brothers battled it out, with Shin trying to kill his brother. Sai, however, surprised Naruto, as he didn't fight back, unwilling to harm his brother. Naruto finally understood Shin's actions when he fell to the ground coughing up blood. You are too much gentle to make it out alive, Shin gritted his teeth, struggling to explain. Brother, Sai muttered with shocked face. But you are the one who will live, Shin said as his eyes started to dim. You must kill your emotions. Otherwise you won't survive en route and this job will kill you, Shin said and Sai could only nod as tears ran down his face. I really wanted to see his finished drawing. These were Shin's final thoughts as he closed his eyes and died. What a crappy life, Naruto muttered to himself as he finished reviewing Sai's thoughts. Naruto withdrew from Sai's mind and watched as his hollow eyes regained their black color. Naruto was happy he didn't show him his Rinnegan because he was even more confused on what to do now. After reviewing Sai's memories, he noticed that Sai knew nothing about Danzo's plans. For him, it was a simple mission. Danzo went to the lengths of hiding the mission description until the very last moment. Danzo knew that if Sai had his mission from the get-go, Naruto and Hanata might suspect him and thus compromise the mission. Sai, Naruto called, but the only sign of acknowledgement was a raised head from Sai. His face may have been neutral, but his eyes betrayed him. They showed deep sadness, regret and at some level, acceptance. Sai, who do you serve? Naruto asked, somewhat curious. Lord Dan gasped. Sai started but suddenly started shaking and squirming against his bindings. Sai took deep breaths and he started to gasp and his tongue burning, like someone had lit it on fire. Naruto watched as several black markings surrounded his body and Sai suddenly found himself completely frozen, unable to move a single limb, much less even blink. A seal? Naruto thought in shock as he watched it spread across Sai's body. Naruto approached him and started rummaging through his memories until he came across the reference to what happened to him. A simple paralysis seal keyed to Danzo to prevent information leakage, Naruto thought as he kneeled in front of Sai and slowly opened his mouth and pulled his tongue outside to reveal a small black seal, imprinted on the moist tissue. Fu and Kai, seal release. Naruto pressed 2 fingers against the black tattoo and channeled enough chakra to break the seal for good. The seal started sizzling into smoke until nothing remained. As the seal faded away, so did the black markings spread across Sai's body, returning him his movement. So Danzo is your master, correct? Naruto asked and Sai simply nodded. He realized it was futile to hold against Naruto. He could just rummage through his memories and get every answer he wished in the blink of an eye. And who commands Lord Danzo? Naruto asked. Senju Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sai replied, and Naruto smiled. So then, logically, you work and take orders from the leader of the Leaf Village, correct? Naruto rationalized and Sai nodded. And yet you tried to kill me, the Senju clan head and Hanata, one, if not the best medic in Konoha, Naruto explained. What does that mean to a servant of the Leaf Village? Naruto asked. A traitor, Sai whispered in disbelief. It was order from my superior, Sai explained. Then logic dictates that said superior is a traitor to the Leaf, correct? Naruto asked and Sai nodded once again. Sai had betrayed the beliefs he had been trained to die for his whole life. If you knew that killing us will constitute an act of treason, then why did you choose to do it nonetheless? Naruto asked and Sai frowned for the first time. En route, you have no name. You have no feelings. You have no past. You have no future. There is only the mission, Sai replied in such tone that suggested that this creed had been ingrained deep in his brain. That is why you betrayed the Leaf. You feel no emotions, you don't know the difference between right and wrong. You follow orders without question even if they go against your own beliefs, Naruto explained, but Sai remained silent. Naruto approached him and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Don't worry. We will discuss this again when we go back to the Leaf. I'm placing you in stasis until then, Naruto said as Sai closed his eyelids and into deep sleep. Senju Compound's library. Naruto arrived at Konoha a few seconds later and made his way towards the library. Since Hanata wasn't there, he had to find the biology section, but this time for human beings. His jaw nearly dropped at the size of that section of library. Shelves upon shelves ranging from human anatomy, skeletal system, tissue systems, cellular biology. It completely outshined the biology section on reptiles. It was a testament on how much research had been made on the human body. It shouldn't be surprising after all. Hundreds of people have searched ways to improve and stretch the levels of a human body. To stretch the strength, speed, power in order to create a perfect body, a perfect weapon, a perfect shinobi. Even though hundreds were researching on how to break these limits, very few actually managed to even dent the barriers. Senju Tsunade, for instance, created her seal that drastically improves cellular regeneration on the cost of losing a few years of her life. Cells don't divide indefinitely, they have a limit, and when this barrier is stretched beyond their limits, the user's life expectancy diminishes. Another genius, although crazy, sadistic and with no regard for human life, also fitting the description, is Orochimaru. People think is evil and they are right, but neither can refute that he is one of the best medical minds ever born. Like everyone else, Orochimaru searched to stretch the boundaries of the human vessel and came up with his own cursed seal, infusing senjutsu chakra into the user. But like most people, senjutsu chakra is extremely difficult to control. Of all the shinobi population on Earth, there are only 6 people that can withstand and use senjutsu chakra, and of those, a mere 3 are perfect sages. Naruto himself was also searching for something similar, and while he didn't have the vast knowledge like Tsunade, Hanata or Orochimaru, he had something that neither of them had. He had the Rinnegan, and with it, perfect control over yin and yang chakra. He didn't need vast knowledge to achieve what he wanted, simply because anything he thought, anything he imagined, he could create. This is going to take time, Naruto sighed, breaking himself from his thoughts and started searching for the books he wanted. Naru-chan, is that you? Naruto heard and turned slightly to see Tsunade approaching. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Kumo? Tsunade asked, confused at the sight of Naruto in the library. Just came by to browse for a couple of books. By the way, me and Hanata qualified for the 3rd round, Naruto replied as he continued searching for the books. Never doubted you, Tsunade replied smiling, proud of her grandson. What about Sai and the others? Tsunade asked and immediately noticed the frown on Naruto's face. Shika and the others have yet to finish the second stage and Sai, well, he tried to kill us in our sleep, Naruto said sighing. What? Tsunade roared. It was mission from Danzo. The whole protect the Senju heir and Kyuubi Jinchuriki was aroused to hide his true intent, Naruto explained. I don't know what he attempted to accomplish with having me and Hanata of all people killed. When I get my hands on that pale-faced freak and his mummy of a master, Tsunade laughed evilly, cracking her knuckles. It wasn't Sai's fault, Naruto simply replied, frowning again. Don't tell me you are defending Sai now. Tsunade asked in near disbelief. Attempted murder of a clan head was the highest level of treason possible, second only to attempts on the Hokage himself and carried out immediate execution. I searched through his memories as he's just an emotion-conditioned tool, Naruto replied sadly. To him it were just orders, nothing more. I have no use for shinobi who are willing to betray their comrades on orders, Tsunade replied and Naruto seemed taken aback by her attitude. A bit harsh wouldn't you say? Naruto asked. I could say the same for you. You are not one of showing pity to your enemies either, Tsunade said a bit harshly. Like I said, he isn't an enemy, he's a comrade, Naruto forced. One that tried to smother you during your sleep, Tsunade huffed in defiance. What is up with him? Tsunade thought to herself. Naruto didn't show neither mercy nor pity to his enemies. So what drove him to defend Sai of all people, one that even feel emotions to begin with? Just forget it. Naruto waved off the discussion. We will deal with him when I return from the exams, Naruto said. Fine. Tsunade said in reluctance. What about the old mummy? Tsunade asked. Sai didn't know anything about his plans. Like I said, he was but a tool. Sai didn't even know about his mission until the very last second, Naruto explained. I don't know what Danzo is playing at, but you should keep an eye on him and his activities. Don't underestimate me, Naru-chan. I may be a medic and a woman, but I didn't get chosen for Hokage because of my pretty face, Tsunade explained, smiling mischievously. I always have an eye on him, and if you want to know, he's been rather quiet these last few days, Tsunade said. I would never dream of underestimating you, Ba-chan, Naruto replied, chuckling. So what are you doing up here? Tsunade asked suspiciously. Naruto didn't come to the library unless he was working on some new technique or something else, considering his overpowered eyes. Tsunade's eyes roamed around the shelf and noticed the books he had already picked up. Her blood ran cold as she noticed the exact titles Naruto was picking. Memories buried deep in her head rose for the first time in many years. Flashback. Yo, Orochi baka enough with the books and let's go, a younger, smaller and less wrinkled version of Jiraiya yelled to his other comrade. Orochimaru, who was currently sitting in his chair, countless papers, books and other sketches spread across his table sighed in annoyance. I can never get anything done with those two around, Orochimaru thought to himself as he slowly twisted his neck to see Jiraiya waving his hand in a come-on motion. Next to him was Tsunade, who was leaning against the wall, an annoyed expression in her face. Enough with this, Tsunade replied, leaving the wall and quickly approaching Orochimaru. She arrived next to him and peeked over his shoulder to find out what exactly he was working on, and what had him so focused. She noticed sketches on the human nervous system, notes on cellular division and many others spread across the table with no seemingly apparent order to them. She shifted attention and her eyes landed on the books, stockpiled on the table. Human body biology, oxidative medicine and cellular longevity. Mitosis and meiosis. Cellular immortality. Immortality. Myth or reality? Orochimaru. Tsunade said, looking from the books to the neutral Orochimaru. You can't be serious, Tsunade said in surprise mixed with shock. Maybe, just maybe, there is no purpose in life, Orochimaru started, annoyed that he was constantly interrupted. But if you linger a while longer in this world, you might discover something of value in it. Is that what you think? Tsunade asked. That there is no point in being alive. Quite the contrary. Orochimaru chuckled, looking at Tsunade's confused face. I treasure life more than you know it. It's fear that holds us back from reaching new heights. Why isn't simply immortality the next step in our evolution? Orochimaru rhetorically asked as he started packing everything up. It's human nature that people won't realize the true value of something unless they lose it, and I for one do not wish to lose it to begin with, Orochimaru said, and he finished packing and turned to Tsunade, who had a puzzled face. Is this research because of your parents? Tsunade softly asked and watched as Orochimaru nearly flinched. Don't look too much into it. I am merely doing this to my own benefit, Orochimaru said as he walked and Tsunade reluctantly followed. Why? Tsunade seemed unable to stop her mouth from moving. I want to obtain all the jutsu and gain a true understanding of everything in this world, Orochimaru said, and with that he exited the room. End flashback. Naruto. Tsunade called, leaving behind the affectionate name in order to portray her worries. You are old enough to make choices on your own, Tsunade started, and Naruto looked at Tsunade confused. I lost a very dear friend to what you are searching for right now. He lost himself in that research, and no matter how hard I or Jiraiya tried, he was lost to us. He became so immersed into his research and his final goals that he forsook everything that made him human to begin with. You talking about Orochimaru, right? Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. I will never become like him, Naruto firmly replied, and Tsunade smiled. I know that you would never think of becoming like him. I'm just telling you to be careful with what you're researching for. It's easy to lose yourself, Tsunade warned, and Naruto nodded. I have faith though, Tsunade said, placing a hand on his shoulder. That if anyone can crack the key to it, it will be you. Tsunade smiled and walked off, leaving a very confused and pensive Naruto. Meanwhile in Kumo. While Naruto was talking with Tsunade, Hanata was working hard on the new techniques she had envisioned. 2 more S-rank level techniques for her repertoire if they worked as she wanted. Currently she was sitting in a small pool of water of her own creation. She was working on reaching the highest level of water manipulation possible. Several water tentacles raised ever so slowly from the pool and started flailing wildly around her, without even grazing her skin. Hanata opened her eyes and concentrated on her own hand. Her Byakugan activated as she refined her control to highest level possible, controlling the water inside her own body. Her right hand started softening, becoming somewhat translucent and gaining a light blue color. Just as her hand started becoming more and more water-like, her control somehow slipped and her hand abruptly regressed to her normal color, although a bit dehydrated. Nearly 2 months on this and I can only do it momentarily, Hanata frowned in thought, but she wouldn't give up. Hanata hissed at the pain as she submerged her hand in the pool and surveyed it with her Byakugan, checking for any damage she might have caused. Whatever technique she was working on seemed to be highly dangerous. She took a deep breath and was ready to begin again. A loud shout broke her concentration. Hinaata. When Hanata heard the scream, she immediately recognized it as Shikamaru's voice. It sounded far too desperate than she would have liked it. Hanata immediately dropped her control, splashing water in the ground as she blurred towards the sound of the voice. To any bystander she was nothing more than a purple blur. Her Byakugan blazed to life as he tracked Shikamaru's position to just a few corners away. She nearly gasped as she arrived near his team. His team seemed to have been through hell, their clothes completely ripped to pieces. With her Byakugan she already noticed a few cracked bones in Shikamaru and Lee. They were all dirty, burn marks and even blood splattered across the remaining of their clothes and skin. But the worst of it was Tenten. She was nearly unconscious, using Lee for arm support. Tenten was nearly dragging her feet through the ground as Lee did his best to carry her but seemed completely spent. Tenten seemed to be hanging by a thread, her left arm was completely missing, cleaved just lower than the shoulder joint. She had some type of tourniquet to hold the blood flow. While she had seen most type of injuries during her medical training, it was the look of complete despair on Shikamaru's face that frightened her. Flags. The Kumo shinobi at the entrance asked. Out of the way, Shikamaru yelled as he pushed the Junan out of the way just as Hanata rounded the corner and arrived near them. Quick, heal her, Shikamaru stressed as Lee lowered her to the ground, right in the middle of the tower's entrance. Tenten was breathing very harshly and her eyelids were threatening to close. I need you awake for this, Tenten, Hanata said, and Tenten managed a small nod. What happened? Hanata asked, trying to ascertain the injuries while she performed a quick diagnosis. We were ambushed as we arrived here, Shikamaru started as he sat on the ground, exhausted. She was poisoned by one of those big spiders and we didn't have any antidote. While the poison wasn't immediately deadly, we needed you to heal her. As we arrived at the tower, we were ambushed by 2 sand teams. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. I was already low on chakra and Tenten was compromised by the poison. Lee was forced to open the gates to fight them. The poison was slowly working and made her a static target for them, and you know how good Suna shinobi are with wind jutsus. She caught a wind blade that cleaved her arm like it was butter, Shikamaru explained, and Hanata nodded. Shadow clone jutsu, Hanata said as another clone popped into existence and immediately sat on the other side. The Hanata clone was performing a few gashes along Tenten's body, not on vital spots. What are you doing? Shikamaru asked in shock when he saw more cuts appear on Tenten, clearly due Hanata's work. The poison is clotting her blood. I need to extract it before I move on, Hanata quickly replied with a look that said to stop distracting her. If she wasn't a shinobi, the poison alone would have finished her long ago. A very poisonous green liquid started pouring out of the newly made cuts. With her free hand, Hanata made a strange seal and the suction seemed to increase, making Tenten squirm under the pain. With a quick Jukan strike to the base of her neck, she was paralyzed from the neck down. Sorry Tenten, but I can't have you squirming and messing with my work, Hanata replied when Tenten seemed to try and glare at her. Don't worry, you pull through, Hanata replied, smiling at Tenten, who sighed in relief. Her Jukan strike also disabled the nerve cluster, preventing any pain from going through. Once the poison was extracted, Hanata performed a quick healing jutsu across her whole body, closing any open wounds. Her hands started glowing white, instead of the traditional healing green. Her hands traveled from her head, along her neck and rib cage, down to her legs and ending on her feet. What are you doing? Lee asked, curious about the different glow he usually saw when he was treated. I'm stimulating her bone marrow to vastly increase blood cell production. It's instantaneous, unlike the blood replenishing pill. I need her stabilized to heal her arm, Hanata explained as Tenten's breathing seemed to slow as her heart rate also slowed. Her blood level was dangerously low. A few more minutes and she would have been gone, Hanata explained, and Shikamaru sighed in relief. It doesn't matter anymore, Tenten whispered, but everyone heard her. What do you mean by that? Shikamaru asked. I lost my left arm. I'm a cripple and a shinobi one at that, Tenten said with her eyes moist. Don't you dare, Shikamaru warned. We didn't drag you and nearly killed ourselves for you to simply give up. Besides, it's not the end of the world, Shikamaru said, trying to cheer the girl. It is for me. I'm not a particular strong shinobi. Everything I wanted was to become Junan and I'm not made for a civilian life, Tenten almost yelled. Enough, Hanata yelled as she cut the discussion. Stop talking and pushing your body. Your heart rate is going up again and I don't want to tax your body any more than it already is, Hanata warned, and Tenten reluctantly nodded but couldn't help to let out a sob. I've been working on a medical technique that might heal you, Hanata smiled warmly. Really? Tenten asked with her hopes rekindled. Hanata nodded her head and Tenten smiled. Troublesome. All this fuss when you could have said that earlier, Shikamaru said as he leaned against the wall, nursing his ribcage. Please. A snort was heard and everyone's attention shifted towards the owner. He had a wide frame, with neck-length black hair, and a bandana with his village's forehead protector. He wore the standard Iwagakure shinobi uniform, complete with a flak jacket and a shirt having no right sleeve. Even I know that medics can't heal what doesn't exist, the Iwa shinobi said. Out, Shikamaru said firmly when he noticed Tenten's mood drop again. A bunch of tree huggers getting killed in the forest is just too much for me to miss, the shinobi explained, licking his lips in anticipation. Before he could even blink, Shikamaru closed the distance between them and clocked him right between the eyes. The shinobi stumbled backwards, clutching to his face. Bastard, he groaned out as he built himself to his full height, trying to intimidate Shikamaru, who remained his ground. Enough, Tasaki, a new voice broke the incoming fight. This voice, although had a harsh tone, was clearly female. She had short, black hair and pupil-less, black that are accentuated by her eyelashes running upwards at the corner. Her garb was similar to that of her teammate. Fine Kuritsuchi Taicho, Tasaki spat at his team leader. He held a small grudge against Kuritsuchi since she was the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Kuritsuchi always had her way, and to make things worse she was stronger than him. Shikamaru sat back down but maintained his eyes on the newly arrived Iowa team. He's right though, Kuretsuchi said, getting the attention and turning towards Hanata. Even you can't heal something that doesn't exist, Kuretsuchi said with a feral smile. We shall see, Hanata mysteriously replied. I thought you didn't want trouble. Lee asked towards Kuretsuchi, who shrugged her shoulders. It's hard not to hate any of you, and watching one being crippled for life is too amusing to pass, Kuretsuchi simply said, and was interrupted by a small yank of her vest. She turned around to look at her last teammate. What's up, Ren? Kuretsuchi asked when she noticed the look of slight apprehension on her teammate. She had long brown-colored hair which she tied in such a fashion as to form a ball on top of her head, using what appears to be a knitting needle, while two large locks with darkened tips framed the remainder of her face. Her attire consisted of a short sleeveless dress, further adorned by the presence of numerous bandages that encircle various portions of her body, including her waist and thighs. Maybe we shouldn't antagonize them, Ren said, looking wearily at Hanata, who was still busy with Tenten. What's wrong with you? Tasaki spat towards her other teammate. While she wasn't strong as him, she was still able to hold her own. What could possibly had her almost stuttering like someone afraid of her own shadow? My, aren't you a charmer? Shikamaru muttered beneath his breath, but Tasaki heard anyway. No, stop, Ten almost yelled as she tried to halt Tasaki's advances on Shikamaru. You are acting strangely. Kuretsuchi turned to Ren, clearly waiting for an explanation. It's her, Ren said, pointing towards Hanata. Kuretsuchi raised an eyebrow in confusion but looked towards the Hyuga girl anyway. What about her? Kuretsuchi asked. Her chakra levels are through the roof. They are way bigger than the Tsuchikage-sama, Ren stuttered. Is that it? Kuretsuchi asked in disbelief. Because having a high amount of chakra means nothing. Besides, Grandpa isn't getting any younger. Even I am almost to his level in chakra reserves, so what is the big deal? Kuretsuchi asked, annoyed at her teammates' actions. It's not just her chakra reserves. I can't place it, but there is something about her that is strange. You could say it's her presence. It's unnerving, Ren explained, and Kuretsuchi just shrugged her shoulders. Are you dying anytime soon or not? Tasaki asked towards Tenten, who huffed in defiance. She was feeling much better. Whatever Hanata was doing was clearly working very well. Maybe you need a little help. Tasaki grinned as he stepped forward and Shikamaru jumped to his feet. Tasaki remained unintimidated and continued walking forward until he felt a hand land on his shoulder and squeeze rather painfully. He hastily turned his head back only to look directly at two blue eyes, staring coldly at the Iowa shinobi, but what caught his attention was the leaf symbol on his forehead protector. You fuckers keep popping everywhere. Tasaki spat as he wriggled out of Naruto's grasp and swiftly turned around, glaring down at Naruto. Now, Naruto began with a smile tugging the corner of his lips. Why do you have to be so rude? Naruto asked, amused by the shinobi in front of him. Tasaki was clearly taller than him and with a broader frame, but his attempts at intimidation were ridiculous. Look who it is, Tasaki spat. It's the spawn of the Yellow Flash. I heard you have quite the sum in the bingo book. Tasaki smirked until he remembered his details. He swiftly turned to the Hyuga girl on the ground and studied her features. Now I know why Ren had her panties in a twist. She's Hyuga Hanata, isn't she? Your beloved. Tasaki smirked and Naruto raised an eyebrow as Hanata let out a quiet chuckle. Testosterone spill in aisle 9, Hanata muttered quietly to herself. Cute. Tasaki replied towards Hanata, cheek remark. You will have plenty of time to collect our bounties during the tournament, Naruto said, but Tasaki didn't even reply. What is this I'm feeling? Ren thought to herself, her curiosity piqued. She looked towards the blonde-haired shinobi in front of her and he seemed, for lack of a better word, strange. She wasn't getting any weird vibes from him, but she recognized him from the bingo book as an S-rank shinobi. It simply wasn't possible for a cage-level shinobi or even any shinobi at all to have no presence at all. It was like he didn't have any chakra at all. He felt like a civilian, and yet here he was, partaking in the Junan exams and standing up to her team's muscle. He had no discernible aura around him, not even a slight waste of chakra. Feeling the curiosity growing, she concentrated and decided to look deeper. She relaxed and extended her senses, using her sensor ability that made her the tracker she was. She picked up a small tune. It seemed like static at first, but as she dug deeper, the static noise changed into a humming sound, slowly increasing in strength. Naruto noticed that someone was poking around and ever so slowly turned his head from Tasaki to gaze upon the intruder. He looked somewhat at her confused face, as if trying to solve a puzzle, more specifically Naruto himself. So she's measuring me, Naruto hummed in thought as he watched her, interested in her reaction. There was a reason why always had his chakra restrained to his best ability. Normal shinobi wouldn't pick him up and neither would sensors unless they concentrated on their target. The reason why he always restrained his chakra was because to some it could be overwhelming. Aiyeeeeeeee. The standoff between Naruto and Tasaki immediately came to a stop as both Tasaki and Kitsuchi turned to the source of the high-pitched scream. Ren was the ground shivering, her eyes wide with horror, mouth rigid and open, the fists clenched with blank knuckles and the nails digging deeply into the palms of her hands. It was the kind of scream that made your blood run cold. Kitsuchi immediately rushed her teammate and kneeled beside her. "What's wrong?" Kitsuchi immediately asked and noticed that Ren was staring at Naruto with glassy eyes, wanting to look away but unable to. "What did you do to her?" Tasaki shouted as he grabbed Naruto's by his armor and bringing him up to his eye level. "She took a look at my chakra and that happened," Naruto simply said. "My chakra can be overwhelming to some, and sensors usually take the full blunt of it," Naruto explained, but Tasaki only sneered. "He's a monster," Ren managed to say, her words intermittent and her state bordering on shock. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered. "Don't worry about her," Naruto replied as he slowly pushed Tasaki back, freeing himself from his grip. "It was just a shock, she will be fine in a couple of minutes," Naruto explained. "I don't understand what is so special about you," Kitsuchi huffed. "You are not a sensor, so unless I start releasing chakra you won't know," Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. After the whole ordeal with Ren and Naruto, things started calming down, although the tension was still palpable. "I'm fixing your arm now, Tenten," Hanata said, and Tenten slowly nodded. She watched as Hanata removed the tourniquet and immediately gave a Jukan strike to the arm, making every muscle contract and stem the blood flow far better than the cloth wrapping. Naruto kneeled next to Hanata. "I can patch her up discreetly," Naruto whispered to Hanata, but she shook her head. "Can't risk it," Hanata replied. "I have been working on a new technique based on this seal that Tsunade-sensei developed," Hanata said, pointing to her forehead. "Now this I want to see." Kitsuchi arrogantly stepped forward, not enough to be considered a threat, but enough to get a good view what she would do. The clone in front of Hanata dispelled as the original Hanata gained several purple markings around her face. They radiated from the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead, skipping her eyes and down her cheeks. Ren let out a gasp when her aura seemed to skyrocket. "Senpo, Sage Arts," Hanata said as she opened her eyes with her Byakugan blazing. "Chosoku Seisei no Jutsu, ultra-fast regeneration technique," Hanata whispered as she placed her hand at the exact place of the wound. Her hand started glowing deep purple, somehow matching her markings in her face. Everyone held their breath in expectation of what was to come, but neither could anticipate what they would witness. The muscles slowly started to ease their stiffness, the arm regained its natural color. The dead pieces of flesh simply fell to the floor, making Lee empty his stomach. Everyone watched in disbelief as a whitish substance started growing out of the remaining portion of arm. It didn't fall to the floor, but instead it continued growing outwards, reaching around a foot in length. The white substance started changing form, taking the shape of cylinder with the edge being slightly bigger. Anyone even remotely aware of the human body anatomy would recognize just exactly what the substance was. It was the humerus bone. Tenten gulped when she saw a new bone sticking out of the flesh of her arm. She felt nothing, not even a tingling sensation, but she guessed it was due to the fact she didn't feel her body from the neck down, courtesy of one Senju Hanata. Since the bone had been regenerated, Hanata took another breath as the purple glow intensified, forcing Tenten to close her eyes due to the proximity. The flesh around the bone seemed to want to stretch, but in fact it was multiplying, and rapidly. Several tentacles of flesh burst and wrapped themselves around the bones. As the flesh grew around the bone, a light rosy layer started covering the red flesh, giving it the appearance of a fully functioning arm. Once the flesh had reached the arm joint, two new bones started growing at the same time, almost parallel to each other. They were the radius and ulna bones of the forearm. In the blink of an eye, the muscle covered the bones, being topped by skin. From the end of the forearm several new bones grew and started manifesting 5 protuberances. They started extending, each one being covered individually by flesh, thus giving the appearance of a left hand. Everyone had their jaws on the ground as the process finished and the nails finished appearing in her fingers. Tenten noticed the purple glow lowering and opened her eyes. Her eyes nearly popped out of her skull when she noticed that her arm was just like new. She started looking from her new arm to Hanata rather fast. She opened her mouth to say something but no sound came out. That took a lot more from me than I thought, Hanata gasped, taking deep breaths as the purple markings faded away. She got and, feeling lightheaded, stumbled but was quickly grabbed by Naruto. You alright? Naruto asked, concern in his tone. She had just pulled some serious technique. I am, Hanata replied, her breathing stabilizing. Performing this jutsu on others is far more demanding than on me, Hanata explained and looked towards Tenten who looked like she was sobbing in happiness. You are right, Hanata said, turning towards the Iwa team who had their jaws on the ground. I can't heal what doesn't exit but, it doesn't mean I can't regrow another one, Hanata replied cheekily. Aye, whatever, Tasaki said and went off with his team quickly after him. Ready to try your new arm? Hanata asked and Tenten quickly nodded. Hanata kneeled beside her and fixed her Jukan strike. Tenten's body seemed to relax from the stiff state. Her new fingers started twitching as Tenten rose her arm into the air. Just like new, right? Hanata asked and Tenten nodded. Hanata helped Tenten back to her feet and went to deal with Shikamaru and Lee. Wow, Tenten whispered, flexing her arm. She couldn't see any visual differences, it felt just like her old one. You used this technique like someone who already had practice, Naruto narrowed his eyes. I hope you aren't doing this if this jutsu has dangerous ramifications for you or the patient. Tsunade sensei technique does cost the user a few years of their lifespan, however mine doesn't. By using senjutsu, I can use that energy to regenerate just about anything, including vital organs without sacrificing life expectancy. I can pretty much heal anyone as long they are still alive and stable enough, Hanata explained and Naruto's mind went back to what he had read. Senjutsu, Naruto hummed to himself. Could that be the answer? No, if it was then Orochimaru would have discovered it long ago. # 1 week later, Root headquarters #. Danzo was peacefully sipping on this tea, thinking how well his plans were going. If everything went as according to plan, then he would reach his goal within the next 3 weeks. He was broken from his thoughts when a swirling sound started manifesting itself in front of him. As the swirling stopped, a man with flowing black cloak adorned with red clouds and an orange mask stood in front of Danzo. You lied to me, Tobi said rather softly. I am pretty sure I don't know what you speak of, Danzo replied, opening his single visible eye. Don't play games with me, Tobi shouted, slamming his hand on the metal table. The sound reverberating through Danzo's office. Danzo sighed and noticed a small slip of paper on his table. He carefully picked it up and opened it. Junan Exams Tournament Grid. Left bracket. Match 1. Nara Shikamaru vs. Tasaki. Match 2. Senju Naruto vs. Ren. Match 3. Akira vs. Winner of Match 2. Right bracket. Match 4. Senju Hanata vs. Kuritsuchi. Match 5. Rock Lee vs. Tenten. Match 6. Masuyo vs. Sadao. They are alive, Danzo asked out loud when he noticed both Naruto and Hanata's name on the tournament grid. You are more naive than I thought, Danzo, Tobi spat. Sending an assassin against Hose 2. Pathetic, Tobi said, and Danzo narrowed his eyes at him. You put a wrench in my plans even further. If I remember correctly, you asked me to deal with them since you weren't capable of it, Danzo replied in his neutral tone. Besides, does it matter at this point? They played us both for fools, Danzo said. What are you going to do now? Tobi asked. I will continue as planned. I've come too far to simply withdraw, Danzo explained, getting up from his chair, his teacup falling to the ground. I hope you know what you are doing, Tobi warned. Our plan maintains correct, Tobi asked, and when Danzo nodded he swirled away. Damn it, Danzo thought as he called his 2 servants and went for an adjustment of plans. Where the hell is Sai? Chapter 57 Quarterfinals. Welcome. The Raikage's deep and strong voice echoed through the arena. The arena, while much like the one on Konoha, was significantly bigger. Almost a quarter mile in length with towering walls surrounding it and, of course, plenty of sitting places for the crowd. Welcome to the Junan exams, the Raikage continued, seeing that the noise had started dimming and everyone's attention was focused on him. The Junan exams, one of the biggest events possible in any of the great shinobi villages. This was so much bigger than the Chunin exams. The village hosting the Junan exams received a large increase in their economics and politics. The Junan exams was, after all, a very important event. Only the best and brightest of each village were sent to these exams. Each village sent their best men and women and displayed them to the world. Much like the Chunin exams, this one was a substitute for war. The main reason as to why these exams were so much bigger than their counterpart was for the spectacle. The competitors in the Chunin exams are only genin, most charging straight forward without strategy, chucking kunais and shurikens wildly at their enemy, throwing wild punches and blind kicks until one finds their target. No, these exams were so different. Every competitor was a Chunin, strong and qualified enough to pass the first two stages. Of the dozen of competitors, only the cream of the crop were chosen, only the best of the best. Most of these Chunin had vast battle experience, and like the main point of this tournament, they had arrays of ninjutsu, perfect for entertaining the crowd, particularly one filled with leaders and daimyos who might fund Kumogakur. Today you are all in for a special treat, the Raikage shouted with a twinkle in his eyes, making the audience slightly chuckle. We have two teams from Konoha, one from Iwa and another from our very own Kumo, the Raikage explained, and noticing that the crowd understood he carried on. They have proved themselves worthy of stepping into the arena, and without further ado I present you the contestants of the Junan exams, the Raikage shouted, and crowd started clapping as every single participant entered the arena. A strong introduction, the Raikage nodded in acknowledgement to the voice in his right as he sat down. The man sitting at the Raikage's right was none other than our very own Ero Sennin, as a certain blonde teen called him. Behind Jiraiya stood both blue Tobirama and green Hashirama, posing as bodyguards. It's a shame that the Hokage couldn't attend, the Raikage said, testing the waters for the reasons behind Tsunade's absence. You know how it is. Being Hokage is a full-time job where even sleep sometimes is evasive, Jiraiya explained, and the Raikage seemed to murmur something in agreement. Though you don't seem to miss the Tsuchikage, Jiraiya carefully threw out, interested in the Raikage's opinion. I understand the Mizukage not being here since no Kiri team qualified, but we have one from Iwa, Jiraiya explained. He's gotten old, the Raikage said offhandedly. It's time for him to pass the torch into the next generation, but you know him as well I do. He's a stubborn old man, the Raikage said, and Jiraiya simply chuckled in agreement. It's starting. Arena. Look sharp, you fools. Everyone competitor in the arena turned their attention towards the arriving Kumo shinobi. The man had dark skin and a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for iron, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also had his village's standard one-strap-over-one-shoulder flak jacket, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. Naruto exclaimed, surprised to see the last remaining Jinchuriki outside of Konoha. Long time no see 9-0, B replied, lifting his right fist, and Naruto hastily fist bumped him. This chakra, Gyuki thought when he felt a small sample of Naruto's chakra seep into his host. Could he be? Gyuki wondered, taking a closer look at the Nine-Tails host. So you are the examiner? Naruto asked, and B nodded. Gather up and look sharp, everyone, B ordered, and the contestants lined up perfectly facing the crowd, who roared in applause. Welcome to the final stage of the Junan exams, fools, B said, and A's eyebrow twitched in the cage's seats. The first match is Tasaki of Iwa against Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. The remaining contestants please empty the arena and wait your turn, B said, and everyone vacated the arena, save for Tasaki and Shikamaru. Good luck, Shika, Naruto said, and Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, kick his ass, Tenten yelled from the balcony. Please, Kuritsuchi scoffed. We have done our research about you. Nara Shikamaru of the Nara clan, medium ninjutsu skills, subpar taijutsu and non-existent genjutsu. Tasaki will tear him apart, Kuritsuchi explained. Perhaps, Naruto said half-heartedly. Kuritsuchi raised an eyebrow in surprise at his reply before shifting her attention to the arena. She's right, you know, Hanata whispered, loud enough for only Naruto to hear. Shika-kun doesn't stand much of a chance against a bulky nintaijutsu user like Tasaki. Have a little faith. Naruto smirked and Hanata raised an eyebrow in doubt but nodded nonetheless. Arena Tasaki of Iwa vs. Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. B said as both opponents stood facing each other, a few meters away from each other. B walked up to them, standing halfway from both of them. Both contestants ready? B asked as he raised his arm. Yes, both Tasaki and Shikamaru replied, neither taking their eyes from their adversary. Begi. Doden. Ishi no Yari, Earth Release. Stone Spear. Before B could even finish announcing the start of the match, Tasaki had decided that he had waited long enough. With 3 quick hand seals, he slammed his hands on the ground. The ground rumbled slightly as the earth was tore apart and from the opening, several razor-sharp spears made of hard stone were hurled towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was momentarily stunned, not expecting Tasaki to start the match instantly. He stumbled backwards and jumped to the side to avoid the array of spears coming his way. He ducked beneath one spear and dropped to the ground, tumbling to the left to avoid the rest but not before getting grazed in his right cheek. Shikamaru brought his hand to his face to clean the trail of blood from the small cut. Before he could properly raise himself, Tasaki was already on top of him with both hands clasped and raised into the air. Shikamaru quickly jumped backwards and watched as Tasaki missed him by a few inches, slamming his fists into the ground. Shikamaru was still airborne when a piece of stone shot from the ground and hit him in his gut. Shikamaru coughed as he fell to the ground but managed to regain his balance. Looks like Tasaki won't give me a chance to use my jutsu, what a drag, Shikamaru thought to himself as he continued to run away from Tasaki, who seemed relentless in his pursuit of the leaf Chunin. Shikamaru looked backwards to see Tasaki slowly gaining terrain and he had to think of something quickly if he wanted to survive and possibly win against his opponent. Shikamaru took out a couple of smoke bombs and immediately dropped them into the ground. Tasaki hasted his progress as his vision was clouded in pitch-black smoke. He carefully looked around and instantly ducked just in time to see a few kunais zip past him. Doden. Doryuaheki, earth wall, Tasaki said as he kneeled to the ground and raised a stone wall around. It was the right choice since several kunais embed themselves in the wall and promptly exploded, tearing the defensive wall apart but inflicting no damage on Tasaki. Tasaki took a deep breath and slammed a single hand on the ground, sending vibrations through the terrain, enough to cover the whole arena floor. The vibrations spreading through the whole arena carried enough information to pinpoint Shikamaru's location in the midst of his smoke bomb that was already started to dissipate. Without waiting any more time, Tasaki shot himself forward, rushing towards his adversary's position. Shikamaru's eyes widened when he saw Tasaki exiting the cloud of smoke, rushing at him like some enraged bull. Shikamaru kneeled on the ground and placed his hands together, forming the seal for his shadow manipulation. His shadow had just started twitching when Tasaki's fists connected to the ground. Shikamaru was repelled backwards from the blast wave but quickly regained his footing. None of that shadow stuff, Tasaki said as he rushed Shikamaru once again, who braced himself for his opponent. Tasaki knew that he outclassed his opponent in taijutsu by far. Tasaki sent a straight punch and Shikamaru quickly brought both of his arms together to block it. Smack. Shikamaru was blown backwards from the force of the punch and hit the arena wall, leaving a small indentation as he fell to the ground. Shikamaru coughed and tried to regain his breath only to have a small shadow being cast over him. He quickly looked up to see Tasaki on the air and aiming his fist at him. Tasaki's arm shot forward and went straight towards Shikamaru's face. Bunshin clone. Tasaki's eyes widened when his fist went right through Shikamaru's form as it dissipated into nothingness. Tasaki's fist connected with the ground as he regained his balance from being tricked. The whole floor around Tasaki started glowing as several buried explosive tags started sizzling. Boom! Shikamaru emerged from the ground on the other side of arena and watched as the cloud of dust slowly started settling down. Once the smoke was cleared enough, Tasaki's form was seen standing in the middle of the explosion, his arms crossed over his head. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes when he saw Tasaki's skin give a small shimmer of light, almost sparkling. Iwa no Yoroi, rock armor, Tasaki smirked as he flexed his muscles, not even a small scratch or blemish on his skin. With crowd #. Damn, Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched Shikamaru's match. Things weren't looking up for his fellow shinobi of the leaf. Told ya, Kuritsuchi grinned as she cheered for her teammate. He'll come up with something, Naruto replied, not taking his eyes from the arena. Arena #. Shikamaru's breathing was labored as his chakra reserves were going down fast. All the running around and setting up traps to slow down his opponents was finally catching up to him. Shikamaru crouched on the ground. Since he gained distance from his opponent, he once again tried to activate his jutsu to bind his opponent. Doden. Doryu Joheiki, Earth-style rampart, Tasaki slammed his hands on the ground when he noticed Shikamaru's shadow blurring its way towards him. The ground between both shinobi erupted and broke apart. Chunks of rock stood from the surface, several holes were formed, everything to disrupt and make difficult for Shikamaru's shadow to travel towards him. Massacre no Jutsu, camouflage jutsu, Tasaki whispered as his form seemed to shimmer and he disappeared from view. With his scent and shadow gone, invisible to the naked eye, Tasaki started stalking Shikamaru like a hungry lion. That isn't good, Shikamaru thought to himself when he saw Tasaki making himself invisible and completely disappear from view. Shikamaru took a whiff of the air, but his opponent's scent was nowhere to be found. Shikamaru was concentrating on trying to find his opponent when he noticed a sudden shift on the air. He felt a very strong and hard fist connecting with his jaw as Shikamaru was sent flying through the air until he hit the ground with a resonating thud. Shikamaru shakily got up and braced himself for the next hit. He knew that he only needed a small window to win the match. Without wasting much time, he took a scroll from his pouches and immediately spread it on the ground. He slammed his foot on the kanji written on it and a fountain of water burst from it. Shikamaru concentrated chakra on the scroll as the water poured out of it, and in an instant it had covered the whole arena floor. Shikamaru waited for the water to calm down and started watching its surface for any ripples. Blop. Shikamaru immediately threw himself to the right as Tasaki's fist connected with the ground. Taking opportunity on Tasaki's slip, Shikamaru brought his knee upwards and slammed into Tasaki. Shikamaru winced when he felt the hardness of Tasaki's rock armor, but that was sufficient to disrupt his invisibility and momentarily stun him. Shikamaru quickly jumped backwards and started flashing through hand seals. Tasaki quickly recovered from the blow and started searching for Shikamaru, but it was too late as Shikamaru had finished his jutsu. Genjutsu, Shikamaru said as Tasaki focused on him. Kokuongyu no Jutsu, journey into black darkness. Tasaki's whole world started darkening until it was replaced by a black void. Deprived of all sight, Tasaki started panicking, and that gave Shikamaru enough time to complete his plan. Kajimane no Jutsu, Shikamaru's shadow quickly shot from his position and in no time connected to Tasaki's still form, binding him to Shikamaru's moves. Concede, Shikamaru ordered as he disrupted his genjutsu and forced Taisei to bring a kunai to his own neck. Tasaki struggled against his opponent, but Shikamaru managed to hold him in his place. Fine. I concede. Tasaki spat as the shadow hold loosened. Winner by surrender. Nara Shikamaru of Konoha, B said, and the crowd erupted in cheers, especially the Konoha section of competitors. With crowd #. Yeah. Both Tenten and Rock Lee yelled loudly as Shikamaru made his way towards the stands and dropped down to his seat. Unbelievable. Kuritsuchi muttered when he saw Tasaki getting defeated. I told you he would come up with something. He isn't one of Konoha's greatest minds for nothing, Naruto said, turning his head to look at Shikamaru, who seemed to be dozing off. You are all good, Shika-kun, Hanata said as he finished patching up Shikamaru. Although you will be sore tomorrow. I intend on doing nothing tomorrow, Shikamaru replied as he dropped his head down and closed his eyes to sleep while he could. He had already figured out the winners of the next matches, so why bother watching? Senju, Naruto and Ren, please come to the arena for the second match, B shouted from the arena floor, and both contestants nodded. Naruto got on top of the metal railings and leapt downwards, landing gracefully on the middle of the arena with his armor rattling. He brought his right leg up and slammed his foot on the ground. The whole arena shook from the impact as the water from the previous match dissipated and the whole arena was flattened. Show off. Hanata shook her head when she heard the shocked breaths from the crowd. And he says he doesn't like the attention, Hanata muttered as she leaned on the railings to watch the next match. With cages #. Now this I want to see, said as he leaned forward, diverting all attention to the ensuing match between Naruto and Ren. Really? Jiraiya asked with surprise in his tone. Of course, replied, never looking from the arena. He was already very strong when we fought together 3 years ago, reminisced of his battle. Being a cage, stamping papers was the closest thing to action you did all day. I wish to see how much he grew. Then I believe you will be in for a show, Jiraiya replied. Both grinned as they looked towards the arena. Arena #. Second match of the tournament. Senju Naruto of Konoha against Ren of Iwa. Both contestants ready? B asked and both Naruto and Ren nodded. Begin, B said and jumped backwards. Ren immediately jumped backwards to gain some distance from her opponent and began staring back at him. Interesting, Naruto thought to himself as he watched Ren standing in front of him with a determined face. His Sharingan flared to life to further analyze his opponent. What's so interesting about her? She's the one that almost fainted when she felt your chakra, Kurama replied through his mind link. You forget that she most likely felt you as well. But, look closely at her, Naruto said, and Kurama acknowledged him and looked intently at Ren. I don't get it, Kurama said, and Naruto shook his head. Her clothes seem brand new and yet they have tears. Her eyes betray how tired she is, her skin looks pale, her knuckles show fresh wounds, her legs and arms show cuts that she didn't have last time. Do you see my point now? Naruto asked, but Kurama remained oblivious. She may be the one who almost fainted from my chakra and yet here she is. She worked hard all month long it seems. I don't like to brag but I do have a reputation. She seems nothing special and yet she seems very determined to win, Naruto concluded. If there was one thing that Naruto valued was hard work and determination. Having made up his plan for the match, Naruto slowly bent his knees and leaned forward, taking both a defensive and offensive stance. He was going to take this from the beginning, wanting to know what Ren could do in battle. Naruto shot forward at moderate speed, slowly closing the distance between himself and Ren. Ren saw Naruto closing the distance between them rather fast and swiftly pulled a couple shurikens, hurling them towards the incoming threat with deadly accuracy. Ren watched as the shurikens closed in on her target, and just as they were about to make contact, Naruto's figure seemed to blur and disappear from view. Ren blinked as Naruto disappeared from her field of vision, and immediately her heart sped up from a mix of panic and adrenaline itself. Ren threw herself to the right, rolling on the ground as Naruto appeared behind her, with this right leg lifted and poised to strike. Seeing that he missed, Naruto regained his balance and shot towards Ren, who braced herself. No time for shurikens this time. Ren gulped and got up, taking a defensive stance with both arms in front, shielding her face and upper chest. Naruto's fist collided with both her arms and she buckled from the power behind it, but held on. Naruto threw a right hook and Ren brought her left arm to block his strike. Naruto caught her left arm and hoisted into the air. He spun around and flung her towards the arena walls. Ren twisted her body midair and prepared for impact. The wall made a sickening crunch as Ren's feet dug themselves into the stone from the power behind the throw. Ren dug herself of the wall and sighed in relief, knowing she broke nothing. Ren launched herself from the wall and started going through hand seals while still midair. Her eyes caught Naruto still on the ground. She looked him in the eyes and noticed that his Sharingan was spinning rapidly. She finished her sequence as she landed on the ground and placed both hands on the floor. Doden. Dosekiryu Earth Dragon, Ren said as the rock and stone exploded from the ground and into the air. Like being pulled by some imaginary force, the rocks and stones merged together, taking the form of a long snake with big snout. The stone dragon coiled before shooting forward towards Naruto. Ren lifted her head from the ground to see the progress and was shocked when she saw her Earth Dragon clashing with another one, exactly with the same size and rock composition. His Sharingan, he copied my jutsu, Ren thought, remembering his spinning eyes as she performed the seals. Ren's eyes widened when Naruto unleashed a blast of fire that tore straight through both Earth Dragons and was coming towards her. Doden. Doryuaheki, Earth Wall, Ren said, raising a stone wall in front of her to shield her from the attack. The stone wall buckled and started cracking as the fireball impacted it, but managed to hold on. Ren was working through hand seals with the coverage of smoke when she saw a small blue light in the midst of it. Rasengan. The voice came but a split second before a small blue sphere appeared from the middle of the smoke and smashed against her shoulder, pinning her to the ground and making a crater from the impact. Naruto's eyes narrowed when Ren's form started turning brown and crumbling into the ground. Rock clone. Naruto thought as Ren's disappeared into fine dust. Naruto stumbled when he felt his feet getting dragged down into the earth. Doden. Ryusa quicksand. Ren changed the composition of the earth beneath Naruto's feet, trapping him into a quicksand trap. The more Naruto struggled, the more he sank until he was neck deep. Pretty good trap. Naruto thought as his form vanished with a yellow flash, teleporting to the Shiki seal he had left on her when they exchanged blows in the beginning of the match. Ren must have sensed him because she turned swiftly around, only to meet with a strong fist right to her jaw. Ren was sent flying and crashed into the ground. She groaned as she got up and dusted her clothes off. She nursed her jaw that was already showing signs of swelling. # with crowd #. Figures he could use that blasted Hiroshima, Tasaki spat. He's toying with her. Kuritsuchi grumbled when she noticed Ren fire attack after attack only for Naruto to shrug them off or lunge his own and overpower her. You're wrong, Hanata said softly. Enlighten me then, Kuritsuchi huffed. Naruto-kun is very strong, Hanata started. And although he may deny it, he is proud of himself. He has yet to find someone to truly give him a challenge, and even I admit it that I don't stand a chance against him. Hanata chuckled and Kuritsuchi raised an eyebrow at that. Naruto-kun likes to fight, there is no doubt in my mind about that. Because he's so strong, there are very few battles he's ever taken seriously. When fighting a battle against weaker opponents, he tends to judge them before the battle. If he seems them as worth it, he gives them a chance to give all they got, to stand their own against him, otherwise he just knocks them out, Hanata said. That strikes me as arrogance at its finest, Kuritsuchi simply said. Perhaps, Hanata agreed. But that is what he's doing right now. He must felt something special about Ren to make him give her a chance, Hanata explained. You're right. He could have knocked her out the first time they crossed fists and yet he didn't. He's giving her a chance to show off. Besides, isn't that the whole point of this tournament? To show off enough skill to be promoted to Junan? Hanata rhetorically asked. She's right, you know, Shikamaru said with his eyes still closed. Kuritsuchi didn't reply and just kept watching the match in silence. Why? Kuritsuchi asked. One of the mysteries that makes Naruto-kun special, Hanata said, giving a small smile. Arena #. Ren was jumping through the arena, running and dodging small fireballs that Naruto kept shooting. She landed on the ground and felt Naruto's chakra spike. She immediately jumped as far as she could from her position just in time to avoid a massive fireball that he released. Close call. Ren thought to herself, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Ren took a deep breath to relax when she noticed that Naruto seemed to stop and just stare at her with his red eyes. That's it, Ren thought with glee. Why didn't I think of that? Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone, Ren said as she spat multiple globs of dirt to the ground that took her form. That should keep him busy while I work on it, Ren thought as she sent the clones to attack and distract Naruto long enough for her to start the plan. Just as Naruto dispatched of the last clone, Ren had finished her plan. Her plan seemed to have taken the form of a small paper sphere in her hand. At first sight the paper ball looked similar to a smoke bomb, but that wasn't it. Whatever it was, she hoped it would do the trick against her opponent. Ren took the initiative and dove forward, intending to meet Naruto head-on. Naruto smiled when he saw her approach and took a defensive stance. Naruto parried her punch and replied with a kick to her sternum that she simply sidestepped. Naruto used her shift and backhanded Ren hard in the face. Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, Ren muttered beneath her breath, swapping her body and letting that small paper ball take the damage. Flash bomb. Let's see then. Naruto chuckled in thought when he saw the paper ball appear in Ren's place. Just as his fist hit the paper sphere, it lit ablaze, releasing a bright flash of light that illuminated the whole arena and temporarily blinded Naruto. Yes, Ren nearly shouted when she saw Naruto forcibly close his eyes and momentarily stumble. Naruto shook his head and brought his hands to his forehead, lowering his forehead protector to the front of his eyes. It was a solid plan from Ren's part, disabling the eyes of an Uchiha. Naruto stayed still for what seemed to be mere moments until Ren noticed several red markings on his cheeks and 2 concentric circles on his forehead. Ren gasped and took a step back when she felt his chakra spike. She gulped as she felt his aura. It radiated so much power that it seemed insane. Focus, Ren. Ren snapped from her shock when she heard Naruto's voice. The battle has just began. Show me your worth, Naruto said, and Ren renewed her efforts. # with crowd #. Really? Hanata thought in disbelief. Senjutsu. I wonder what she has to make you push her to this level. Hanata, though, with her curiosity sparkled as she watched the battle. # arena #. Don't waver, Naruto said as he parried another strike and punched her back. Push forward, Naruto stressed. Ren coughed as she crouched on the ground and took several deep breaths. Naruto allowed her to regain her breathing and motioned for her to come. Ren had a look of fierce determination as she got up and ran forward once again. Her chakra stores were wasted, taijutsu and weaponry were her last resort. Her kunais clashed with metal sounds against Naruto's. Naruto saw Ren's breathing starting to get shallower and her heart rate slowing down. She's spent, Naruto thought as he kicked her away and she stumbled but regained her balance. Ren sensed Naruto appearing behind with his Hiroshin and threw her elbow backwards. Naruto easily caught her elbow and placed a kunai at her throat, signaling the end of the match. I never stood a chance. Ren slid to the ground, taking deep breaths. Her chakra stores were depleted. She was tired, bruised and defeated. True, Naruto replied honestly. But you did your best and there is no shame in it. Besides, you are a very good sensor. Better than me, and with enough practice I think you will reach the same level as Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage, Naruto replied, and Ren's jaw dropped. Really? You think so? Ren asked hopefully. Nobody in her village had given her hope to her talents. She didn't have raw power and her other skills besides sensing seemed nothing special. Sensors are severely underrated, Naruto started. Having the ability to sense chakra is very useful. Feeling what the enemy is doing, feeling the opponent molding chakra before the technique is actually used, knowing what the enemy will do beforehand is extremely important. Chakra sensing is similar to the Sharingan in that regard, in reference to predictive abilities. During this battle, you may not have noticed, but I saw you reacting before I did my jutsus, even if you didn't notice yourself. That just means you are a natural sensor, and that is very rare. So trust me, evolve your gift until you can do it without concentrating, and train it until it becomes second nature. Believe in yourself, Naruto finished. Winner of the match, Senju Naruto, be said, and crowd erupted in cheers. It had been a great match between shinobi of 2 very conflicting villages. Naruto approached her and extended his hand for her to take. Ren looked up to see Naruto offering his hand. His eyes had revolved back to the usual blue. She was spent and he didn't even seem tired. Thanks, Ren muttered as she took her hand and stood up. Ren, of the Gushiken clan, Ren said, shaking his hand. 1. Naruto, of the Senju clan, Naruto replied, and the crowd cheered. What was this all about? Kurama asked, narrowing his eyes in Naruto's mind. I've caught a glimpse of what she could be, but I can only do so much, Naruto cryptically answered as he watched Ren being taken away by the medics. Besides, I'm finding peace, one step at a time. # with crowd #. That was kind of him, Kuritsuchi said with confusion mixed with interest. Damn him, Kuritsuchi muttered in thought. Now she was conflicted. She came to Kumo determined to give Leaf Shinobi a hard time since they were from the Leaf, and now this one gives Ren something she never had, incentive, hope. Naruto-kun is kind and strong. Yes, this is what youth is all about. Lee yelled with fire in his eyes. Yoshhhh, I will strive become as kind and strong as Naruto-kun, Lee shouted to the heavens, pumping his fists in the air while Tenten just shook her head at Lee's antics. Who do you think he is? Hanata asked with a raised eyebrow. Some unemotional weapon for the Leaf. And Lee-kun is right. I'll have you know that he is a very kind person, Hanata huffed. Tasaki huffed and crossed his arms. I guess. Kuretsuchi replied, bringing her hand to her chin. Although the bingo book does portray him as rather ruthless and some kind of monster, and after what he did in Kiri I can't but doubt of his kindness. He is ruthless but only to enemies and those who bring harm to those he holds dear, just like anyone else really. Even someone of the purest of hearts feels anger when someone he loves is hurt or threatened. He did have a god complex, and just between you and me, Hanata started conspiratorially, whispering to Kuretsuchi's ear, I think he still does, only toned it down a lot. But sometimes it gets the better of him and he starts rambling about how he's God Almighty and how he will bring swift retribution from the above. Hanata chuckled. Really? I'd pay to see that. Kuretsuchi laughed, thinking of Naruto preaching to his enemies. Then again, can you really blame him? Kuretsuchi asked, and noticing the confused face on Hanata she continued, I mean, Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, and Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi. You do have a point, Hanata hummed. But usually I'm there to cool his head, Hanata said. Which head? Kuretsuchi smirked and Hanata blushed red at her comment. Tenten and Lee's jaw dropped and even Tasaki opened his eyes and blinked at her comment. Pervert, Hanata muttered. Hey guys, Naruto said as he arrived and noticed everyone looking at him with strange faces. What happened? Naruto asked when he noticed Hanata trying to hide her red face between her hair. Nothing, Hanata replied very quickly. Reet, Naruto drawled, but everything returned to normal quickly. Anyways, B gave me a break before my next match even though I told him I didn't need one, Naruto said. Yes, Kuretsuchi began with a normal face. I think your stamina does come in handy, Kuretsuchi said, and Naruto looked at her strangely while Hanata just wanted to hide in a corner. Unbelievable, Tasaki said, shaking his head. Fraternizing with tree huggers. Give it a rest, Tasaki, Kuretsuchi replied harshly, and Tasaki simply huffed and closed his eyes again, ignoring the rest of chatter around him. We will now begin our next match. Everyone heard B's voice from the arena. Akira and Naruto come to the arena. Well then, see you in a couple of minutes. Naruto pecked Hanata's cheek and went down to the arena. They say shy girls are the wildest, Kuretsuchi whispered, trying to hide her smile. Hanata just groaned and turned to the arena. She was already missing the times Kuretsuchi ignored her. Arena Akira of Kusa against Senju Naruto of Konoha, B said as both shinobi stood in front of each other. Both ready? B asked and got nods from both Akira and Naruto. Naruto blinked when he saw Akira licking her lips and winking at him. Okay. Naruto thought in confusion. She wants the D, Kurama said with his eyes bulging out. The what? Naruto asked but was broken from his chat by B. Begin. Just as the match began and before Naruto could even do anything, Akira started untying her cloak and simply let it slid down to the ground. What the hell? Naruto blurted out. Naruto was gawking openly at his opponent who had a smirk on her face. Akira was a young woman, around 20 years old, with charcoal black eyes and long flaming red hair tied in a single ponytail with twin bangs framing her face. Although it wasn't her hair and eyes that caught Naruto's attention but rather her uniform. Or lack thereof, she was wearing nothing more than bandages around her chest that from the bulge it had, meant she was very well endowed. The only other item of her uniform was a rather short, even for its name, red with yellow flames short jeans, so tight that they left nothing for the imagination. With crowd Oh my. Kuretsuchi laughed when Akira stripped herself of almost all clothing. That's a peculiar tactic, Hanata muttered but continued watching the match. Arena Best Junan exams ever, Jiraiya shouted from the cage box, making Naruto sweat drop. Naruto turned his attention towards B, who was looking intently at Akira with a small trail of blood dripping from his nose. Oi! Naruto smacked B's head, snapping him from his dreams. Aren't you supposed to be watching the match? Naruto asked. My. Akira began with a small smile, tugging her lips. Aren't you handsome? Akira said, licking her lips and crossing her arms across her chest, lifting her breasts higher. Having gotten over his initial shock, Naruto just stared blankly at her. Seduction won't get you very far, Naruto said. Why not? Akira pouted, biting her lower lip. I'm married to someone I love very much. You will have to try a lot harder if you want to win this match, Naruto said blankly, crossing his arms around his chest armor. Oh well. Akira sighed, before smirking again. I guess I'll have to try a little harder. Akira smirked and Naruto prepared himself when he felt her molding chakra, possibly to some technique. Koibito no Kisu, lover's kiss, Akira muttered, placing her hand on her lips and blowing a kiss towards Naruto. Naruto just stared blankly at Akira as she sent him a kiss. What a strange opponent. I'm half tempted to knock her out and be done with this, Naruto thought to himself as he waited for something to happen. Suddenly Naruto felt himself starting to heat up. What the hell? Naruto said as his heart rate started going up and he himself felt drawn to her. Naruto gulped and started breathing harder as his blood started going places it shouldn't be during a battle. Kai. Naruto muttered, flaring his chakra slightly. It's not a genjutsu, silly. Akira smiled sweetly. Now, why don't you surrender and we will go have some fun? Akira said in a soft voice, it sounded almost like a whisper. Kurama, what the hell is happening? Naruto asked to his partner. He felt so compelled to do as she said and he wanted nothing more than to just jump her right now. Oh, this is golden. She's got you by a leash already. Kurama laughed, rolling on his cage. Kurama. Naruto growled but Kurama didn't seem to bother. It's very simple, brat. It's just. # with crowd #. Pheromones, Hanata said when she noticed Naruto's struggle with himself. And lots of them. How can you tell? Kuritsuchi asked. I'm a medic. We have been trained to identify chemicals and other products by their smell alone. To everyone else and depending on the pheromone itself, it can smell good, horrendous or nothing at all. Hanata explained. Since Naruto-kun is in that state it's obvious she picked the right one against him. You seem to be taking this very well considering Naruto is almost drooling over her, Tenten pointed towards Akira in the arena. It's a natural reaction from the human body when exposed to pheromones, Hanata shrugged her shoulders. Besides, I can do the same thing she's doing without pheromones, Hanata grinned. # arena #. It's very simple, brat. It's just pheromones, Kurama said, wiping the tears from his eyes. Oh. Naruto replied stupidly. I'm an idiot for not thinking of that. Naruto shook his head. No arguments there, Kurama said but Naruto decided to ignore his comment. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself and disabled his sense of smell, effectively nullifying the chemical. His breathing returned to normal as his heart rate slowed down. Naruto opened his eyes and noticed that Akira was wiggling her finger in a come to me motion. Naruto faked still being under the pheromones effects and simply put on a goofy smile on his face and started walking towards Akira, one step at the time. Akira smiled as Naruto arrived in front of her and closed her eyes, leaning forward to kiss him until she felt something cold in her neck. She opened her eyes in confusion until she saw a kunai pointed right at her throat. It was a good plan. My Sharingan can only see chakra normally, and since I wasn't looking for airborne chemicals I missed them, Naruto smirked. And it would most likely worked if not for my partner. Partner? Akira asked in shock. She had never lost against any male and even managed to get females to drool themselves into unconsciousness. Kyuubi explained your little plan and I simply stopped smelling, Naruto said and Akira's eyes widened until she dropped her head. My pheromone release failed. Akira hung her head. That sucks. Let me go. Jiraiya yelled from the cage box, struggling against both blue Tobirama and green Hashirama, who were holding him from jumping into the arena. She is in danger. Hang on my love, I shall come for you, Jiraiya wailed from the balcony, making everyone sweat drop at the pervert's antics. Maybe you should tone your ability down now that you lost. My godfather is already crazy as it is, Naruto said, shaking his head in disbelief. Where is Tsunade to make him behave? I guess, Akira muttered as she stopped producing pheromones and Jiraiya blinked before coughing to hide his embarrassment. The Raikage was simply holding his stomach in laughter at Jiraiya's actions. Truly the greatest pervert of the elemental nations, a choked out winner. Senju Naruto of Konoha, B said. # with crowd #. Hey Ag. Naruto was cut off with Hanata jumping on him and smashing her lips against his with a fiery kiss that ended sooner than she wished. What was that for? Naruto asked. Just because, Hanata said with her arms around his neck. So it's not because of the match I just had. Naruto asked, chuckling. Nope. Hanata replied innocently. Were you jelly? Naruto asked with a teasing tone, making Hanata quickly shake her head in denial. Oh, you were, Naruto teased. Say it, Naruto ordered playfully. No. Hanata stood her ground, barely restraining a smile. Naruto's hands quickly went to her stomach and he began tickling her. Stop it. Hanata giggled as she tried her best to stop Naruto. Say it, Naruto said. And no, Hanata replied with tears welling up in the corner of her eyes. Get a room, Tenten coughed, breaking the couple from their actions. Hanata smiled and winked at Naruto before turning to face Tenten. You are welcome to join in, Hanata said, and Tenten sputtered before going so red she nearly fainted. Hanata! Tenten shouted from embarrassment. You're lucky. How come Neji doesn't do sweet stuff like that? Tenten whined. Naruto hummed and turned towards Tenten. Did you remove his appendix? Naruto asked. Appendix. Let me rephrase that, Naruto begun with a grin. Did you remove the stick up his ass? Naruto asked and Tenten's jaw dropped. Naruto-kun, Hanata chided, but Naruto just laughed. You know how Neji Ni-san was raised. He will never do stuff like this. At least, not in public, Hanata explained. Tenten replied but was interrupted. Kuretsuchi and Hanata to the arena please, be called from the arena. Let's give them a good match, Hanata said and Kuretsuchi nodded. I intend to, Kuretsuchi smirked as both walked to the arena for their battle. Arena Kuretsuchi of Iwa against Senju Hanata of Konoha, B said as both contestants arrived at the arena and faced each other. Ready? B asked and got nods from both. Begin. The moment B started the match, Hanata blasted forward towards Kuretsuchi, wasting no time to engage her opponent. Kuretsuchi started running away, knowing very well the golden rule against fighting her opponent. No matter how unskilled the opponent may seem, never engage in taijutsu against a hyuga. Kuretsuchi remembered the words of her sensei. Yoden. Sekaidio no Jutsu, lava release. Quicklime Jutsu, Kuretsuchi said, expelling multiple globs of quicklime against the approaching enemy. Sweden. Tepudama, water bullet. Hanata fired multiple water bullets from her mouth, one bullet for each globe of quicklime that Kuretsuchi had thrown. The water collided with the quicklime and quickly hardened it, making it worthless, nothing more than simple flying chunks of rock. Hanata dodged the hardened quicklime and jumped into the air, meeting with Kuretsuchi with a raised leg. Sutenkyaku, heavenly foot of pain, Hanata performed a falling axe kick. Kuretsuchi sidestepped and jumped away as Hanata's foot crashed into the ground, making the whole arena shake from the impact and leaving a crater behind. Holy fu cow! Kuretsuchi's eyes popped out of her skull. The blast alone would have killed me, Kuretsuchi muttered in shock as the dust cleared and Hanata stood in the middle of the crater, cracking her knuckles. Hanata dashed forward and Kuretsuchi did the only thing that came to mind when she noticed the crater. She ran, for her life and bones. Alright, come on Kuretsuchi, think. Kuretsuchi raked her brains for some type of strategy against the incoming Hyuga girl. Kuretsuchi knew that she couldn't engage in taijutsu against a Hyuga. Their taijutsu was deadly enough, but now factoring in that monstrous strength, and she had a ridiculous opponent to defeat. It would be only a matter of time before she was tired and Hanata would catch up to her. Any sneaky attack won't work as well. She will see me coming from a mile away with those blasted eyes. Kuretsuchi frowned as nothing came to mind. And here was she thinking she had done proper research on her opponent. Doden. Doryuso, earth spears. Kuretsuchi placed both hands on the ground. Several spikes protruded from the earth and shot forward, intending to skewer Hanata. Kuretsuchi muttered some profanities beneath her breath as she watched Hanata dodge the spikes with grace, no stumbling, no faltering and no lost momentum. She seemed like a juggernaut at this point. Kuretsuchi performed another earth jutsu and watched as an earth dragon rose behind Hanata and charged against her. As the earth dragon reached Hanata, she recoiled her right fist and slammed it head-on against the stone dragon. With a deafening bang that echoed through the walls, Hanata's fist drilled through the dragon as it was all but disintegrated in a matter of seconds. Without wasting a step, Hanata's form seemed to blur as she appeared right in front of a stunned Kuretsuchi who braced herself. Kuretsuchi was immediately on the defensive, dodging most of the attacks since blocking was a dangerous game against a Hyuga. Sweden. Mizoripa, wild water wave, Kuritsuchi thought, launching a wave of water from her mouth and aiming straight at Hinata's eyes, in an attempt to momentarily stun her and take hold of the match. Kuritsuchi's was shocked when Hanata closed her eyelids before she had even opened her mouth. The water splashed harmlessly in the Hinata's face and she continued her relentless assault with her eyes closed. Her Byakugan allowed her to see everything around her, even with her eyes-lids closed. With a fast chest thrust, Kuritsuchi was flung back and tumbled through the ground. What the hell? Kuritsuchi snarled out loud as she shakily got up and took deep breaths, pushing the stinging feeling away. I can see chakra with my eyes. I saw you molding a water technique before you even opened your mouth to use it, Hanata explained, and Kuritsuchi grumbled and began running through hand seals. Predict this, Kuritsuchi shouted as she finished with her sequence and took a deep breath. Yoden. Yokai no Jutsu, melting, Kuritsuchi released a large amount of lava from her mouth that spread into a broad, thin sheet as it traveled through the air. She arced her technique upwards, making it come down from the above against Hanata, and thus making it impossible to Hanata to jump away. Hanata watched the lava blanket block the sun from view, with her being beneath it. Kaden. Hanata started spinning as a blue dome of chakra appeared around her form. The lava simply dropped down on the blue dome of chakra and started sliding down the sides, into the ground. Kuritsuchi's eyes widened and she was forced to take evasive actions as her own technique is used against her. Due to Hinata's rotating defense, the lava was being repelled all over the arena, across all directions. Kuritsuchi jumped backwards, keeping away from the range. Hanata stopped spinning as Kuritsuchi noticed that she was completely unharmed. A perfect circle formed in the lava with Hanata being the center of it, without a single scratch or burn mark. Hake Kusho, air palm. Kuritsuchi bent down as a blast of air grazed her air. She looked backwards and saw the blast of air hit the arena walls, chunking it heavily. She didn't have much time to ponder on the power of the air palm as Hanata reached her. Hanata threw a left hook and Kuritsuchi quickly brought her left arm to block it. Kuritsuchi gripped Hinata's attacking arm by the wrist and twisted it, trapping it tightly beneath her armpit in an arm lock. Kuritsuchi's other fist started gaining a red hue as she powered it up with fire chakra, getting ready to strike. What the hell? Kuritsuchi blinked as Hinata's trapped arm seemed to turn into a bluish, somewhat translucent color. 2. Hinata's arm simply slid off of her arm lock like it was made of rubber. Kuritsuchi's eyes widened when Hinata's arms seemed to blur, and before she could do anything she was already midair with several stinging sensations through her arms and chest. Kuritsuchi landed on the ground with most of her chakra points blocked. She didn't get to think much on what happened as unconsciousness took hold of her. Winner. Senju Hanata of Konoha, B said, and the crowd cheered once again. Konoha was already 3 for 3. # with crowd #. YOSHHH, Lee yelled, pumping his fists into the air. I'm getting all pumped you. Smack. Stop it. Tenten shouted back, smacking Lee on the head. You keep yelling and I'm knocking you out before we have our match, Tenten warned, and Lee got a terrorized face before cowering under Tenten's wrath. So that's her new technique. Naruto thought about Hinata's arm turning blue and jelly-like. It almost seemed like a thicker version of water, some type of gel substance. He caught only a glimpse with his Sharingan and couldn't study much of it. I wonder if she can change the density, Naruto wondered, but was broken from his musings when Hanata arrived. Nicely done. Naruto congratulated her and Hanata just nodded until she was distracted by the yelling pair of Tenten and Lee. Tenten-chan. Lee began. You must see the flames of youth. Yosh hhh. Lee. Rock Lee and Tenten to the arena please, B called. Yosh I'm GE. Just go. Tenten grumbled and watched as Lee nodded vigorously and jumped off from the stands. Tenten turned towards Naruto and Hanata. I just wish I had a normal team, Tenten said with a sigh as she made her way to the arena. All right. Naruto started, gathering the attention of his fellow contestants. 1,000 Ryo that Lee wins this match, Naruto said, and everyone's sweat dropped. 1,000 Ryo that Tenten wins, Hanata countered with her eyes sparkling mischievously. You seem confident, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps, Hanata said. There's nothing against helping other contestants, Hanata said, and Naruto's eyes widened as she dangled a vial of poison from her hand. She threw it at Naruto and his eyes bulged out when he noticed the flask was empty. Run Lee, RUNNN. Arena #. Rock Lee of Konoha against Tenten of Konoha. Both contestants ready? B asked and both Tenten and Lee nodded. Begin. YOSHHH. Soshoryu, twin rising dragons, Rock Lee was in the middle of his celebrations when Tenten jumped in the air with two scrolls twirling alongside her. Kunais, shurikens, senbon, sickle. Almost every sort of weapon one could think that had sharp edges began raining down on him. Lee was broken from his thoughts as he began evasive maneuvers. Lee jumped backwards to avoid several kunais embedding themselves on the ground. Lee smashed his foot on the ground, making several pieces of rock jump into the air. With a remarkable feat of dexterity, he managed to kick all the stones, sending them flying straight towards the still airborne Tenten. Tenten saw the incoming stones and immediately intercepted them with weapons, either destroying them to dust or simply diverting them from hitting her. Her attention turned from the stones and towards Lee, who seemed to be gone, his stone attack successfully distracting Tenten. Tenten noticed a shadow being cast above her and tilted her head backwards to see Lee arriving at her height. With a flick of her wrist she sent a single kunai flying towards Lee, who didn't expect it. Not good enough. Tenten frowned in thought when she noticed her kunai slash through his arm, tearing the green jumpsuit but not enough to graze his skin. Tenten dropped her technique and fell to the ground and started running through the arena with Lee after her. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind, Lee launched a flurry of low and high kicks that had Tenten in the ropes. Tenten sidestepped a straight kick and jumped backwards as Lee performed a rather roundhouse kick. Lee regained his footing and jumped forward once again. Tenten slapped both hands together as if clapping and started spreading them apart, showing a small metal glint between her palms. Lee ignored her actions and continued forward. He sent a straight kick and Tenten sidestepped it and wrapped her arms around his outstretched leg. Tenten took out a kunai and slammed it on the ground, driving so deep it nearly buried the hilt. What? Lee asked, bewildered when he stumbled to the ground and noticed his right leg hadn't moved. Around his leg were several wire strings, wrapped around his leg and the kunai buried on the ground. He didn't dwell much on this as Tenten began unleashing another rain of weapons, this time against a stationary target. Even a taijutsu master like couldn't dodge every single part of his body when this leg was trapped to the ground. Lee swiftly caught a kunai midair and started using it to deflect the incoming projectiles. Clang. Thump. Clang clang. Weapons clashed and fell to the ground with small thump sounds. Lee raised an eyebrow when Tenten's wave of weapons came to a halt. He was surprised to see her taking deep breaths but had a small smile on her lips. That was when he felt. Lee looked towards his right shoulder and noticed a small gash on his green suit, this one deep enough to graze his skin. All my weapons had poison. It's only a matter of time now, Tenten said and watched as Lee frowned, but suddenly his mood changed completely. I'm sorry Guy-sensei, but I cannot lose here, Lee whispered as he began unwrapping the bandages around his arms. Tenten gulped and braced herself, knowing very well what was coming next. Kaimon, Kaiyuman, Seimon, Shoman, Toman Kai. Lee yelled as his body exploded with power, breaking through the ninja wire and ripping the ground apart. With crowd #. That was a very bad move. Naruto frowned when he noticed Lee open the gates. How come? Ren asked from her seat. It seemed she had returned from the medics and chose to watch the remaining matches. Tenten-chan managed to hit him with one of her poisoned weapons. It only grazed him, so it would take a few minutes to knock him out. Opening the gates sends your body into overdrive, the poison will spread much faster this way. I doubt he can even finish his attack, Hanata explained. How come? Ren asked. My poisons are the good stuff. Arena #. The wind was rustling and Tenten had to shield her face from the scorching heat. Lee's body had veins bulging out everywhere, his skin was blood red and even his pupils seemed to become a hollowed white. Suddenly Lee coughed and kneeled on the ground. I cannot lose here, Lee struggled to say and shot forward, his fists had an orange aura around them. Tenten took out a simple-looking scroll and spread it on the ground. Without wasting any time she channeled chakra through her hand and slammed it into the scroll. Summoning. Iron protection wall. Tenten summoned a large segmented iron dome around her, much like the shell of an armadillo. Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock, Lee shouted as he arrived near the iron walls and unleashed the full might of his attack. Countless punches, so fast they set the air around his fists ablaze by sheer speed and friction. Tenten's defense managed to hold on until Lee upped his attack and the iron armadillo started buckling under the pressure. Lee coiled his fist and slammed it as hard and fast as it could. The ground caved as the iron walls exploded outwards. Boom. The arena was covered in a layer of dust and everyone held their breath in anticipation. As the clouds of dust started disappearing, the first to be spotted was Rock Lee, who was on the ground, face down unconscious. His clothes were ripped apart and his hands and wrists showed burn marks. B was about to say that Tenten had won the match until the spotted her. She was in the same state as her teammate. Clothes in bad shape and burn marks spread through her whole body. She was sprawled on the ground, completely unmoving. Since both participants are unable to proceed, I declare this match a draw, B said as the crowd cheered as both Lee and Tenten were carried away by the medics. # with crowd #. Naruto hummed in thought. How does that leave our bets? Naruto asked, turning towards Hanata who shrugged her shoulders. You know she would have lost if it weren't for your poisons or her luck in grazing him, right? Naruto asked. Perhaps. Hanata simply replied. But luck is part of the battle. Masuyo and Sadao to the arena please, B called and both Kusa shinobi made their way down. How long will they be out? Naruto asked. I don't know about Tenten, but the poison I gave her should have Lee down for at least a couple of hours, Hanata explained and Naruto nodded. Since both participants are unable to proceed, I declare this match a draw, B said from the arena and Naruto swiftly turned to him. Already? Naruto asked, shocked as he watched both Kusa shinobi being carried away in the stretchers. They used a jutsu apiece and neither one managed to dodge the other, so they knocked each other out, Hanata explained. It's quite my luck. Since the last two matches were draws, I'm already in the finals, Hanata grinned. Lucky girl. Naruto muttered. I still have the lazy ass to fight. I know. Shikamaru replied. What a drag.